A blinding flash of headlights was the last thing Yu saw before his world went black. One moment he was planning a camping trip, and the next he was a soul drifting in a void. Death was supposed to be final, but instead he opened his eyes to a sky filled with strange hanging fruits. Broken trees and lush greenery surrounded him in a quiet clearing. He sat up and clutched his head in a daze. There were no wounds and no blood. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. He had been transported to another world. Bright blue leaves rustled in the wind above him. Everywhere he looked, the flora was alien and vibrant. Checking his bag, he took inventory of his meager supplies. Survival was the only thing that mattered now. Inside lay 2 plastic bottles, bento box, and a simple cutter. A strange monkey with a prehensile tail watched him from the branches. A creature resembling a pig with rabbit ears scurried through the brush. Determined to find a source of life, he followed the sound of rushing water. The stream he discovered was crystal clear. Resting on the rocks was a giant prehistoric-looking shrimp. Using a plastic bottle, he gathered the water and took a cautious sip. The liquid was purer than anything found on Earth. It felt like a famous spring hidden in a fantasy realm. With a shelter built from large leaves, he set his sights on food. Peering inside his makeshift hut, he hoped for the best. The trap he set in the stream was a success. Rubbing sticks together, he managed to spark a small fire. Staring at his catch, he marveled at the strange anatomy of the creature. The segmented body was unlike any crustacean he knew. Crushing the head seemed like the most humane way to kill it. The shell was incredibly hard to break. Wrapping them in a large leaf, he decided to grill them over the coals. Suddenly, a sharp sensation flared in his mind. The creature sizzled as the heat intensified. A heavy sense of dread washed over him for no reason. Sitting by the flames, he wondered if his phone would ever work again. The stars above were breathtakingly clear. There was no smog to hide the beauty of the cosmos. Carefully peeling the cooked meat, he noticed how easily the shell came off. He took a hesitant bite. The flavor was incredible, resembling the sweetest crab meat. Looking down at the remaining pieces, his heart skipped a beat. He noticed something strange clinging to the underside. Tiny white clusters were hidden beneath the shell. It was eggs, but the moment he saw them, his intuition screamed. Agony flared in his throat as he realized the truth. Poison, he desperately gagged and spat out the mouthful. Gasping for air, he collapsed against a log. The bad feeling he had earlier was a literal warning from his own body. This was a gift of this new world. A power that allowed him to sense toxins in his food. A small relieved smile touched his lips. Confidence surged through him despite the near-death experience. Maybe things would actually work out. Looking at the moon, he felt a sense of peace. Exhaustion finally claimed him inside his leafy shelter. The next morning, he woke up with a start. Crawling out into the sunlight, he felt refreshed. A new day meant a new chance to explore the surrounding geography. The forest felt endless and full of mystery. A yellow squirrel watched him as he investigated a tree full of fruit. Walking deeper into the woods, he searched for a vantage point. High on a cliffside, he spotted a tree laden with golden fruit. Clinging to the rock face, he reached out with all his strength. The branch snapped under his weight. Gravity took hold as he slipped backward into the abyss. This was it. Everything was over before it even began. A desperate cry for help escaped his lungs. Just as he braced for the end, a mysterious glow enveloped his body. The impact never came. He landed softly on a shimmering cushion of magical energy. The monster's antlers loomed over him in the shadows of the forest. He gripped a massive ornate sword with trembling hands. Surrounded by new allies, his life as a gourmet survivor truly began. Dashing forward, he prepared to strike the beast down. Survival was no longer just about food. It was about becoming the strongest gourmet in Veal. Yu stares at his hands in total disbelief while the aura hums with power. Trying to touch his own arm results in his fingers stopping against an invisible wall. No sensation of physical contact reaches his skin despite the obvious pressure. Every strike against his own body feels like hitting solid steel without any pain. Memories of the iron-shelled shrimp from the day before flashed through his mind. That tiny creature possessed a defense that seemed impossible for its size. Standing at the edge of a massive cliff, he looks out over the endless green canopy. Testing his limits becomes the only way to survive this beautiful nightmare. The sheer scale of the untamed forest makes him feel small and vulnerable. Activating the hardening ability feels more natural with every passing second. A heavy blow against a nearby rock produces a dull thud instead of breaking his hand. Without this protective layer, the impact would have shattered his bones instantly. Striking the stone again confirms that his body is no longer human. Pain only flares up the moment he lets the power fade away. The shrimp was only soft after it had been killed and consumed. Acquiring its legendary hardness happened the moment he finished his meal. This terrifying realization sends a cold shiver down his spine. He can identify deadly toxins and steal the unique traits of his prey. His true power in this world is the simple act of eating. Hunger drives him to find more sustenance to fuel his growing strength. 5 days have passed since his sudden arrival in this strange land. Building a primitive shelter becomes his first priority for long-term survival. His ability to spot poison keeps him from making a fatal mistake with local plants. However, no new abilities have manifested despite his varied diet. Fashioning a sharp axe from stone gives him a much-needed sense of security. The mysterious tree with the glowing fruit still sits at the edge of the cliff. It acts as a natural predator that lures victims to their deaths. Suddenly, a rustle in the thick brush signals an approaching threat. A horned rabbit charges out of the shadows with lethal speed. The axe swings down in a desperate arc to meet the beast. Blood spatters the dry grass as the creature falls silent. He realizes he has gained a strange allure that draws monsters toward him. Preparing the meat is difficult without any salt to improve the taste. A desperate scream suddenly echoes through the dense tree line. Fear grips his heart as he imagines a person being torn apart. He runs toward the sound without a second thought for his safety. His mind races with the hope of finally finding another human soul. Arriving at the base of the lure tree, he scans the ground. Lying among the tangled roots is a figure dressed in fine clothing. It is a young girl with long hair as bright as silver. Night falls quickly as he carries her back to his camp. Seeing her intricate outfit proves that civilization must exist nearby. He boils the rabbit meat in a small metal pot over the fire. Adding conifer needles helps mask the overwhelming scent of the wild animal. Taking a cautious bite, he finds the flavor surprisingly deep and rich. The sweetness of the fat is better than any fruit he has found. He sighs in temporary relief while watching over his unconscious guest. Suddenly, a majestic white wolf steps into the circle of light. It completely ignores him and begins to eat the campfire's flames. The silver-haired girl finally stirs as the morning light breaks. She opens her eyes and sees a stranger watching her closely. A piercing scream of absolute terror erupts from her throat. After she eventually calms down, a loud growl comes from her stomach. He offers her a bowl of the hot rabbit stew. She hesitates for a moment before hunger overcomes her fear. She thanks him in a soft voice that he understands perfectly. He nearly falls off his log in shock at hearing Japanese. She explains that she is using translation magic to bridge the gap. Relief washes over him as they finally begin to communicate. Her leg is badly injured and will take weeks to fully heal. Her name is Clara and she was out searching for herbs. They sit together in the quiet peace of the morning camp. She describes how the charm tree's scent clouded her mind. Anything with special abilities in this world is classified as a monster. She smiles warmly and thanks him again for saving her life. He offers to carry her on his back toward her home. She refuses because the mountain path is filled with deadly creatures. Clara looks down at her lap with a look of deep shame. Being a burden to a stranger feels like a heavy weight. She asks if she can stay at his camp until she can walk. He tells her to stop worrying about being a nuisance. If there were a safer village nearby, he would take her there. He promises to protect her without taking advantage of her situation. She calls herself useless, but he finds her presence incredibly reassuring. Having a companion will make the struggle for survival worth it. Tears of pure relief begin to stream down her pale face. She agrees to guide him to her people once she recovers. A genuine smile finally returns to her exhausted face. He helps her into the shelter so she can get some rest. Looking up at the moon, he prepares for a difficult journey. Yu scanned the mountain forest for anything useful as he moved through the thick brush. Seeing a cluster of dark fruit high above, he crouched low to prepare his next move. He launched himself into the air and snatched a piece of fruit with a triumphant grin. Landing softly, he realized his body felt lighter and stronger than ever before. He took a bite of the wild harvest and found the taste familiar but surprisingly bland. Nearby, a patch of vibrant blue leaves caught his eye and he gathered them for his companion. He continued his hike until the trees finally thinned out. A massive wall of white rock stood before him in a hidden clearing. Touching the stone and tasting his finger, he realized the entire formation was pure rock salt. He chipped off a piece for seasoning, and then noticed strange shapes embedded in the ground. Picking one up, he marveled at finding what looked like a seashell high in the mountains. He wondered if these mountain shells would actually be edible. Filling a pot with the strange creatures, he decided to head back for the day. Clara waved happily as she saw him approaching their camp. He dropped his heavy pack and announced that he had gone overboard with the harvest. She looked over the spread of food and asked if everything was actually safe to eat. Her eyes widened in total shock when she spotted the blue leaves. She leaned in close to confirm if they were truly what she thought. Yu explained that they were sweet and fragrant, assuming they were just common plants. She stammered that these were precious mana herbs she had never even tasted. The value of this small pile could support a family for an entire year. She explained that mages used these rare leaves to recover their magic power. Yu ignored the price and offered one to her so she could heal faster. She tried to refuse, claiming someone like her did not deserve such luxury. He told her that kind of talk was banned and insisted she eat. Taking a bite, she was overwhelmed by the intense sweetness. A surge of magic power instantly began to fill her exhausted body. She exhaled in relief as the energy washed over her. The herb was so delicious she could not help but ask for one more. Yu moved on to the next ingredient and asked about the mountain shells. She recognized them as salt rolls, a popular snack for hunters far from home. While some ate them raw, she warned that they could be poisonous without cooking. He asked if they needed special seasoning, but she said they were naturally salty. An idea for a recipe clicked in his mind immediately. He threw the salt rolls into a pot with water, wild grass, and extra rock salt. A rich mushroom-like aroma began to drift from the boiling water. He watched the pot carefully as the flavors melded together. The final result was a clear, steaming mountain soup. Clara's stomach growled loudly at the incredible scent. They sat together and prepared to enjoy the warm meal. The first sip brought a wave of nostalgia and rich, earthy flavor. Yu lifted a piece of the shell meat with his makeshift chopsticks. He took a large bite of the springy mountain harvest. The texture was perfect and released a savory broth with every chew. Even the innards were delicious, carrying the subdued scent of fresh greenery. Clara smiled brightly, noting that it tasted much better than anything from a pond. He handed her the blue leaves as a final treat. Suggesting a new idea, he mentioned boiling the herbs into a syrup or jam for the future. She laughed at the thought of turning such expensive medicine into a simple condiment. Yu realized his common sense from Earth was very different from this world. He sat by the fire and looked at her seriously. Looking into her eyes, he asked if she would be willing to teach him about this new land. She found the request strange but was more than happy to help. To her, it was only natural to share knowledge with a friend. She promised to be of use to him in any way possible. Dottie jokingly reminded her that she was now his teacher. Vowing to study hard, he prepared for their life together in the wilderness. 3 days later, he was already writing complex symbols in the dirt. Clara was amazed at how quickly he was picking up the basics of magic. They could now understand each other's languages down to the smallest nuance. Yu worried if using magic for translation would hinder her recovery. She explained that translation was a simple spell that barely used any mana. Crediting his delicious food for keeping her magic reserves full, she smiled. High-level healing magic required immense energy, but she felt stronger every day. She pointed out that everything he gathered was packed with mana. Yu felt a strange vitality coursing through his veins as he meditated. Clara noticed his focus and smiled, but then her expression froze. A sudden chill ran down their spines as the atmosphere changed. A massive creature with glowing eyes and jagged antlers stepped from the shadows. Panic gripped Clara as she identified the monster as a deadly derk. The Lord of the Mountain loomed over them with murderous intent. This ferocious beast had already claimed the lives of countless hunters. Trapped and trembling, the elf girl felt the weight of their certain death. Yu knew they could not just sit there. He shouted to grab its attention and bolted into the trees. Leading the monster away was their only hope. Stopping in a clearing, Yu gripped his small axe and activated his hardening skill. The beast let out a low growl and prepared to strike. It moved with the terrifying speed of a runaway vehicle. Yu barely rolled out of the way as the massive body flew past. Gritting his teeth, he watched the creature skid to a halt. The monster turned back with a glare. Dealing with this thing required absolute focus. Suddenly, its movements became clear in his mind. He leaped high into the air as it lunged again. Landing safely, a small smile touched his lip. But the beast was smart. It used its momentum to end each charge far out of his reach. Yu cursed his lack of a proper opening. From the sidelines, the elf girl screamed a desperate warning. Another charge was coming faster than before. The beast lowered its massive head. Yu stared down the charging wall of fur and muscle. The ground shook under the force of its hooves. He realized his hardening would not matter if those horns connected. Looking around frantically, he spotted a massive tree trunk. He pressed his back against the solid wood. If he could bait the monster into the tree, its horns might get stuck. This was a gamble with his life. He had to wait until the very last millisecond. Moving too soon would ruin the trap, and moving too late meant certain death. The beast locked eyes with him and launched its final assault. Dust exploded as the monster reached top speed. It was a blur of raw power. Just as the horns were about to pierce his chest, Yu threw himself to the side. A deafening crack echoed through the forest as the beast slammed into the trunk. It thrashed wildly, trying to pull its head free. Yu moved in for the kill, but the wood began to splinter. The elf girl gasped as the massive tree started to give way. Cracks raced up the bark as the monster used its incredible strength. It was going to break loose before he could strike. Suddenly, a new voice called out and told him to use a different tool. A massive black sword skidded across the grass toward him. Yu grabbed the hilt, surprised by its weight. The beast finally broke free and swung its head around. A powerful blow sent Yu flying backward into the dirt. Lying on the ground, he checked his limbs and realized he was still in the fight. This was not just a simple tool for survival anymore. He stood up and felt the true power of a real weapon in his hands. Stepping forward, he prepared for one final swing. He brought the heavy blade down with every ounce of his strength. The edge bit deep into the monster neck, ending its reign of terror. Silence fell over the clearing as the beast collapsed. Yu panted heavily, staring at the incredible sword that saved them. A rustle in the bushes caught his attention. A small girl wearing a dark hood stepped into the light. She looked exhausted and weak. Before he could ask who she was, she muttered that she was starving and fainted on the spot. Tears streamed down her face as the relief finally hit. She clung to the hope that he was unhurt, and seeing him standing there made her heart swell. He gently reminded her that he would never leave her behind while stroking her hair. Though he looked tired, his smile remained kind as she wiped her eyes. Turning his attention to the feast, he announced that the meal was finally ready. Thin slices of marbled meat rested on a leaf, glistening under the moonlight. The stones in the fire were glowing with perfect heat. He set the cooking stone down and told her it was time to eat. She looked confused because the meat was still raw, but he explained they would grill it themselves. Butchering the massive creature had been an exhausting ordeal involving heavy ropes and a lot of sweat. His own stomach let out a thunderous growl, proving he was at his limit too. Just then he looked over at the mysterious girl who had saved them with her sword. She had not stirred once since collapsing, and his worry grew. Deciding they could not wait any longer, they began searing the first pieces. The sizzling sound was music to their ears as the fat began to melt. Clara lifted her chopsticks with pure excitement. The moment the meat touched her tongue, her eyes went wide. She let out a gasp of pure shock. It was more than just delicious, it was a revelation. The fat had a sleek texture that vanished instantly in the mouth. It felt as if the entire bounty of the mountains had been concentrated into a single drop of flavor. They had never tasted anything so luxurious in their entire lives. Eager for more, she pointed out the large thigh portion waiting to be cooked. He prepared the next cut, noting how the red meat looked incredibly lean. He worried the thigh might be too plain compared to the marbled sirloin, but as it hit the stone, the aroma proved him wrong. The umami was so powerful it practically overwhelmed his senses. It seemed impossible for wild meat to surpass cattle bred for generations. Seeing his serious face, Clara asked what was bothering him. He paused his chopsticks, unable to shake a certain thought. Strong animals usually had tough, bad-tasting muscle. This beast was a powerhouse, yet its flesh was tender and sweet. He looked at Clara for an answer. She explained that in this world, magic power was the source of all vitality. The more magic a monster possessed, the more delicious it became. He realized that this world operated on a logic entirely different from his own. Thinking about even stronger monsters made his mouth water. Suddenly, a low, desperate moan drifted from the shadows. A dark aura of hunger crawled toward the fire. The unconscious girl had been lured back to life by the scent of the meat. Yuji immediately offered her a piece to stop her suffering. She devoured it, tears of joy and shame mixing on her cheeks. She bowed low, apologizing for her undignified behavior toward her saviors. Even while she felt disgraced, her eyes remained fixed on the sizzling stone. He told her to eat as much as she wanted without any reservation. She sighed in bliss, calling him a culinary genius. She praised his seasoning and the perfect timing of the grill. After finishing her portion, she realized she had not yet introduced herself. Standing tall, she revealed she was a temple knight from Moira's. Her name was Katia Firo, and she begged them not to treat her differently because of her rank. Clara knew that temple knights were trusted heroes who served the people. Yuji admitted he was from a distant land and did not know much about her order. He asked if he could call her by her name, and she happily agreed. Then he asked the one question that had been on his mind regarding her age. She recoiled in shock, revealing she was actually 19 years old. Despite her youthful appearance, she was a seasoned warrior who was often underestimated. She turned serious, thanking Yuji and Clara properly for saving her life. Her presence in the mountains was due to a secret investigation. They listened intently as she prepared to share the truth. She revealed that she was hunting for a dragon. Her task was to prove the creature did not actually exist to prevent a mass panic. If a dragon were truly here, the entire kingdom would be in an uproar. She had been sent to judge the truth of the sightings before things got out of hand. Unfortunately, she had gotten hopelessly lost and nearly died of hunger. She had no way to get back safely on her own. Seeing her plight, Yuji invited her to stay at their camp. He pointed out that having a skilled fighter would make their base much safer. Since she was a knight who helped people, he argued that they should help each other. Katia looked at him, realizing he was already strong enough to kill monsters alone. He was not asking for help because he was weak, but because he was kind. She reached out and took his hand, officially joining their small group. He showed her where she could sleep for the night. The two girls shared a laugh, feeling an instant bond. They were both happy to have a new friend in the dangerous wild. Yuji watched them, glad that the atmosphere had turned so peaceful. But high above the trees, a massive silhouette crossed the moon. Katia noticed his excitement and asked if he really liked the sea that much. Yu admitted he mostly liked the creatures living inside it but regretted leaving Clara behind. Shadows moved beneath the waves. He scrambled down the rocky cliff with a wooden spear in hand. Schools of fish drifted through the shallows without a single care in the world. Yu turned around to start the hunt but stopped dead in his tracks. Katia stood there in a tight black swimsuit and asked if she looked strange. His face turned bright red as he struggled to find words. She ignored his panic and declared she was ready to begin. He wondered if this was normal in this world while she hid her own embarrassment. A massive splash broke the surface. They dove deep into the crystal clear water. Everything looked different from below the waves. Corals and strange plants covered the seabed like a hidden garden. Yu noticed the fish did not even try to swim away when he approached. Every single one of them looked like a potential feast. He spotted a particularly large one and moved in for the kill. Instead of using the harpoon, he decided to try catching it with his bare hands. He lunged forward with his palm open. Suddenly, the fish opened its mouth and a blinding light erupted. A massive shockwave hit his face. His ears rang with a deafening noise as the fish escaped. Gasping for air, he broke the surface and shook his head. Katia asked if he was alright after that sudden blast. He demanded to know what kind of monster that was. She explained it was a symbol fish that used sound to scare off predators. Despite the noise, she mentioned that its sound organ was actually a rare delicacy. Yu realized his mistake and dove back down immediately. He found another fish with a bizarre flat face. It looked delicious in its own strange way. He drifted softly through the current. The target stayed perfectly still. He gripped his harpoon tight and prepared his strike. He thrust the spear forward with all his might. A cloud of white ink suddenly filled the water. He wondered if it was poison or some kind of bodily fluid. The bubbles caught the sunlight and blinded him completely. He spotted a faint shadow moving through the haze. This was his only chance. He drove the spear through the center of the cloud. The water churned violently. He kicked toward the surface as the struggle ended. Raising his arm high, he cheered because he finally caught their dinner. They climbed back onto the rocks to dry off in the sun. Yu asked her what she meant when she mentioned the Badlands earlier. Katia looked out at the horizon and explained they were places where humans could not survive. These lands were either frozen wastes or scorching deserts filled with monsters. She revealed that temple knights were tasked with hunting the dragons that lived there. A heavy silence fell between them. Yu wondered if those dangerous monsters tasted good too. Kia sighed and said many adventurers lost their lives seeking those delicacies. Most people who entered the Badlands were never seen again. Clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Katia admitted she preferred this quiet scenery over the chaos of her job. She knew that even safe areas could turn deadly in an instant. Yu smiled and told her she would be fine as long as she stayed alert. She looked at him and felt a strange sense of security. Even in the middle of a disaster, he seemed completely at peace. His vitality was unlike anything she had ever seen in a knight. He carried a life force that pushed back the feeling of death. She realized she had much to learn from this strange man. Yu stood up and looked toward the distant mountains. The thought of the Badlands stayed in the back of his mind. Katia returns with a beaming smile and a heavy basket. She shows off the results of her long day of work. 3 massive fish called bubblins lie ready for the pot. The group gathers around the fire to discuss the menu. Yu recalls how these creatures hide from danger using bubbles. He worries that grilling is the only cooking method they know. A risky idea suddenly flashes through his mind. He asks to borrow Katia's knife to try something new. They move down to the riverbank for preparation. His hands move with the precision of a professional chef. Katia watches with wide, sparkling eyes as he notes that the internal structure is identical to fish from his old world. Special pores on the skin explain why deep frying would be a greasy disaster. Some parts of the anatomy remind him of things he would rather forget. He reaches for the final fish and stops. A cold sensation of dread washes over him. He remembers that some individuals in a species can be highly toxic. This specific bubblin has no eggs, which points to a different danger. He slices into the flesh and finds a wriggling parasite. More of the tiny intruders are buried deep within the meat. Katia asks why he is acting so strange. He cannot tell her that her first catch is infested. He decides to process the safe parts into fish balls as planned. This hidden power to sense danger is becoming his greatest asset. He realizes just how unbelievable his survival instincts have become. Katia hums a happy tune, completely unaware of the threat he just removed. Wild meat always carries the risk of invisible killers like anicaps. His ability removes the burden of uncertainty in this cruel world. He promises them a meal they will never forget. He sends Katia to gather fruit and oil from the camp. The sun begins to set over the jagged tree line. Yu presents the finished platters with a proud grin. He warns them that the main course is something truly high class. First, they start with a simple and warm fishball soup. The girls are confused because they have never seen minced meat served this way. They beg him to reveal the secret dish he is so proud of. He unveils his masterpiece with a flourish. It is a beautiful sea and mountain carpaccio. He used citrus zest and fruit oil to mask any scent. Panic strikes the girls as they realize the fish is completely raw. Yu is shocked that his elegant presentation failed to impress them. They scream that eating raw flesh will rot his stomach. He hangs his head, realizing he forgot about the local lack of hygiene knowledge. They warn him that getting sick in the mountains is a death sentence. He assures them that his power makes the meat perfectly safe. They watch in horror as he takes the first bite. The fresh scent of leeks and citrus explodes across his palate. Every bite is crunchy yet smooth due to the unique texture of the fish. To him, this is a literal work of art compared to their usual survival rations. He smiles and tells them it tastes amazing. He offers them a taste to prove there is nothing to fear. They stare down at the thin slices with trembling hands. Curiosity finally wins out as they take a bite. Their eyes light up at the delicate sweetness of the meat. They cannot believe that something they feared could be this delicious. Every scrap is gone within minutes. He serves the hot soup next to wash it all down. They lean against each other, feeling full and satisfied under the moon. Clara asks him to explain what he meant by nutrients. He tries to compare it to different types of mana for the body. He lists off the vital components like vitamins and iron. They listen intently as he begins a grim story from his world. He describes an expedition trapped in the frozen wastes. Everyone perished from a mysterious disease except for one guide. Their teeth fell out and blood seeped from their skin. The culprit was scurvy caused by a lack of vitamin C. Katia demands to know how the guide managed to survive. Yu asks her to remember what the men were eating. She thinks hard about the difference between the victims and the survivor. He gives her a hint that the guide was not doing anything special. The realization hits her like a physical blow. She correctly guesses that the guide was eating his fish raw. Explains that vitamin C is found in many fresh foods. The problem is that the nutrient is incredibly fragile. High heat destroys it almost instantly. The expedition members cooked away their only hope for survival. He warns the girls that a diet of only salted meat is a death trap. Their raw meal tonight was actually a life-saving medicine. Clara wonders why they do not get sick from their normal cooked meals. He explains that some vegetables like potatoes protect their nutrients. She then asks why raw fish usually causes stomach problems. Freshness is the first factor because dead fish rot quickly. The second and more disgusting factor is parasites. He repeats that his ability allowed him to select only the clean fish. Clara laughs and imagines the tiny bug swarming inside a stomach. Katia suddenly goes pale and begins to shake. She remembers her previous stomach ache and connects the dots. She screams in terror because she absolutely hates bugs. The thought of things crawling inside her is too much to bear. Yu tries to calm her down by explaining his cleaning process. He promises her that not all fish are afflicted. He lies and says stomach aches are caused by tiny invisible spirits instead. He swears on his life that the carpaccio was perfectly clean. She wipes her eyes and feels slightly better. He keeps the truth to himself to avoid another breakdown. He mentions that back home they use a seasoning called soy sauce. He vows to find the right beans to recreate it for them. They agree to end the night on a happy note. Yu slammed his foot down to test his speed. He needed to know exactly what his body could do now. Running through the trees felt like child's play. He considered testing a power to attract monsters but decided against the risk. Suddenly a strange energy surged from his core. He closed his eyes to focus the heat. His power exploded outward in a blinding flash. Instead of fire or lightning, a strange substance bubbled up. He stood there completely covered in thick white foam. Katia burst through the bushes and screamed at the sight of the monster. He quickly wiped his face to show it was just him. Relieved but confused, she explained that Clara was healing faster than expected. They needed to discuss their next move soon. Yu smiled at the good news and prepared to head back. Just then Katia stumbled and nearly hit the ground. He caught her before she could fall. Her face was pale and her eyes were hollow with exhaustion. Sitting by the fire, they credited their survival to the good food. Clara thanked him for his kindness while she was injured. Katia looked away with a heavy expression. She claimed she was just dozing off from the heat. Yu didn't believe her for a second. He warned her that getting sick in these mountains was a death sentence. Looking at the ground, she finally admitted her secret. She hadn't slept a wink in days. Every time she closed her eyes, her mind snapped back awake. She had kept quiet to avoid ruining their morale. Yu apologized for being too hard on her. He hated seeing her suffer like this. He asked if the temperature or noise was the problem. Katia blushed deeply and hesitated to speak. Finally, she confessed her absolute terror of insects. The thought of a beetle crawling on her made her skin crawl. Yu realized he could solve this immediately. He stood up and told her they were going to fix it right now. Katia watched with wide eyes as he took charge. The forest canopy loomed over them as they set to work. He announced they were building a real house. It was time to start the construction. Using a sharp blade, he sliced through sturdy branches. He carefully selected only the straightest wood for the frame. They gathered massive piles of long leaves and vines. Carrying the heavy loads back to camp felt like a mission. He sent Kay to find more wood to keep her busy. Her efficiency was truly impressive. Clara watched from the side, wishing she could contribute more. He gave her a simple task and her face lit up with joy. Following his lead, she began splitting the leaves down the center. They worked together until a massive pile was ready. The foundation was finally taking shape. Katia returned with more timber just as the sun began to dip. He cleared the ground to create a clean workspace. He pushed the poles deep into the dirt. He tied the tops together with thick rope. The skeleton of the hut stood tall against the trees. Weaving the split leaves into the frame took constant focus. Katia gasped as she saw the structure come together. They worked as a team to cover every single hole. Next, he started on a special project for the interior. He built a raised platform to keep them off the cold earth. Looking at the finished hut, they couldn't believe their eyes. It was a real home in the middle of the wilderness. He explained that a fire inside would drive the bugs away. The girls looked at him with pure adoration in their eyes. He looked up at the ceiling and thought about the old ways of building. This house was high quality and would keep them safe. Katia felt a weight lift off her shoulders. She looked at him with tears of gratitude. Both girls declared how much they adored him. Yu blushed and tried to play it cool. As darkness swallowed the forest, he prepared to cook their next meal. A warning echoes about the creature's sharp spikes and quick movements. Suddenly, the small monster lunges through the air. It looks like a deadly pincushion. Activating his hardening skill is the only option. He snatches the creature right out of the sky. Clara shudders at the display of raw power. Reassuring her, Yu notes that even stronger beasts cannot break his skin. The turtle struggles in his grip. Thoughts turn toward how to make this smelly meat edible. Walking back to camp, he promises to make something special for dinner. Night begins to fall over the quiet forest. Preparing the workspace starts with a large tree stump. Katia claps her hands in anticipation. Clara joins in with a bright smile. Butchering the spiked turtle is the first step. Once trimmed, the meat looks remarkably normal. Du produces a strange leaf called a grass tie wrap. This plant usually strangles small animals to death. Using the soft sensor part is the key. He mashes it into a fragrant paste. The refreshing scent makes everyone hungry. Stuffing the mash into the meat creates a flavorful center. Then he brings out the precious flour. Katia blushes, remembering how she almost starved while carrying it. Adding water, salt, and turtle eggs creates a thick batter. Every piece of meat gets a heavy coating. He teases her to remember that flour alone is enough to survive. Hot oil starts to sizzle in the pot. dropping the meat and causes a satisfying crackle. Hearing the food cook is half the experience. A golden crust begins to form. Finally, the spiked turtle tempura is ready. It looks too refined to be a monster. They offer their thanks before diving in. Each girl takes a massive bite. The texture is surprisingly firm. Chewing slowly, they savor the complex flavors. Expectations of dry meat are completely shattered. It feels exactly like a juicy chicken tender. Gelatin inside makes it incredibly wholesome. The turtle's nimble mountain life created perfect muscle. A strong umami flavor fills their mouth. All traces of the original swampy smell are gone. The grass frap's fragrance sealed the deal. Contrasting ingredients work together in perfect harmony. Only empty leaves remain on the plates. Both girls agree it is the best fried food they have ever had. Yu is glad his hunch about the texture was right. This meat would be even better as karaj. The girls tilt their heads at the strange word. He explains the Japanese method of marinating in soy sauce. They desperately want to try such a legendary seasoning. Sitting alone, he wonders if he can ever find soybeans in this world. Clara asks if he gained any new powers from the meal. Gaining spikes or the plant's hunting method would be ideal. He imagines himself covered in defensive needles. There is no immediate feeling of a new skill. Sometimes the abilities only manifest during an accident. He decides to test his limits right now. Closing his eyes, he tries to manifest spikes from his skin. He focuses all his energy into his fist. Nothing happens except a slight feeling of embarrassment. Trying to grow roots from his feet also fails. Clara suggests a completely different approach. She wonders what would happen if he combined his existing powers. The idea of a hybrid ability never crossed his mind. This could be the secret to his cheat power. His eyes light up with new determination. Grabbing her hands, he thanks her for the brilliant idea. Clara turns bright red and stammers from the sudden contact. She hides her face in total bashfulness. Yu kneels and places his hands in the dirt. He focuses on the trapping nature of the grass. A small sprout appears on the ground. Roots spread out through the soil. It actually worked exactly as he hoped. He tosses a leaf toward the trap to test it. The leaf drifts slowly through the air. It hovers over the designated spot. As soon as it touches the ground, the trap triggers. Spikes explode from the earth with lethal force. The leaf is shredded instantly. Massive stone-like needles tower over the clearing. Everyone is stunned by the sheer destructive power. Clara can barely process the gratitude he pours on her. Suddenly, a terrifying sound rips through the night. The roar is so loud it vibrates in their bones. A massive shadow blots out the moon. Its cold eyes scan the ground with predatory focus. One wrong move would mean instant death. They held their breath until the beast vanished into the night sky. Yu collapsed onto the dirt while his lungs burned for air. Escaping notice felt like a miracle. This mountain was now confirmed as a dragon's hunting ground. Staying meant certain death, so they had to leave immediately. Looking at her injured leg, Clara doubted she could keep up. Reaching the village would take days at their current pace. Desperation took hold as she told them to leave her behind. Katia immediately shut down that ridiculous idea. Abandoning a comrade was a disgrace to her knightly honor. Clara stared in disbelief. She argued that her presence would only lead to a triple tragedy. Yu placed a finger to his lips to stop her spiraling thoughts. Silence fell over the camp as he told her to be quiet. Reaching out, he gently patted her head to calm her racing heart. They were far more stubborn than she realized. Clara looked down, feeling like a useless weight. She couldn't cook like Yu or fight like Katia. Memories of their journey flashed through her mind as the tears began to well up. Yu admitted they were the ones who were lost without her guidance. They couldn't survive this world alone. Every step forward required her presence. Trembling with relief, she couldn't hold back the sob any longer. She lunged forward and buried her face in his chest while crying like a child. The decision was final as they sat together on the logs. Fighting the beast was out of the question for a group of 3. Their only hope was to find a high vantage point to navigate. Determination hardened their expressions for the coming dawn. Light broke over the horizon but brought no comfort. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Yu as he crawled out of the shelter. The terror of the night had robbed them of any real rest. Katia looked just as drained as the others. Yu clenched his fist while contemplating the threat above. They had survived the forest deer, but this was different. A dragon was the pinnacle of mythical power. He forced a smile to hide his internal panic from the girls. Preparing their gear was the only way to stay busy. Every item in his pack felt heavier today. He spread his belongings across the dirt. These simple tools were all he brought from his original world. A plastic bottle and a metal tin were high-tech treasures here. They represented his only remaining connection to Earth. Alongside them sat the primitive weapons he had crafted himself. He looked at the heavy spear and realized the stakes. Deep down, he prayed he would never have to swing it. Katia emerged from the hut supporting Clara. It was time to face the mountain. Clara looked nervous but ready to try. They placed their lives in each other's hands. With a final look around, they stepped into the dense trees. Yu promised that a real bed would make them feel much better. Katia stepped forward and offered to carry Clara to keep their pace steady. Above them, the clouds drifted lazily over the dangerous peaks. Reaching a checkpoint finally allowed them to drop their heavy packs. Yu stared at the jagged horizon and felt the weight of their isolation. Even though the view was beautiful, his hunger was more important. He pulled out specific fruits chosen for their high water content. They sat together in the dirt for a quick meal. While the taste was weak, it filled their empty stomachs. Clara pointed toward the slopes where a human settlement should be. The thought of a village made Yu's mind race with questions. He wondered about their architecture and what kind of spices they used for cooking. Katia noticed his blushing face and teased him for thinking about food again. The girls didn't mind his obsession because it was the reason they were still alive. Hearing their support made Yu feel a wave of genuine relief. They told him to stand proud of his strange hobby. Once they arrived, he planned to teach the villagers everything he knew about flavor. He promised to prepare a massive feast as soon as they reached safety. Just as a smile touched his lips, the atmosphere changed. A sudden shadow swept across the ground. A winged nightmare descended from the sky with a deafening rush of wind. Its massive scales shimmered with a deadly, predatory light. Yu could barely breathe as he realized what was happening. This were real, living disaster. The beast fixed its golden eyes on them with murderous intent. Katia knew they couldn't run from a hunter this fast. Yu stepped in front of the girls because he refused to be a victim. Escaping was no longer an option. Katia forced a smile despite her legs shaking with terror. Even 5 veteran knights would be slaughtered by a creature like this. Yu declared that as long as their chances weren't zero, they would fight. He didn't know where this sudden courage was coming from. They refused to flee because they finally had a reason to live. Clara watched them from the ground and begged them to survive. A bone-chilling sound echoed through the trees. The dragon opened its maw and let out a world-shaking roar. It hovered in the air like a god of destruction. The massive dragon loomed over them with a hunger that promised only death. Yu wiped sweat from his brow and looked at Katia. He suggested taking the front line because his defense was higher. Katia hesitated because the risk to his life was too great. The dragon's cold eyes watched their every move. She hated pushing a civilian into such a nightmare. Yu insisted he was no ordinary victim before Clara called out to him. She held out a long spiraling object. It was the deer-horn spear you had crafted long ago. He took the weapon and felt its familiar weight. Clara whispered that she had used magic to strengthen the grip. They stood together against the horizon. She begged him to do his best. Yu promised he would give it everything he had. Suddenly the dragon lunged forward. A deafening roar shook the very air. Yu ordered Clara to get back while telling Katia to watch for an opening. He threw himself into the path of the beast. The ground shattered under the dragon's massive weight. Yu screamed that he would survive this world. He poured every ounce of mana into his stance. Determination burned in his eyes. Katia watched in awe as his power exploded from the high-quality food he had eaten. She felt a surge of hope that they could actually win. Yu activated his allure and hardening skills simultaneously. The dragon moved with terrifying speed. He barely dodged a swipe that could have ended him. This creature was faster than any monster he had ever faced. He raised the spear to block a crushing blow. His arms trembled under the immense pressure. Katia refused to let him fight alone. She saw the dragon's flank exposed. With a sharp cry, she swung her blade. The steel bit into the dragon's neck but didn't go deep enough. She realized she could penetrate the scales with her current magic. Though she missed the vital spot, she didn't lose heart. If the monster could bleed, it could die. Yu noticed the blood was a deep, vibrant red. He joked that any other color would have ruined his appetite. The joke did little to calm the dragon's rising rage. They prepared to repeat their coordinated assault. Running in opposite directions, they split the beast's focus. The dragon turned its fury toward Katia. Yu instantly triggered his allure skill to pull the monster's eyes back to him. It lunged at him with claws outstretched. Yu dropped to the ground and planted a distraction sprout. Confusion flickered in the dragon's gaze. It slammed its claws into the dirt where Yu had just been. The beast glared at him with pure hatred. Yu felt his heart racing against the sheer force of the attack. Smoke began to billow from the dragon's throat. He screamed for Katia to pull back immediately. A torrent of fire erupted across the clearing. Katia dove away as the flames licked the air behind her. He had saved her just in time, but the heat was unbearable. Hardening would not protect him from being cooked alive. They both wondered if their current strategy was enough. Yu knew he could dodge, but protecting Katia at the same time was impossible. A risky idea formed in his mind. He leaned in and whispered the plan to her. Katia protested that it was far too dangerous for him. He argued that they would both die if they did not try something desperate. Blood continued to drip from the dragon's wound as Katia finally nodded. They touched hands for one last moment of shared strength. The dragon charged with renewed hunger. They split apart as the final gambit began. Yu used his allure skill to its absolute limit. The dragon snapped its jaws inches from his face. Heat radiated from its scales Yu's skin. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain. The monster roared directly into his eyes. It was a sound of absolute dominance. It raised a claw to deliver the killing blow. Katia saw the opening they had sacrificed everything for. The dragon's head tilted back in triumph. Its eyes widened as it realized the trap. Katia smiled because the deception had worked perfectly. Yu launched himself high into the air. Roaring with a voice that rivaled the beast, he prepared the blow. The deer-horn spear drove straight into the dragon's chest. Exchanging rolls was their only hope for survival. The dragon had already learned their patterns and was adjusting its defense. Yu insisted on taking the lead for the next strike. He held the twin-bladed spear made of deer horns with a white-knuckled grip. Not one single opening was all he needed to end it. He had to prevent the creature from making another move. His knowledge of anatomy from Earth was his only real edge. Butchering countless beasts had taught him exactly where the vitals hid. He bet his life that a dragon's heart sat in the same place as a boar's. Piercing that spot in one blow was the only path to victory. He lunged forward and drove the horn deep into the beast's chest. The impact vibrated painfully through his arms. Suddenly, the dragon's cold eye locked onto his. The weapon stopped short of the vital organ. Thick muscle layers protected the beast's chest like a shield. He realized his luck had finally run out. Accepting his fate, he closed his eyes and waited for the end. Katya watched in frozen horror from the tree line. A massive blast of fire erupted toward the boy. She screamed his name as the world turned a blinding white. The fire consumed everything in its path with a roar. A scorched silhouette remained standing in the center of the flames. It looked like a blackened, lifeless corpse. Tears blurred her vision as she realized he was gone. Her scream of agony echoed through the silent woods. She collapsed to her knees, unable to process the loss. The fire cleared to reveal a broken and smoking battlefield. She refused to believe this was how his story ended. Memories of his cheerful face and love for food flashed through her mind. Then a slight movement caught her eye near the dragon's side. Something shifted behind the lingering smoke. A figure leaped out from the shadows with incredible speed. It was him. He had survived by moving faster than the dragon could track. He landed in a low crouch, ready to fight again. Katya gasped as he looked back at her with a calm expression. She couldn't believe her own eyes but felt a surge of hope. Yu told her to keep the beast busy for just a moment. Shame and relief fought for control of her heart. She wiped her face and stood tall despite her trembling legs. Grabbing her massive sword, she stepped forward with renewed purpose. She promised to buy him all the time he needed. Her grip tightened on the heavy hilt. She charged with a ferocity she had never felt before. Yu asked for 30 seconds of total distraction. The dragon turned its full focus to the girl. Her skill was breathtaking as she danced around the massive claws. She struck with precision and power to keep it off balance. The beast struggled to keep up with her relentless movements. Yu stood still and gathered every ounce of his strength. A strange power began to swirl deep inside his body. He finally felt ready to unleash the energy he had been suppressing. Katya looked back and saw the glowing change in him. He shouted for her to clear the way immediately. He charged like a bolt of lightning across the grass. Roaring at the top of his lungs, he lunged one last time. He drove the spear deep into the dragon's neck. The force of the blow shattered the surrounding scales. Blood sprayed as the weapon finally sank into the vital spot. He twisted the blade to ensure the kill. The dragon let out a final weak cry of defeat. It slumped to the ground as life faded from its eyes. A massive fountain of blood erupted from the open wound. The giant body crashed into the dirt with a thundering thud. Silence returned to the forest as the dust settled. Yu stared at the fallen monster in total disbelief. His hands were shaking violently from the adrenaline. Suddenly, he raised his blood-stained weapon high toward the sky. He screamed in triumph because they had actually survived. Katya approached him with a shaky, tearful smile. They were both alive and miraculously escaped without injuries. She started to sob again from the sheer weight of the relief. The pressure of the battle finally crashed down on her soul. Seeing them both safe was more than she could handle. Yu knelt beside her to offer whatever comfort he could. He told her that instead of crying, she should smile for their victory. He gave her a warm, genuine look of friendship. Katya wiped her eyes and looked up at him. A soft smile finally reached her lips through the tears. The time for secrets ended when Clara demanded the truth. Yu looked at his companions and felt the weight of their curiosity. Before answering, he turned his attention to the massive slab of dragon meat. He marveled at how aromatic the creature was despite being a carnivore. Clara corrected him, explaining that dragons were actually omnivores that consumed mana-rich plants. Yu noted how few parts were actually edible. He looked up at the vast sky while his mind raced. Clara finally asked how he survived the hellish conflagration. That dragon breath should have incinerated him instantly. Yu explained his desperate gamble using foam as insulation. He described how air bubbles could stop heat transfer like building materials from his home. Even so, he admitted he wasn't entirely sure why he was still alive. Then they asked about the sudden awakening of his charge ability. He recalled the moment he felt certain he could finally succeed. It seemed tied to a specific weapon. The spear remained lodged firmly in the tree trunk. It was the derk horn spear, a tool that felt like a part of his own body. Yu realized the weapon acted as a key to unlock his potential. He mentioned casually that his mana had been increasing through constant eating. The girls froze in absolute silence. Clara explained that food was only meant for healing and recovery. It was never supposed to expand the size of the mana vessel itself. Normally, increasing mana required years of brutal training. Clara insisted that what he was doing should be physically impossible. Yu stared at her with wide eyes. He slowly realized he was actually a total powerhouse. Every meal was making him stronger at an exponential rate. This was a completely broken skill. He struggled to process the sheer scale of his own potential. Clara and her friends smiled, accepting him despite his strange powers. Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He thanked them for their kindness and support. Suddenly, the elf girl asked why the dragon's neck had exploded into flames. Yu pointed to the anatomy of the beast, explaining how powder organs ignited from sparks. He stood up and declared it was finally time to feast. The girls cheered while Yu promised himself to keep growing. They gathered around the small campfire with high spirits. The preparations were finally finished under the open sky. Yu presented the main course, a massive dragon's steak. The girls looked at the glistening meat with pure hunger. He explained how he used simple salt and herbs to lock in the juices. Carefully, he began to slice the steak into manageable pieces. The blade touched the surface of the meat. It sank in with no effort at all. Yu was stunned by the incredible texture. There was absolutely no resistance against his knife. He plated the portions as the girls watched eagerly. They couldn't believe they were eating legendary meat while still breathing. A collective prayer was offered before the first bite. They tasted the meat and were instantly overwhelmed. The fat was rich but balanced perfectly by the forest herbs. Yu realized that salt was the only seasoning needed for such quality. The girls agreed that no restaurant could ever serve something this divine. Yu only wished he had better forks than these rough wooden ones. They reflected on how lucky they were to survive such a monster. Yu smiled as he tasted the apex predator. He felt a new fire burning inside him. His hunger for new experiences and stronger powers grew. The girls watched him with newfound respect. A gentle smile crossed the elf girl's face. She leaned forward and called out his name. She asked for a second helping with a blush on her cheeks. Yu laughed and told them to eat until they were full. Clara stumbles from exhaustion, prompting Yu to offer a ride on his back. She refuses with a tired but determined smile. She needs to prove she can stand on her own 2 feet. Just then Katia stops dead in her tracks. Her eyes go wide at the sight ahead. She shouts for the others to look. There it is. The village sits nestled in the valley like a beacon of hope. Yu lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The nightmare of survival is finally over. But Clara feels a different kind of dread creeping in. She knows a lecture is waiting for her at the gates. The sky remains clear as they reach the outskirts. Suddenly a roar of anger shatters the peace. Clara's father looms over her with a face full of fury. He screams about the dangers of the mountain while she sobs her apologies. Villagers gather to whisper about the girl who came back from the dead. 2 people step forward with weary, tear-stained faces. They are Rosie and Resita, the parents who feared the worst. They drop to their knees in a deep bow of gratitude. Yu waves his hands in frantic embarrassment. Later that evening, the tension finally begins to melt away. Clara sits at the table and admits how terrifying the mountain nights were. She explains that the darkness felt like it was crushing her spirit. But every time she felt like giving up, Yu's food gave her strength. It was warm, nostalgic, and exactly what she needed to survive. Yu blushes furiously at the sudden praise. Then the conversation turns toward the future. Yu announces his plan to head into the Badlands. The girls stare at him in shocked silence. He explains that he has no home to return to in this world. Yu wants to see the places Katia once mentioned. There are monsters there with flavors no one has ever tasted. That reflects on his lack of traditional skills. He isn't a master swordsman or a powerful mage, but he has a dream that burns brighter than anything else. He wants to find ingredients no one has ever seen. He will create dishes that exist only in legends. Katia stands up abruptly, her chair scraping the floor. She hates the idea of him going to such a dangerous place. But as a friend, she realizes she cannot hold him back. She offers to help him secure the necessary travel permit. Then she turns her gaze toward Clara. Katia warns Clara that if she has something to say, she must say it now. Clara trembles, her eyes fixed on the table. She clenches her fists as her heart begins to race. Suddenly, she shouts that she wants to go with him. Yu looks at her with total confusion. Clara admits a secret she has kept for years. She is not actually from this village. Her silver hair is the mark of a tribe thought to be extinct. Katia realizes the truth instantly. Clara is a descendant of the Mauru. They were masters of healing magic. Long ago, a greedy king hunted them for their secrets of immortality. Most were wiped out while others fled into hiding. Clara believes her true family might be waiting in the Badlands. She loves her adopted parents, but the mystery of her birth is a thorn in her heart. She begs Yu to take her along on his journey. Yu asks if she has discussed this with her parents yet. He knows a journey like this will be full of peril. Seeing the fire in her eyes, he finally gives in. Clara lunges forward and throws her arms around him. Yu panics as she squeezes him tight. Katia watches the scene with a knowing smirk. The deal is struck on one condition. Clara must get permission and recover her strength first. Katia prepares to leave for Moira's to set everything up. They bring their fists together in a silent vow. Their paths are now locked together. Under the vast starlit sky, a new chapter begins. The village fades into the darkness as they look toward the horizon. The massive stone walls of Moira's finally appeared on the horizon. Yu could hardly believe the scale of the coastal city waiting for them. Walking through the gates felt like entering another world entirely. He marveled at the stone houses lined up in perfect rows, realizing just how far from home he had traveled. His stomach growled as he thought about the local delicacies, but hunger would have to wait. They were broke. He reached into his pack and pulled out a heavy bundle. Inside rested the razor-sharp claws of a dragon. These rare items were their ticket to a comfortable life if they could find a buyer. They hurried toward the nearest merchant with high hopes. The old man behind the counter turned pale the moment he saw the cargo. He stuttered that such treasures were far beyond his humble shop's reach. Buying both would require him to empty his entire warehouse and sell every piece of stock he owned. A single pair was worth a staggering 50 million hiders. Yu stared at the bone-white claw, stunned that he had been carrying a fortune on his back. He agreed to sell just one to keep the transaction simple. The merchant nodded quickly and disappeared into the back room. Yu whispered to his companion about the insane value of Badlands monsters. Seconds later, the merchant returned lugging a massive heavy sack. It overflowed with gold coins that sparkled under the shop lights. The merchant suggested turning the second claw into a masterwork weapon. He knew a legendary artisan who could forge it into a blade. The idea of a dragonbone knife made Yu's heart race with excitement. They left the shop feeling like royalty, walking through the narrow alleys with newfound confidence. A shadow blocked their path before they could reach the main road. A local thug smirked while tossing a coin, demanding a cut of their sudden wealth. He thought they were easy targets. He was wrong. Yu refused the demand without a second of hesitation. The criminal drew a blade and threatened to make them regret their arrogance. Yu didn't reach for a sword. He simply took a deep breath. He called upon the power of the dragon. A roar erupted from his throat as he unleashed his fury. A pillar of energy blasted upward toward the sky. Panicked citizens looked toward the sky in terror as the ground shook. The light was visible from every corner of the city. Yu looked down at the trembling thief with a cold, mocking smile. Terrified for his life, the man scrambled away while screaming about a monster in human skin. The girl warned that the knights would be there in minutes. They needed to vanish before the law arrived to ask questions. Knights soon swarmed the alley to find scorched stone and lingering heat. They searched for magic circles or ritual tools but found absolutely nothing. It was an impossible mystery that would haunt the city guards for weeks. Yu reached out and unlatched the heavy iron bolt. Inside, the walls were lined with enough steel and weaponry to arm a small army. A gruff man emerged from the back, wondering why anyone was making such a ruckus. Yu didn't hesitate and explained a bank teller had introduced them to this workshop. He produced a bundle and held it out for the man to see. The blacksmith's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight of a dragon's claw. He demanded to know where children had managed to find such a legendary material. Yu stuck to the story about a knight helping them hunt a stray dragon in the mountains. Even though the man had questions, he liked Yu's attitude and promised to forge a legendary knife in 10 days. Yu thanked him with a bright, relieved smile. Leaning in close, he whispered a secret function he wanted added to the special blade. The blacksmith grinned and called the boy a truly interesting thinker. Sunlight hit the bustling stalls as they moved into the heart of the market. Rows of strange vegetables and vibrant fruits lined the busy street. Yu felt the energy of the local crowd lifting his spirits instantly. Clara reminded him they were supposed to visit a friend, but he was already rushing toward the next stall. He promised to remember their schedule after just one more look. The scent of grilled meat filled the air and drew them closer. Yu took a massive bite and marveled at the complex taste. It was a perfect blend of land meat and sea monster flavors. Clara looked like she had found paradise with every single bite. They moved on to a sour but refreshing fruit that looked like a spiked apple. It tasted remarkably like a juicy tomato. Yu closed his eyes and imagined making a rich sauce from the pulp. Visions of pasta and chili shrimp dishes danced through his mind. Clara watched him and asked if he was obsessing over recipes again. He jumped, wondering how she always managed to read his inner thoughts. She just giggled while his heart skipped a nervous beat. Clara fidgeted with her fingers and looked down at the ground shyly. She asked if a trip like this could be considered a formal date. Everything she knew about romance came from things she had read in books. Yu turned bright red and stammered that it might be something like that. He tried to tell himself that dates didn't have to be between lovers. Suddenly, a new stall caught his eye and offered a perfect escape. The vendor held up a strange misshapen fruit called a nag. He smiled and offered it for free because they looked like such a happy couple. Yu scratched his head in embarrassment while Clara hid her face. The fruit was sticky but filled the mouth with a delicate sweetness. It had a surprising citrus kick that lingered long after the bite. They walked until their shadows grew long on the stone pavement. A sigh of pure satisfaction escaped Yu's lip. Even though they had eaten plenty, he thought they could manage one more snack. They stopped at a quiet stall tucked away from the main crowd. Yu politely asked the vendor for 2 servings. The man handed over a plate of stewed potatoes known as amoni. They gave thanks for the meal and prepared to eat. The first bite was a revelation of home-style cooking. It was salty, fluffy, and the flavor had seeped into the core. Yu praised the calming taste and made the old man happy. He explained how the seasoning balanced the entire dish perfectly. The man noticed Yu was far too knowledgeable about cooking for a normal kid. Sadly, he revealed he was planning to close the shop forever. Clara gasped in shock at the sudden news. No one wanted to buy plain food anymore and his stock was going to waste. Yu looked at the market and realized the dish just lacked visual appeal. People were missing out on something amazing because of the look. An idea sparked as he looked at the raw potatoes sitting nearby. He suggested adding a side dish to grab the attention of younger customers. Yu rolled up his sleeves with a determined look in his eyes. He asked to borrow the kitchen for just a few minutes. Knifework was second nature as he peeled and sliced the tubers thin. He checked the oil and found it bubbling at the perfect temperature. The slices hit the grease and began to sizzle violently. Clara and the vendor watched in confusion as the simple snack took shape. You worked the fire and blew on the embers to keep the heat high. Soon the golden slices were floating to the top. You pulled them out and added a generous dusting of salt. The transformation of the humble potato was nearly finished. He focused on the final presentation to ensure it looked appetizing. Potato chips were finally born in this new world. He urged them to try the crunchy creation immediately. They took a bite and froze as the incredible texture hit them. Clara couldn't believe how something so simple could be so satisfying. The old man called him a genius for making a novel dish from common ingredients. Clara knew these would be a massive hit with everyone in town. Yu smiled and told the man he helped because the amoni was truly delicious. He looked at the chips and remembered his life back home. They were a staple snack in his old country. Even though they were common, people never stopped loving them. Families and friends always shared them with a smile on their faces. That was the true secret of good food. Yu told the man that quality would last forever and promised to return. They waved goodbye as they headed out to their next destination. The man didn't waste a second and started shouting to the crowd. A customer immediately stepped up to try the new combination. Clara looked around nervously and asked if this was really the right building. She explained that the Temple of Moira's was incredibly famous and surely they would help. Two guards stood like statues before the main doors. Suddenly, they crossed their spears and demanded to know the traveler's purpose. Clara politely asked if they could speak with Katia Faloa. Both guards froze in shock at the mention of the name. Leaning in close, Yu whispered to Clara about whether Katia was actually a high-ranking official. The guards explained that a written request was mandatory for an audience with someone of her stature. Looking up at the towering architecture, Yu felt the weight of their rejection. They turned to leave the temple steps in disappointment. Yu sighed and suggested they find a place to stay since there was no rush. Just then, a familiar figure came sprinting down the stairs. Katia appeared in her full knightly regalia looking more regal than ever. She let out a cry of joy and recognized them instantly. Throwing her arms around her friends, she admitted how boring life had been without them. Yu asked if it was truly alright for her to just slip out like this. Her expression suddenly shifted to one of serious concern. Noticing the change, Yu asked what was wrong. Katia explained that she had reported the dragon incident to her superiors. She revealed that a very important person named Randall Demetrius wanted an audience. The guards from before immediately dropped to the floor in a deep bow. Katia scolded them for being far too stiff with her guests. Yu wondered if they should head inside immediately to meet this archbishop. Shaking her head, Katia told the guards they needed to be more accommodating in the future. They walked through the hallowed halls as Yu observed the busy atmosphere. Katia noted that while they were knights, they were still human beings first. Looking at Yu with a soft smile, she asked him to keep treating her the same as always. They eventually reached a set of ornate double doors. Katia warned them to mind their manners from this point forward. She knocked firmly and announced her arrival with the requested guests. A calm voice from inside gave them permission to enter. The room was lit by a massive glittering chandelier. Behind a large wooden desk sat a young man with a studious appearance. Yu stood awkwardly while Katia immediately took a respectful posture. Clara followed suit while Yu realized he was the only one still standing straight. The young man introduced himself as Randall Demetrius and welcomed them warmly. He placed a hand over his heart and thanked Yu for saving Katia's life. Randall admitted he had been eager to meet the man who defeated a dragon. Turning to his guards, he requested that the room be cleared for a private talk. Katia remained by their side as the soldiers marched out. Silence filled the large office once the doors clicked shut. Yu sensed a powerful and unique aura radiating from the young archbishop. It felt strange that someone so young could hold such a high position. Suddenly, Randall let out a massive sigh and slumped in his chair. The group watched in total confusion as his professional facade crumbled. He jumped up and grabbed Yu's hand for an enthusiastic shake. Randall laughed and apologized for the act, explaining that his men were far too serious. He urged Yu to be more honest and relaxed now that they were alone. Clapping his hands together, he suggested they all introduce themselves properly. Katia looked exhausted by his antics but told Yu to just be himself. Yu introduced himself simply as a man who loved cooking and eating. Randall beamed and said he had heard many interesting things about Yu's journey. He then turned his attention to the young girl standing nearby. Clara blushed furiously and stuttered out her name in a panic. The archbishop leaned forward and said the real reason they were here was Yu's special power. Yu felt a chill as the man focused on his unique abilities. Randall admitted that the nature of Yu's gift had captured his personal interest. He waved his hands dismissively to show he had no hidden agenda. Assuring Yu that he wouldn't try to take advantage of him, he smiled kindly. Yu felt a wave of relief wash over the room. Randall looked out the window and explained that opportunities like this were rare. He asked the group if they were familiar with the concept of skills. Yu admitted he had no idea what that term meant. Randall explained that it was a power similar to what demons possessed. It was a mysterious force that magic could never hope to replicate. Very few humans were ever blessed with such a manifestation. Some people found their power during a moment of sudden awakening. Others were simply born with the ability woven into their soul. He noted that an individual's lifestyle usually determined what kind of skill appeared. A swordsman might gain a skill that enhanced his blade work. Yu's ability to identify edible and poisonous items was incredibly practical. Randall looked at him with genuine admiration in his eyes. Yu glanced at Katia and realized she was staying quiet about his other powers. She was keeping the secret of his power amplification safe. Yu gave her a silent look of gratitude for her loyalty. Randall continued by saying that skills as useful as Yu's were unheard of. He leaned back and expressed his desire to see where this power would lead. The room grew quiet as the archbishop prepared to speak again. He slammed his hand onto the desk to emphasize his next point. Randall looked Yu in the eye and offered his full support for an expedition to the polar regions. He then promises they will be fully funded as official representatives of the Zhao religion. Wonders why a high-ranking official would go so far for total strangers. The archbishop believes a person led by their own effort is truly admirable. He gestures toward the vast variety of human skills that can either help or harm. History shows that the culture of food is an inseparable part of every living thing. Excitement fills his voice as he talks about the romance of exploring the unknown future. Suddenly, he catches himself getting too heated and offers a quick apology. He simply wants to use his position to make people better through exploration. Yu feels a deep connection to this man's burning desire for discovery. They seal their new partnership with a firm handshake. Behind them, the girls worry this might be a dangerous abuse of power. Katia watches them bond with a heavy sense of skepticism. Later that night, the weight of the upcoming task begins to sink in. The group settles into their hotel room to discuss the generous offer. Katia looks down because she feels bad for involving them in church politics. Another concern bothers her even more than the money or the power. She suspects Demetrius is using a new companion to keep tabs on their journey. Despite her fears, she cannot prove the man has a dark side. Looking at the Grand Temple, she can only see him as a true Zhaoist for now. Yu flashes a bright smile and promises they will find a way through any trouble. He declares the first Polar Expedition Conference officially open. They gather around a table to learn more about their destination. The polar regions are filled with extreme environments and unique ecosystems. Massive dragons and strong demons roam these dangerous lands. Floating islands drift through the clouds above rivers of red mana. The thought of a fairy tale continent in the sky makes their hearts race. However, the reality of the powerful monsters there keeps them grounded. Katia suggests starting their journey in the White Desert. This endless expanse of sand is famous for low water and freezing temperatures. It is relatively peaceful compared to other deadly polar zones. Success will require careful preparation and enough strength to survive. Yu agrees to face the desert with his friends by his side. With everyone on the same page, the decision is final. Their first target is officially the White Desert. They raise their fists in a silent vow of victory. The next morning brings a perfect sun for a shopping trip. Preparation is serious business if they want to avoid trouble later. Park stalls offer plenty of supplies for their long trek. Katia reminds them that the Zhaoists are footing the entire bill. Yu insists they must still be picky to keep their packs light. Bringing too much would only burden their small group. He grabs a large bag of nuts for easy nutrition. Seeing his choice, he reassures them he has a plan for the flavor. They move on to find more ingredients. A pile of dried wild vegetables catches his eye. The shopkeeper notices their heavy load and offers a special item. He pulls out an amulet root meant to ward off evil spirits. It is a good luck charm rather than a food item. Dotton realizes it smells exactly like wasabi. He buys it instantly while the others look on in confusion. Eating it might not be the traditional use, but he knows its true potential. He hopes for a chance to use his favorite condiment again. As they walk away, the shopkeeper stays behind with his remaining stock. Curiosity gets the best of the old man as he snaps the root. The intense spice hits his nose like a physical blow. Even the sky seems to approve of their successful shopping trip. The group continues through the market with their arms full. Yu notices that high-quality gear is incredibly rare in this city. The concept of mass production has not yet reached this world. A sudden wave of loneliness for Earth washes over him. Then something on a table catches his attention. He finds a sophisticated fire starter and recognizes it immediately. The shopkeeper slams his hands down in total shock. He has never met anyone who knew what that tool was before. Yu asks for permission to test the device. He prepares a small pile of tinder on the ground. A single flick sends a shower of sparks into the brush. Flames erupt instantly from the metal known as phodium. It behaves exactly like the magnesium from his home world. This tool is a massive upgrade over traditional flint. Even someone without skills could start a fire in the snow with this. The shopkeeper is amazed by how user-friendly Yu finds the tool. He admits he used to be an adventurer who struggled with fires. His old friend used to complain about how unwieldy the metal was. Yu smiles knowing this gear is equal to modern survival tech. He grips the man's hand and confirms the purchase. His respect for the creator of such a tool is genuine. The shopkeeper waves them off as they head back. Yu feels like he is forging a new road in this strange world. Motivation surges through him as the plan comes together. They head back to the inn to enjoy a final dinner before the journey. The group arrived at the massive temple complex a few days later. Guards bowed deeply as they entered the marble halls. Being treated like royalty made Yu feel incredibly nervous. Katia felt even worse about the stiff and formal reception. Demetrius told them to relax because they were his personal guests. They entered a private room where the archbishop waited with a surprise. He announced that he wanted them to meet a new friend. A small girl with braided hair stood quietly before them. She looked tiny and fragile. Demetrius admitted he could not keep this secret any longer. The girl introduced herself as Alicia before letting out a massive yawn. He dropped the bombshell that he wanted them to take her on their journey. Katia wondered why they would bring a child to such a dangerous place. Demetrius began to explain the nature of human potential and skills. The travelers listened intently to his lecture. He revealed that Alicia held a special acquired skill called slumber. This power allowed her to calm any subject or force them into a deep sleep. You realized she was a skill holder just like himself. The archbishop's expression turned serious as he shifted the topic. He clarified that her skill was not developed naturally. He confessed that she had been forced to learn these powers. Shock filled the room at the cruel revelation. They could hardly believe someone would do this to a child. You remembered that skills were supposed to be developed through a person's way of life. Alicia yawned again, seemingly unaware of the tension. For 10 long years she had been kept in an artificial sleep by Taoist members. Katia exploded in rage at the news of such betrayal. She called the archbishop an idiot and compared Alicia to a lab rat. Demetrius explained that these experiments were conducted in total secrecy. Alicia simply stated that she liked to sleep and told them not to worry. She had been the only successful subject among many failures. You wondered why they were being told such a dangerous secret. Demetrius admitted that Alicia shouldn't even be there. He offered the group one last chance to help her. Since Taoist knights were forbidden from entering the Arctic Circle, he needed outsiders. He claimed the situation was a massive burden on him. Looking for something in the frozen north, he pleaded for their help. The trio stared back in stunned silence. Despite her appearance, Alicia possessed more magic than most veteran adventurers. The polar regions were technically outside the known world. Demetrius wanted her to finally see the world beyond her prison. Alicia suddenly punched him for using words like tough to describe a girl. He groaned in pain as she continued her assault. You asked why he was really doing this. The archbishop insisted that no one should be kept in a shell forever. He believed being with another skill holder would be good experience. Katia and Clara eventually nodded in agreement. Yu reached out his hand toward the young girl. He told her he looked forward to working together. He formally introduced himself as the leader of the expedition. Katia gave her name next while Alicia watched them closely. Clara introduced herself with a bright smile. Alicia stared into their eyes with a strange intensity. Memories of the cold, faceless researchers flashed through her mind. The group waited anxiously for her response. She slowly closed her eyes. Then she reached out and firmly shook Yu's hand. Demetrius cheered, admitting he didn't know what he would have done if they refused. Yu looked at the temple and felt a lingering doubt about the Taoists. He studied the archbishop's smiling face. He decided that maybe he could trust the man for now. They agreed to leave for the White Desert in 3 days. Demetrius promised to provide everything she needed. He told them he was counting on their success. Yu confirmed the schedule and warned there would be no late arrivals. Alicia punched the archbishop one last time for being a fool. The group said their goodbyes as they walked away. Demetrius noticed a rare expression on the girl's face. Alicia was actually smiling. She reflected on how she was usually asleep during meetings. The feeling of Yu's hand lingered in her memory. She watched them leave with a new sense of hope. 3 days later, the time for departure finally arrived. Yu visited the blacksmith shop to collect his custom order. The blacksmith looked completely drained from the difficult task. Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the finished weapon. It was perfect. The smith collapsed toward his bed in total exhaustion. Yu walked back through the city streets. He showed the others the incredible precision of the dragon claw blade. He held the weapon up against the bright sun. Suspicion still lingers about the man who dropped off their newest companion. Looking at the sleeping girl, Yu feels a sense of quiet peace. Then he notices Clara focused intently on a thick volume. She explains it is a grimoire for learning offensive magic. Even if he cannot read the text yet, the potential for power is intoxicating. Suddenly, a shimmering arrow of light forms at her fingertip. It streaks across the room with terrifying speed. The precision of the strike leaves everyone breathless. Blushing from the praise, she insists more practice is needed to truly master the craft. Even Katia feels a sudden urge to improve her own skills. Finalizing the supplies means they are finally ready for the long haul. Yu glances toward the bed where their passenger remains tucked away. Alicia looks like a fragile child in her deep slumber. It is hard to believe her true age given her small stature. Spending 10 years in artificial sleep has clearly altered her perception of the world. They whisper about how cute she looks while resting. Suddenly her eyes snap open with startling intensity. She claims to have plenty of room left to grow. This unexpected comment leaves the others completely flustered. Rising from the bed, she reveals the true nature of her condition. Her unique ability is known as sleep supremacy. It allows her to perceive everything happening around her even while unconscious. Falling asleep at will is just another part of the gift. Yu realizes she could be the perfect sentry for their long voyage. Having a guard who never truly sleeps is a massive advantage. She questions how they can trust a stranger so easily in such a dangerous place. Smiles and tells her that he has no reason to doubt her. They agree to rotate shifts so no one gets too exhausted during the trip. Entrusting the night watch to her feels like the right move for the group. She watches him with a piercing analytical gaze. Curiosity drives her to ask the others if they ever feel anxious around him. Clara remembers being saved and knows her heart is in the right place. Satisfied with the answer, Alicia prepares to return to her dreams. She pulls the blanket tight around her shoulders. A small smile creeps onto her face as she relaxes. Turning away from the light, she finds a comfortable position. Being trusted by others is a warmth she never expected to find. The massive wooden ship groaned as it settled against the frozen shore. Stepping onto the blinding terrain, you felt the biting chill of the white desert. Jagged peaks of ice and stone rose like frozen giants before them. Every member of the group stood in silent awe of the desolate beauty. Crystals of pure mana drifted through the air like glowing embers. These shimmering particles created a landscape that looked like a dream. It was beautiful but carried an underlying sense of dread. Their specialized gear was the only thing keeping the freezing death at bay. Magic consumption would be high in such an extreme environment. Crowds of people moved toward the small outposts along the coast. A single log stood as the last bastion of safety. Beyond the shore, the accommodations vanished into the white void. Many adventurers came here to test their limits and never returned. This land remained uninvestigated for a very dark reason. Valuable ore could be found here if they survived. The prospect of exploring uncharted territory made use blood pump. For the girls, it was a search for lost history and their own people. They hoped to find any trace of a civilization that shouldn't exist here. The official first expedition into the unknown started now. They needed to reach high ground to map the path ahead. Scrubby plants clung to the dry earth in defiance of the cold. This was proof that water once flowed through these veins. The rocky steps looked easy but were deceptive. Climate played a cruel trick on the senses. Sand and dust coated the rocks like a layer of grease. One wrong step would send a person sliding into the abyss. You took the lead to ensure the path was stable. They crawled upward with hearts pounding in their chests. Muscles burned as they pulled themselves over the final ridge. He reached back to help the others onto the plateau. A stunning vista of the Arctic landscape finally revealed itself. They stood at the top of the world. The mountain range stretched out in a jagged line of white. It was a sight that stole the breath from their lungs. You smiled at the sheer scale of the horizon. Cold wind whipped against their faces. Below them lay the massive dry bed of a prehistoric river. Time had carved a canyon deep into the earth. Exhaustion and thirst began to set in quickly. The dry air sucked the moisture right out of their bodies. Dehydration was a silent killer in the cold. Alicia tilted her head back to drain her water skin. They were already running low on supplies. If only the glowing white dust was actual snow. You looked down at the treacherous path back. Melting snow for water was a slow and desperate process. Going down was always more dangerous than coming up. He tried to lighten the mood with a story of a doomed climber. The girls were not amused by his dark humor. Suddenly, the group realized one of them was missing. Alicia stood alone on the very edge of a crumbling cliff. She stared out at the world with wide, vacant eyes. This was the freedom she had always dreamed of. Her mind flashed back to the stone walls of her prison. A man's voice echoed in her memory about the big world. She felt her world expanding at last. You shouted for her to step back from the edge. A sickening crack echoed through the air. The ledge beneath her boots gave way instantly. Rocks tumbled into the deep canyon below. Her expression went blank as gravity took hold. You cursed and lunged forward with everything he had. He caught her hand just as she vanished over the side. Stones pelted her as she dangled over the drop. He gritted his teeth and held on with a death grip. Her life depended on his strength alone. With a final heave, he pulled her back onto solid ground. They collapsed together in the dirt. He told her to be more careful in the future. The rest of the group rushed over in a panic. Silence fell over the plateau. A gentle hand reached out to check for injuries. A small scrape on her hand began to glow. Healing magic knit the skin back together. Alicia looked at her savior with a new light in her eyes. She lowered her head in quiet contemplation. The words of thanks were soft and sincere. They sat together for a moment to recover. The danger was far from over. Trust was the only thing that would keep them alive here. She pointed toward a small stream flowing nearby. They inspected the current together to ensure it was safe. You drank deeply from the cold fresh water. The sky stretched out vast and clear above the rocky peaks. He suggested moving further up the slope to set their camp. Danger could strike at any moment if the canyon flooded. They listened closely to his survival warnings while they walked. The terrain looked increasingly harsh and unforgiving. You decided to head out alone to find something for dinner. Alicia insisted on coming along to help him hunt. Wind swept across the barren ridges as they searched. Something moved in the distance near the rocks. They crouched low to keep from being spotted. Two round white creatures sat completely unaware of the danger. You weighed his options for a quick surprise attack. He told Alicia to stay back and wait for his signal. Then he lunged forward with explosive speed. The prey scattered instantly into a white blur. They circled him with incredible agility and speed. Alicia watched in shock as the monsters charged back. Impact shook him as the creatures struck hard. Beams of motion zipped all around his position. He activated his hardening skill to survive the assault. A heavy blow landed against his side with a thud. His eyes could barely track their lightning movement. He focused on using his own body as bait. There was the opening he was looking for. He swung his weapon with perfect precision. One creature tried to flee the scene into the hills. He gritted his teeth in brief frustration. Suddenly the monster began to wobble and slow down. It collapsed into a deep and sudden sleep. Yu looked back in confusion at the strange sight. Alicia stood tall on the ridge above the battlefield. She told him the effect would not last long. He thanked her for the timely assist. She explained it was her special slumber power. It only worked on targets that were already exhausted. She had been watching his fight very carefully. The hunt was finally over for the day. She asked what he had done to the prey earlier. He apologized for not explaining his skills sooner. She realized she needed to do much more research. Yu changed the subject to focus on their meal. He carried the heavy bags of meat back. They walked toward the campsite as the light faded. The sun dipped lower over the jagged mountains. Dismantling the catch was finally finished. The meat looked fresh and ready for the pot. He planned to make a special meatball soup. The ingredients were laid out neatly on the ground. He started pounding the meat into a fine pulp. Cartilage would provide a unique texture to the dish. He smiled while explaining the benefits of the bones. She found his cooking style to be very unique. He mixed in salt and garlic flakes for flavor. This was a traditional northern style of cooking. He rolled the seasoned meat into small balls. Everyone gathered around to watch him work his magic. He pulled out a mysterious metal tool from his bag. Sparks flew as he struck the metal rods together. A fire roared to life instantly in the pit. They were amazed by his vast survival knowledge. He felt a bit embarrassed by all the praise. The pot simmered with meatballs and wild vegetables. Night fell as they huddled together for warmth. He announced that the dinner was finally served. Steam rose from the hot bowls in the cold air. The finished soup looked absolutely delicious to everyone. Alicia stared at the bowl with a bit of doubt. He worried the cartilage might be too much for her. She took a bite despite her initial hesitation. The flavor exploded in her mouth with the first chew. She was shocked by the satisfying crunchy texture. Her cheeks flushed with pure excitement and joy. The sweet fat melted away on her tongue. Yu felt the warmth spread through his entire body. They all asked for another serving of the stew. Good food made the hard adventure feel better. She used to think meals were just for survival. Now she understood the true joy of eating well. He asked if she was having a fun time. She answered with a shy and happy nod. Thoughts of dragon steak filled their hungry minds. Alicia sighed as the second day of the expedition pushed her limits. These steep steps were a nightmare for someone of her small stature. Despite her age, she still had to look up at her taller companions. Kadi offered a hand to pull her over the jagged ledge. A sudden question about the food they carried broke the silence. Yu dropped his pack and prepared to reveal his secret project. He produced a box filled with dark, glistening bars. It was chocolate but enhanced with syrup and crushed nuts. While others drank it as a beverage, he had transformed it into a solid snack. The girls stared with wide, sparkling eyes. This was a high-calorie ration meant for survival. He warned them they only had 3 pieces each for the entire trip. Gaining weight was a risk if they ate too much at once. Alicia begged for just one taste immediately. She took a bite and let out a cheer of pure joy. The sweetness exploded across her tongue. Even the smaller girl found the crunch of the nuts perfect. It was too sweet for some, but the energy boost was undeniable. Fear of gaining weight crossed Kadia's mind briefly. Yu assured her the constant movement would burn it off. This was an emergency tool for when they felt overwhelmed. Alicia marveled at the simple yet flavorful concept. His creativity seemed to have no limits. It felt as though they were living in a distant, advanced future. He teased Kadia about her weight as they resumed the trek. Suddenly Yu stopped in his tracks. A strange of sand was rising in the distance. It shifted and humped through the dunes. Fear spiked as the mound accelerated toward them. A massive fin sliced through the surface. Alicia gasped in disbelief at the impossible sight. A giant shark erupted from the dry ground. This was the deep white, a predator of the dunes. It swam through the sand like water and aimed straight for them. They scrambled apart as the beast lunged. It sensed sound and vibration to find its prey. 3 cold eyes locked onto their position. Kadia shouted a warning as it prepared to strike again. Yu stepped forward to draw its attention. He told Kadia to protect the others while he handled the lure. Knowing its direction was the only advantage he had. The massive jaws opened wide in front of him. Rows of razor-sharp teeth threatened to swallow him whole. Stabbing it now would only result in being crushed by its weight. He dove to the side and tried to circle around. The shark vanished back into the sand instantly. A wave of grit slammed into Yu, throwing him back. Katia rushed to his side as he struggled to stand. The monster was using the very terrain as a weapon. It circled them, waiting for the group to separate. It seemed to react only to noise and movement. They needed a way to intercept it from the side. Yu scanned his surroundings for something to throw. His pack only contained essential gear for the journey. Anything he dropped would be lost to the shifting dunes. A risky plan formed in his mind. He announced his intention to go in alone. Kadia was told to stay silent and wait for her opening. He began to run, creating a trail of vibrations. The shark sensed the rhythm and gave chase. He looked back at the closing fin. A new skill from a previous meal began to tingle in his limb. He could temporarily turn his body into a rubber ball. He shouted to ensure the monster followed. The skill repulsion activated with a sudden burst of force. He bounced high into the air, clearing the shark's path. Kadia stood ready with her massive blade drawn. Yu signaled for her to strike now. She lunged forward with all her strength. Her sword sliced through the air with a deafening whistle. The blade connected with the monster's soft underbelly. It didn't even have time to blink. Black blood sprayed across the sand in a violent arc. The deep white collapsed, severed nearly in two. Yu waved to Katia with a triumphant grin. They shared a high five over the fallen beast. The others huddled together, still trembling from the encounter. Alicia stared at the massive carcass in shock. Yu pulled out a knife and smiled. Yu stares at the massive white tail and prepares for the task ahead. Handling fish in the middle of a desert feels like a strange dream. He announces a simple menu of white munair and raw sashimi. The girls gasp at the sight of the giant creature. Katia admits her skepticism since she has never heard of raw fish. Yu assures her that she does not have to force herself. Looking him in the eye, she asks him not to treat her like a child. Her faith in his cooking remains unshaken. Shared meals always taste better than eating alone. The others agree and prepare for the feast. It is time to begin. Drawing a jagged blade, he wishes for better tools. The sharp edge bites into the flesh. It slides through the skin with surprising ease. Layer after layer is peeled back. Clean cuts reveal the pristine white meat beneath. Yu lifts a massive fin and wonders if they should try it. Katia watches as he explains the difficulty of preparing such a delicacy. They discuss high-class foods from his homeland. While the fin has a unique texture, it needs a rich broth to shine. He decides to save it for a future soup. The marbling on the next cut is unbelievable. Everyone stares in awe at the beautiful meat from such an evil-looking monster. Yu sighs with regret because he lacks soy sauce. Just a single drop would make this dish heavenly. He settles for salt as a necessary substitute. Suddenly, he remembers a special ingredient. He pulls out a wasabi root to their confusion. Grinding the root with a stone, he explains its power to ward off the smell of blood. The fresh fragrance fills the air. He finishes his homemade wasabi salt. He selects the leanest parts for the muniere. The white shark sashimi is finely plated. Out beside it, the cooked munir glows with a golden hue. Yu serves the group and encourages them to try the wasabi. Alicia hesitates when she hears it is a root amulet. Katia picks up a translucent slice and wonders if it is truly edible. They offer a silent thanks for the meal. The first bite is taken. Clara closes her eyes as the fish melts on her tongue. The salt and wasabi perfectly mask any metallic scent. She declares the flavor to be on an entirely different level. Yu is surprised by her detailed food report. He asks how the cooked dish compares. Clara reaches for the munier. Her fork sinks into the tender meat. It crumbles without any effort. The sauce enhances the delicate aroma perfectly. Empty plates signal the end of their feast. They discuss how this experience is only possible in the polar regions. Yu collapses onto his back with a satisfied grin. As the sun begins to dip, he tells the group they must move quickly. The sky fades to a pale gray. Thousands of stars suddenly burst into view. They set up a sturdy tent among the rocks. Sleep comes quickly for the exhausted girls. Yu wakes up in the middle of the night and notices an empty spot. He steps outside and finds Clara sitting alone in the cold. She points toward the horizon and whispers that it is beautiful. The Milky Way stretches across the dark expanse. He sits beside her in the quiet snow. Light reflects in her wide eyes. The silence of the desert feels heavy. Clara admits she never realized the polar regions could be this stunning. She used to fear this place until they started traveling together. Her thoughts turn to her people and her lost family. She still struggles to accept her current reality. Perhaps her parents are looking at these same stars. This thought gives her the courage to keep moving. Yu promises that they will find them. She credits her health and happiness to his cooking. Her curiosity about his world grows with every meal. One day she hopes to see his home for herself. Yu blushes at her sincere request. She apologizes for bringing up a complicated subject. They look up at the same sky and think of home. Yu wonders if his own family is even looking for him. He tells her they should go back inside. She smiles warmly and agrees. A strange groan echoes from the tent. They turn to see two figures watching them from the shadows. Alicia and Katia peek through the flap with judging glares. Yu yells in shock as they tell him to continue his romantic moment. The stars shine down on the bickering group. Katia steps out and says she has something to tell him. Alicia promised to keep supporting him. Yu beams with happiness at his companions. But the peace is an illusion. Something stirs in the darkness of the nearby caves. A massive insect-like creature watches them from the void. Yu watched the horizon and saw the temperature dropping further. Everything was buried in a suffocating blanket of white. Suddenly, a massive opening appeared in the rock face. It looked like a giant mouth waiting for prey to enter. Yu stared into the darkness and felt a strange pull. Something about the void felt inviting yet dangerous. Ancient civilizations might have used these caves for shelter. Alicia didn't hesitate and agreed to follow him inside. She had already committed to staying by their side no matter what. The white expanse behind them felt increasingly hostile. Before moving, Yu raised a hand to stop the group. He needed to test the environment for hidden traps. A small stone skittered across the floor to check for stability. Safety was his top priority in this unknown world. He pulled out a torch to cut through the oppressive gloom. Lighting it revealed the jagged walls of the entrance. The flame danced as he explained the hidden dangers of toxic air. Science was his best weapon against the supernatural. Stepping into the tunnel felt like entering another realm. The walls began to glow with a soft, eerie light. Strange plants clung to the stone surfaces in the deep. This magical moss absorbed the darkness to create its own radiance. Yu remembered similar plants from his own world, but these were different. A sudden draft flickered the torch flame. The cave system was massive and unpredictable. Excitement bubbled up despite the potential risks. Further down, the air grew noticeably warmer. An underground river carved its way through the stone. It was a perfect cradle for life to flourish. Yet the silence felt wrong. Yu stopped as a heavy sensation washed over him. The cavern opened into a breathtakingly large chamber. It seemed too perfect to be natural. Crystals and moss illuminated the entire space. This could be a perfect place to build a permanent home. Alicia suddenly froze and stared into the shadows. Her eyes widened in pure terror. She asked what that thing was in a trembling voice. Yu turned and felt his blood run cold. A sharp armored leg slammed into the ground. The creature's face emerged from the dark. Yu and Katia stood frozen for a split second as the sheer scale of the creature registered. Surrounding them were the cold walls of the cave and a monster that should not exist. Katia lunged forward with her blade but noticed something terrifying about its gaze. Unlike the dragons they fought before, these eyes held no anger. They were cold and lifeless like a spinning engine. Suddenly the giant claw crashed down with bone-shattering force. Katia grabbed her companion and dove out of the way just in time. The ground exploded into a crater where they had stood a moment ago. Every living thing in this cave had likely been crushed or eaten by this mechanical horror. Yu signaled for the others to stay back while they handled the threat. They stood their ground against the towering shell. He decided to act as the decoy while Katia found a way to strike. Activating his skills, he felt his spear grow heavy and attract the monster's focus. He sprinted across the rocky floor to draw its ire. Then he realized his taunt was failing. The beast completely ignored him and turned toward the others. It slammed its claw down toward Katia with terrifying precision. She realized then that the monster was prioritizing the closest target rather than the loudest one. Yu shouted for her to get closer and wait for a single opening. He charged back into the fray. One mistake would mean certain death because his hardening skill could not stop a hit like that. Katia swung her heavy blade against the creature's thick armor. The sparks flew, but the shell did not even crack. Despair flickered in her eyes as the monster prepared a counterattack. Yu watched the massive claw swing through the air. Suddenly a scorpion-like tail whipped around from behind the shell. He barely had time to react as the stinger pointed directly at him. A stream of liquid shot out with incredible speed. He twisted his body midair to avoid the spray. Katia called out in a panic, but he managed to land safely. Where the liquid hit the floor, jagged crystals of ice formed instantly. The monster was not just strong, but capable of freezing its prey solid. Yu warned her to avoid the tail at all costs. The crab snapped its claws together and lunged. A flurry of strikes forced them both into a desperate retreat. Yu leaped over a horizontal sweep that would have crushed his ribs. He knew if those claws caught him, he would be frozen before he could even scream. Another blast of freezing liquid narrowly missed his head. Watching from the safety of the rocks, the younger girl realized she could not stay idle. She looked at her companions with newfound resolve. She promised herself she would not be a burden to the team this time. Her eyes filled with determination as she opened her ancient book. Katia continued to hack at the monster to keep its attention away from the backline. The tail lashed out again with another freezing burst. Yu grabbed Katia and pulled her away just as the ground turned to ice. She looked up at him in shock at his quick reflexes. He explained that blind attacks were useless against a shell this thick. Memories of eating crabs back on Earth flashed through his mind. He told her they needed to aim for the joints where the armor was thinnest. Katia doubted herself for a moment, but Yu did not blink. He admitted she was the one with the real combat experience. A confident smile crossed his face as he told her he believed in her completely. They charged forward as a synchronized unit. Yu provided the distraction while Katia slid underneath the massive claws. Freezing liquid sprayed everywhere, but they moved too fast to be caught. Yu used his speed to create multiple shadows that confused the mechanical brain. Katia reached her target and braced herself. She swung her sword with every ounce of strength into the creature's leg joint. The blade sank deep into the soft tissue. It worked exactly as they hoped. The monster's mechanical eyes flickered as it registered the damage. It stumbled and slammed a claw into the ground in a clumsy attempt to balance. It was moving slower now that its internal systems were failing. Yu knew that even a machine would degrade if they broke the right parts. He called for one final push to end the fight. They circled the beast in the vast cavern. Katia landed another devastating blow that sent cracks through the armor. They shared a look of triumph as the tide finally turned. The monster screeched and tried to muster its remaining strength. Yu and Katia stood side by side ready for whatever came next. Unexpectedly, Katia's face turned bright red as a strange realization hit her. Before she could speak, the monster lunged forward for one final strike. The companions in the back watched as the cave was consumed by a violent explosion. Whispering the ancient words, she poured her soul into the spell. Light gathered between her palms like a miniature sun. Seeing the delay, the warrior shouted a warning because they were running out of time. The beast did not care about their plans. Alicia stood her ground with an eerie calmness. She decided to pass for a moment since the enemy had lost its fighting spirit. Closing her eyes, she let the power erupt. A massive beam of energy called Ballista tore through the air. It slammed directly into the monster's armored head. Sparks and shell fragments flew everywhere as the beast recoiled. Yu gripped his weapon tighter and prepared to move. Both girls encouraged him to give it his all. A confident smile crossed his face as he saw his opening. Charging forward, he moved with a sudden burst of speed. Katia joined the assault and sliced through the monster's defense. The massive creature crashed to the ground, unable to move its shattered limbs. A severed limb twitched on the floor. Alicia watched the shadow loom over her. Yu screamed her name in pure desperation. She looked up and saw death descending. The word death echoed in her mind like a curse. Memories of her past began to flood back. She remembered a girl who wanted to see the world. They promised to meet again the next day, but that tomorrow never came. Seeing the cold body on the table changed her forever. Death was a failure she could never understand. Panic seized her heart as the stinger dropped. The air whistled with the force of the blow. She waited for the end. Suddenly a familiar back blocked her view. Yu intercepted the strike just in time. His eyes burned with a fierce determination. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a devastating dragon breath. A torrent of fire consumed everything in its path. Kata used the distraction to deliver the final blow. He shouted her name to signal the end of the dance. She leaped into the air and drove her blade home. It was finally over. The monster's head exploded under the pressure of the strike. Blue blood sprayed across the cavern walls. Katia pulled her sword out with a grimace. The beast collapsed into a heap of useless meat. She landed softly and breathed a sigh of relief. Its reign of terror had ended. The stinger lay motionless on the ground. Heavy breathing filled the silence of the cave. Yu turned around and laughed nervously. Katia gave a confident thumbs up. He returned the gesture with a tired smile. Alicia sank to her knees as the adrenaline faded. Trembling, she asked a question that had been burning in her chest. She wanted to know why he risked everything for her. Helping her brought him no logical benefit. Tears began to well up in her eyes. He scratched his cheek and looked away awkwardly. The answer was simpler than she expected. He helped her because they were friends. That was the only reason he needed. She closed her eyes and let a single tear fall. Reaching out, he gently patted her head to comfort her. The group stood together in the aftermath of the chaos. Yu stretched his arms and announced he was exhausted. The others looked at him with newfound respect. Since they had a giant crab, it was time for a feast. Even with her heart full of gratitude, she could not stop the tears from flowing. She looked down, overwhelmed by a kindness she had never known before. The dragon knife failed to leave even a scratch on the massive crab leg. Yu realized he should have stuck with the heavier sword from the start. Gritting his teeth, he focused every ounce of his strength into a single point. The blade whistled through the air and sliced clean through the shell. Panting from the effort, he couldn't help but admire how Katia made such feats look effortless. Sparkling meat sat ready for the next step. He quickly prepared a variety of styles including sashimi and grilled portions. A warm fire crackled as the girls watched with growing hunger. First, he prepared a rich broth using white fish and leftover shells for the shabu. Carefully placing the meat over the heat, he explained the grilling process to his companions. The group gathered close as the delicious aroma filled the cavern. Everything was finally ready to eat. Trays of fresh sashimi and hot grilled crab sat before them. Clara marveled at the sight and compared the meat to precious jewels. Not salivating at the sight, they wondered if it was truly okay to consume something so beautiful. Yu instructed them to dip the meat into the boiling pot for just a moment. He lowered the first piece into the steaming liquid. Total silence fell as the girls leaned in to watch. The meat bloomed outward like a white flower in full spring. Digging in became the only priority. Each of them took a massive piece into their mouths. The flavor hit them all at once. Their eyes widened in pure shock. An elegant sweetness swashed over their palates. Clara felt a refreshing sensation as the rich taste took hold. Yu closed his eyes to savor the incredible texture. Glancing at the girl beside him, he wondered if a first kiss would feel this intense. His heart hammered against his ribs as he watched her enjoy the meal. Every bite felt like being transported to a different world. The essence of the sweetness was unlike anything he had ever tasted. They quickly moved on to the next course. Clara hesitated for a second before the broth. Yu encouraged her to just go for it. Once again, the meat transformed in the hot liquid. The girls gasped at the beautiful sight. Even the most stoic among them couldn't hide their excitement. She took a careful bite of the shabu. The way the meat absorbed the broth was perfect. Yu felt like a genius for discovering this combination. The harmony between the cooked exterior and raw center was exquisite. A peaceful quiet settled over the campsite. They ate with a focus that bordered on reverence. No one spoke a single word as they worked through the pile of crab. Yu realized the old saying about crab making people go silent was true even in another world. He chuckled to himself while finishing his portion. The campsite remained still as they reached their limit. Only empty shells remained on the platters. They leaned back with satisfied sighs and thanked the gods for the meal. Despite the luxury of the feast, Yu reminded them it was time for sleep. They quickly pitched a tent against the cold stone walls. Everyone settled into their blankets with lingering smiles. The warmth of the food stayed with them as the lights went out. Clara sat up for a moment to check on the others. She admitted that the delicious meal had made her feel truly happy. A sense of hope began to bloom in her chest. Tomorrow felt like a day where she could finally take a step forward. They all lay down and stared at the ceiling of the tent. Yu wished them a final good night. Deep sleep claimed the girls almost instantly. He soon followed them into a dreamless rest. Light eventually filtered into the cavern to signal the next day. They packed their gear and continued deeper into the darkness. Memories of the feast kept their spirits high as they walked. Yu warned them not to let their guard down despite the good mood. Suddenly the narrow path opened into a massive new chamber. He held his torch high to pierce the gloom. Rows of broken wooden structures emerged from the shadows. It was an entire village hidden beneath the earth. Clara recognized the architecture and sprinted forward with desperate hope. She burst through a doorway and searched for any sign of life. Her heart sank as she realized the room was empty. She screamed out for anyone to answer her. Only a cold silence returned from the ruins. This place had been abandoned for a very long time. The structures were simple and built only for the barest survival. Yu sensed that this village hadn't just been left behind. It looked like it had been systematically wiped out. He gently suggested they stop looking for survivors and focus on finding traces of what happened. Clara nodded sadly and began to sift through the wreckage. Searching through the debris, they looked for anything left by the Maori people. Something strange caught their eye near the back of the cavern. A massive wall of stone blocks stood out against the natural rock. Only one building in the dark cavern was made of solid stone. Yu slammed his shoulder against the door, but it refused to budge. Force was clearly not going to be enough to get inside. Stepping forward, Clara raised her hand toward the wall. A massive magic circle erupted into light and the heavy stone slab finally slid open. She stared at her palm in total shock as the dust cleared. They stepped into the dark chamber together to see what was hidden. Dust covered every surface because there was no sign of life left. Yu moved his torch over a lonely stone desk in the corner. Resting there were several old books that had survived the ages. He tried to make sense of the script, but the characters were completely foreign to him. Clara recognized the title as a journal of her ancestors. Reaching out, she picked up the heavy volume with trembling hands. The text was written in a language that no longer existed in the outside world. It told the story of the Maori tree and the tragic end of a branch of her people. Tears began to pool in her eyes as she read the truth of their fate. Sobbing quietly, she could not stop the grief from taking over her heart. Yu rushed to her side to ask if she was all right. Her ancestors were forced into these caves because people wanted to exploit their healing powers. A giant crab monster called Grankun had trapped them here without any hope of escape. They died slowly because they were unable to secure any food. Yu realized then that Clara was definitely a member of the Maori clan. He confirmed her lineage with a soft look of understanding. She smiled through her tears and thanked them on behalf of everyone who had been lost. Looking at him, she expressed her deep gratitude for his help. The spirits of her people seemed to stand behind her in the fading light. Yu wiped his own eyes and looked away to hide how much the story moved him. He struggled to find the right words to say to her. Suddenly, the letters on the pages began to glow with a strange energy. This was a magic book designed to manifest spells through the power of the written word. Clara whispered the command for an icicle to test the ancient power. A shard of ice formed instantly out of thin air. It slammed into the debris with terrifying speed and force. A massive pillar of ice now stood where there had been nothing but air. Everyone was stunned that a single word could produce such magic. This was a secret technique concocted by the old Maori. Yu wondered if eating the meat of the Grand Kion had unlocked this ability within her. The book explained that consuming ancient species allowed one to capture their attributes. Her ancestors fled the main continent to keep this dangerous knowledge hidden. They needed to defeat and eat monsters to perform these specific spells. It meant she could use different magic depending on what ancient species she consumed. The others noted that her power was now just like his own. He felt a sudden sense of connection to her struggle. The journal mentioned a man who ruled storms using dragon horns. This sounded exactly like his own charge ability. Every detail in the book felt like it was leading toward a greater truth. The text described a creature called a derk with antlers of light. Yu looked at the ground where old tools lay forgotten. These were weapons made from the remains of demons. The crab they fought yesterday was the key to this new strength. He stared into the distance as he processed the potential of their discovery. Excitement finally replaced the gloom as he realized how amazing this could be. Yu looked at the ancient items and found them incredible. Clara looked at the book with a heavy heart once more. The journal said to entrust the book to one who could read it. She doubted her own ability to carry on such a massive tradition. She felt she lacked any special skills or the physical strength of a warrior. Yu stepped closer to remind her they were by her side right now. Then he suddenly shouted for Clara to be clear about her intentions. He yelled that she should either do it or not do it. He reminded her that it was her life and she did not have to follow a path she hated. They could just keep traveling and find someone else to take the role later. Clara stared at him in silence as his words sank in. She gripped the book tightly to her chest. Determination finally lit up her face. She asked them all to help her on this difficult journey. The others smiled and promised to stay with her until the end. Yu grinned and said it was time to get started. They would find all the delicious food in the world and master this magic. Maybe they would even find her parents somewhere in the vast world. Everyone felt a surge of hope as they agreed to hurry back home. Yu describes the endless expanse of the white desert to the stunned official. Memories of magical ice and deadly monsters flash through his mind. The archbishop listens intently while processing the sheer scale of their struggle. He admits that if things were different, he would turn their suffering into a best-selling novel. Alicia watches silently as the man reveals his eccentric side. Frustration mounts as the archbishop laments missing out on the legendary giant crab meat. Yu explains that preserving fresh food was impossible during the long trek. Katia knows her friend is being far too humble about his achievements. Suddenly Yu remembers the trophies hidden in his travel bag. Anticipation builds until the official nearly leaps across the desk. Massive pincers and rare shark skin hit the table with a heavy thud. The official stares at the loot with pure professional greed. Running his fingers over the bones, he marvels at their impossible lightness. The girls wonder if these strange items actually came from living creatures. Watching his obsession grow becomes genuinely unsettling for the group. He begs them to bring the finished weapons back for his inspection. Yu points out that bringing lethal weapons into a holy temple is strictly forbidden. Despair takes over as the man frantically searches for a loophole. Katia snaps at him to start acting like a man of his high station. A heavy silence falls over the room while the leader is scolded by his guest. Alicia smiles softly while realizing how well they all fit together. Dismissing the tension, he waves his hands and admits his faults. Seeing him so happy makes Yu realize they finally found a religious leader they can trust. Alicia keeps her gaze fixed on him with a mysterious expression. She knows he is not a bad man, but his quirks are undeniable. Her eyes remain focused as she prepares to shift the conversation. He offers a hand in friendship and gratitude. Closing her eyes, she centers herself for the serious task ahead. The bond between them strengthens even as the atmosphere shifts. Taking a firm step forward, she signals that the playtime is over. She demands they return to the business at hand immediately. Regaining his composure, the man apologizes for his lack of focus. He asks the leader of the explorers where their path leads next. The group looks toward their leader with unwavering confidence. Yu declares their next target is the Plateau of Brilliance. Far from the temple, a local tavern hums with restless energy. Soldiers talk about a legendary warrior joining the upcoming search. A mysterious woman sits alone and listens to every word. Dove into the soft blankets with a shout of pure joy. After weeks of sleeping on the hard ground, a bed that did not shake felt like a miracle. The girls watched him with amusement as he rolled around like a child. Resting in a safe room meant he could finally stop worrying about monsters in the dark. Clara interrupted the moment by pulling out a thick tome to finish their work. She pointed to a specific passage that had been weighing on her mind. The text mentioned a dear friend of the author from a time when resources were still plentiful. A sense of dread filled the page as the author feared for this friend and his family. Yu listened intently as she read about a place called the Plateau of Brilliance. It was a legendary summit that offered the only escape from the prying eyes of men. Hearing that name again made Clara pause in deep thought. The site was famous for something mysterious shining at the very top. Looking at the map, the plateau appeared as a massive multi-tiered fortress of rock. Danger increased with every step toward the sky. Legends spoke of a terrifying curse that struck those who climbed too high. Victims suffered from headaches and nausea until they eventually collapsed. Yu immediately recognized the symptoms of altitude sickness. He explained the concept of oxygen and how the air became thinner at great heights. The girls stared at him in confusion as he tried to find the right words. Using a diagram, he showed how air density changed from the base to the peak. Clara was impressed by his strange and useful knowledge. Alicia simply stood there with question marks floating over her head. Shifting the focus, they discussed the strange glow that defined the plateau. No one knew the true nature of the light because no one had ever returned from the summit. Official records claimed the top was unreachable. Yu smiled at the challenge, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He apologized for being inappropriate, but he could not hide his curiosity. Alicia teased him about how adventurers always romanticized such dangerous legends. Every year, a joint expedition took place to conquer the tiers. Mid-level warriors used the climb to test their strength against the monsters dwelling there. Joining this group would make their own journey much safer. Alicia reminded them that despite the crowd, the top remained a mystery. Yu did not care about the fame. He only cared about finding traces of the Maori people and tasting the exotic monsters. The decision was made to take on the second stage of their polar expedition. They had to finish their current duties before facing the legendary plateau. Exhaustion finally caught up with them as the night grew late. They said their goodbyes and retreated to their assigned rooms. Yu found himself sharing a space with Alicia, which made things a bit awkward. He tried to go straight to sleep to avoid the tension. Alicia sat up in her bed with a serious look on her face. She had a few questions that could not wait until morning. Her voice was low as she warned him to keep his powers a secret from Demetrius. Yu watched her, realizing the gravity of her request. The next day, they stood before the grand building of the church. Demetrius welcomed them with a confident smile, praising their choice of destination. He laughed about the unknown secrets waiting at the summit. Yu thanked him politely but declined any extra favors. Demetrius noted how Yu lacked the usual boldness of an adventurer. Alicia cut the meeting short, urging them to leave immediately. They promised to bring back a souvenir from their travels. Before they could exit, Demetrius reached out and patted Alicia's head. He told her to keep the boys out of trouble. Alicia bristled at being treated like a helpless child. She stormed out of the room while the others followed in a panic. Once they were outside in the busy town, the atmosphere changed. Yu caught up to her and asked why she insisted on the secrecy. Alicia admitted that she did not fully trust the man. As the center of Zhaoism, he was likely involved in dangerous politics and under constant surveillance. She believed he used questionable methods to help her in the past. Yu fumbled for a response, his face turning bright red. He did not know how to handle her sudden honesty. Alicia looked at him, her gaze softening. Not a small smile played on her lips. She confessed that she was happy he was the one who helped her when she was at her lowest. That simple truth made her heart race. She looked into his eyes with a tenderness she usually hid. Yu stared back, completely frozen by the intensity of the moment. Suddenly, he blurted out that he was only serious about taking care of her. Alicia shouted at him to stop being so shy. The others caught up and asked what all the yelling was about. The mountain of gear threatened to crush Clara under its weight. She laughed off the exhaustion even though her legs felt like lead. Yu insisted the heavy burden was necessary for the dangerous terrain ahead. Alicia looked skeptical, but she followed the group anyway. Dying without regret was better than being unprepared. Trusting his judgment felt right despite the physical strain. Suddenly, Katia felt a chill down her spine. They continued walking through the crowded market while she scanned the area. Yu mentioned the tools were worth every penny from the exchange shop. Their next stop was a workshop tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. The blacksmith screamed in shock when he saw what they brought. It was a massive pincer from a desert crab. Yu explained it was light, durable, and infused with ice magic. The craftsman grinned and agreed to take the job. He promised a legendary sword could be forged from such a rare specimen. Noticing Katia's silence, Yu asked if she felt something was off. She whispered that 3 people were tailing them from the shadows. They turned into a narrow alleyway to force the pursuers to act. Not stopping abruptly, the group turned to face the threat. The alley went silent as they waited for a move. 3 figures emerged with weapons drawn and masks on. Katia stood her ground as a proud temple knight. She demanded to know why they were being hunted. The assassins lunged forward without a word. Yu shouted a warning. One man dashed in low with a blade. A woman leaped from above to strike. Yu blocked the aerial assault while Katia parried the ground attack. Using his hardening skill, he deflected the impact. Katia focused her strength for a counterattack. She delivered a crushing blow. The woman was sent tumbling back as the others pressed forward. 2 more assassins leaped from the walls to surround them. Both fighters narrowed their eyes and prepared for the next wave. A flash of intent flickered in Katia's gaze. Clara and Alicia stayed back to provide magical support. Clara unleashed a magical ballista shot that roared through the air. Katia used the opening to charge her target. Her sword swept through the air with lethal precision. The enemy's weapon shattered into a dozen pieces. Alicia casts a sleep spell on the largest man in the group. Yu rushed in to finish the job. His fist connected with a thunderous impact. The big man slammed into the wall and slumped down. Defeated, the attackers sat paralyzed on the ground. Alicia and Clara watched them with cold, unwavering expressions. Yu warned them that a second attempt would have no mercy. The big man realized the boy was more dangerous than he looked. They huddled together in shame and pain. Yu stared them down until their spirits broke. Katia told them to take their wounded friend and disappear. She asked once more who had sent them to die. Her eyes promised a pointless death if they returned. Terrified, they dragged their companion away into the shadows. Yu exhaled sharply as the adrenaline finally faded. Katia suspected the engineering department was behind the hit. Alicia worried she was the primary target of the attack. Looking at her friends, she realized they were all at risk. She thanked them for standing by her side during the fight. A deep bow showed her true gratitude to the team. When they teased her for being honest, she blushed furiously. Katia stayed quiet as they resumed their journey toward the gate. She wondered if the attack was just a way to gauge their power. They were all becoming incredibly strong in a short time. Recalling the fight, she saw how perfectly they moved as a unit. Something had changed since she met Yu. It wasn't just training, his cooking was boosting their magic. If the world knew about his talent, everyone would hunt him down. I would be the center of a global conflict for his power. Yu called out to her to keep up with the group. She decided to keep this dangerous secret to herself for now. Smiling, she ran to join the others in the sun. Clara stopped and turned to Yu with a bright suggestion. Filling their stomachs before visiting the guild seemed like the right move. Katia pointed out the guild food was mostly salty snacks for drinkers. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from Alicia's stomach. Her hunger decided their fate instantly. Stalls were the only way to satisfy her massive appetite. Clara suddenly remembered a specific shop from their last visit. She pointed toward the potato guy's stall with excitement. Yu agreed it was a fantastic idea. Memories of those delicious sweet potatoes made their mouths water. Alicia was already drooling at the thought of a feast. She begged them to hurry before she starved. Passing through the decorated streets, the group searched for the familiar vendor. Yu froze when he looked at the nearby stalls. The market was packed with people and steam. Every single stall seemed to be selling potato chips. He realized his simple idea had spread like wildfire. Patent laws did not exist in this world to protect him. He watched the local merchants thriving on his concept. They had even innovated new ways to cook them in record time. Another rumble from Alicia's stomach brought them back to reality. Finally, they spotted the original vendor's location. A massive line snaked around the corner of his flourishing shop. The man had even put up a sign claiming to be the original. He spotted Yu and waved with a massive grin. Business was booming thanks to their previous encounter. They quickly joined the long queue. The man's succeed brought a genuine smile to Yu's face. He wondered if being the first was the only reason for this success. The vendor leaned in to reveal his secret weapon. He presented 2 massive steamed potatoes covered in melting butter. Yu's eyes went wide with shock. He immediately recognized the classic combination of potato and butter. The man explained that he had transitioned from chips to this new favorite. He knew others would copy him soon and was already planning his next move. Impressed by his spirit, Yu ordered a round for everyone. The girls watched in awe as the butter melted into the skin. Yu lifted his fork with anticipation. The rich aroma hit him like a wave. He took a large bite. Pure bliss washed over him as the texture melted on his tongue. The local sweet potatoes were even better than he imagined. Katia smiled as she savored the calculated flavor. Bite was a perfect balance of salt and sweetness. Clara let out a hum of pure comfort. Alicia stuffed her face so full she couldn't even speak. Yu laughed and told her to swallow before trying to critique it. They sat together on a bench to finish their meal. The plates were licked clean in no time. The vendor thanked them for the confidence boost. His expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at them. He realized they were adventurers heading into the unknown. Yu just smiled and mentioned his interest in tasting monsters. The man laughed but warned them about the upcoming joint exploration. He asked if they were truly signing up for such a dangerous event. Yu looked at Katia and confirmed their participation. Katia noted that while it was unbeaten, fatalities were usually rare. Only fools who overreached ended up dead. The vendor mentioned a rumor about a famous young adventurer joining the hunt. She was supposedly the child of a legendary figure. Yu looked up at the sky, pondering the competition. Not inside the guild hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A girl with long hair stood at the counter receiving her card. Whispers filled the room as people recognized Seal. She was going into the exploration completely alone. Her presence was cold and intimidating. Hardened adventurers stepped back as she walked past. Her sharp eyes showed no sign of fear or hesitation. Back at the stall, Clara reached out and tugged on Yu's sleeve. She looked at him with eyes full of hidden worry. Her heart was racing as she thought about the stakes. If another group reached the summit first, it would be a disaster. The secret of the Maori people could be exposed to the world. Yu felt her desperation and offered a confident smirk. He wouldn't let her down. They would be the first to reach the summit no matter what. Clara's fear vanished as she saw his determination. It was time for them to head toward the guild. Yu raised his hand for one last gesture. He gave the vendor a firm fist bump as a promise of success. Before leaving, he asked Clara to take notes. He handed over a list of new recipe ideas for the man to try. Salt, consomme, and even fermented fish toppings were on the list. The vendor's eyes widened as he read the incredible suggestions. Yu walked away with his team, ready for the challenge ahead. The girls stood frozen in the bustling street, wondering where their friend had vanished. Just moments ago, he had run off after spotting something with a look of pure excitement. Suddenly, a sharp call echoed through the crowded market. He came running back toward them with a wide wave. Offering a sheepish apology, he explained he found something interesting at a food stall. He held out several chocolate-covered treats on wooden sticks. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the glistening chocolate. He explained that he had only seen solid chocolate before, but these were special. They were fresh fruits wrapped in thick, dark chocolate layers. Everyone took a snack to eat before heading to the guild. The fruit inside was surprisingly sour and reminded him of strawberry chocolate. A sigh of pure relief escaped their lips. It was even better than the treats they had tasted before. Even though she had just finished a meal, she felt like she could eat these all day. They sat together for a brief moment of peace. A loud exclamation broke the quiet as they reached a massive wooden building. This was finally the legendary Adventurers Guild. Looking at his amazed face, the girls realized he had never seen a place like this. He insisted on being the one to push open the swinging doors. He burst inside. Cold eyes met him instantly. Silence filled the room. Katia stepped forward and told him to ignore the hostile glares. She knew the Temple Knight uniform was the real reason for the sudden tension. Approaching the main desk, she announced her intent to join the joint expedition. Surrounding men whispered in shock at her bold request. The receptionist hesitated since knights were usually forbidden from registering as adventurers. Katia pulled out a special permit signed by a high-ranking official. A quiet hush fell over the counter as Katia signaled for secrecy. Moments later, the membership and participation cards were placed before them. She explained that the costs were already covered by the religious order. Yu gripped his new card with pure unbridled excitement. They had everything they needed, yet the atmosphere remained heavy and dark. Scornful eyes followed every move the group made. Yu leaned in to whisper, asking if they had done something wrong. They were being judged as weaklings who couldn't handle real danger. Yu sensed a presence and turned his head toward the door. A woman with a fierce gaze stood blocking the exit. Her arms were crossed over her chest in a defiant, defensive stance. She asked them if they understood the low mortality rate of the upcoming quest. Yu replied that it was because adventurers always helped each other. She explained that the system only worked if everyone was capable of pulling their own weight. Weak links forced others to risk their lives to fix failures. Looking them up and down, she made her deep disdain clear. She warned them that the polar expedition was no playground for kids. An entire group of veterans refused to be dragged down by inexperienced rookies. Cold eyes never wavered for a single second. She claimed they knew nothing of the world and were just babysitting children. Warning them to withdraw before they got hurt was her final advice. She turned to leave with a dismissive, sharp gesture. Yu realized she was a true veteran of the craft. He promised to be careful and asked for her name. She introduced herself as Seal Francel before walking out into the light. The guild fell into a deep, uncomfortable silence as the group walked out. One of the girls puffed out her cheeks in annoyance at being judged. Cotty admitted that the woman's harsh attitude was actually understandable. They would just have to show everyone what they were truly capable of doing. Even if they looked like kids, they were hardened veterans in their own right. Katia thought back to the freezing, harsh conditions where she had struggled to even walk. She knew the veteran was likely trying to prevent deaths by scaring off the weak. The three of them stood together in the street thinking over the encounter. Katia suddenly remembered where she had heard that family name before. Francel was the name of a legendary and honorable adventurer family. The woman was likely playing the villain to protect those who weren't ready. Some people explored for money while others sought uncharted beauty. Tourists often became burdens that got real warriors killed. That was why the guild was so hostile toward their presence. These people took pride in surviving the harshest environments on the planet. Changing their minds would require a display of real, undeniable power. Katia looked at Yu with a confident, knowing smile. He felt a surge of energy and resolve. Pumping his fist, he declared his motivation to reach the very top. Katia felt certain that this group could achieve the impossible. A wave of warmth and trust passed between them. They thanked each other for the support as they prepared for the journey. Standing tall, they were ready for whatever came next. Katia felt a new sensation growing in her heart. Crowds began to swarm the docks as the boarding call echoed. Yu decided they should get onto the ship early to find a good spot on the deck. Once they settled into their cabin, the youngest girl announced she was going straight to bed. Her ability to fall asleep in seconds left the others feeling a mix of shock and envy. Katya smiled while remembering how difficult it was to rest during her time in the mountains. She explained how she used to set up magical barriers to keep herself safe. These shields were meant to detect demons and keep out any dangerous threats. However, she admitted with a grimace that tiny bugs still managed to find a way through. The cabin grew quiet as the vessel began to sway gently. Suddenly, Yu reached for his pack and told the girls he had something to show them. He drew a sleek blade from its sheath with a crisp metallic sound. This was the legendary sword of Grand Kion. Light caught the edge of the blade and made the girls gasp in wonder. They had never seen steel with such a deep and haunting crimson color. Katya reached out and asked if she could hold the strange weapon. She marveled at how the blade was both incredibly thin and perfectly curved. Yu explained that in his hometown this style of sword was known as a katana. He gave all the credit to the blacksmith for crafting such a masterpiece. It felt as though the materials had naturally wanted to take this specific shape. He took the weapon back and felt a strange weight in his palm. Holding the hilt made him feel the same power he once felt from a holy spear. This weapon was the key to testing his newest and most powerful skills. They began to wonder if the essence of an ancient species lived within the metal. The girls agreed that such a connection was highly probable. Perhaps creatures that were unaware of their own power had the most potential. Yu looked at the blade and realized that raw material was useless without a proper form. Heavy footsteps suddenly thudded against the wooden planks above them. Someone called out that it was finally time for the ship to depart. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the air as they rushed outside. The wooden deck creaked as the massive vessel began to move. Yu looked down at the churning water and felt the true scale of the sea. Ropes tightened and the sails unfurled to catch the morning breeze. Every passenger gathered at the railing to watch the land slowly recede. They could see the plateau of splendor shimmering in the far distance. The girls shared their excitement about seeing a place they had only heard of in stories. A loud horn blasted through the harbor to signal their final goodbye. White foam trailed behind the ship as it cut through the waves. Yu whispered a silent farewell to the port of Moira. He told himself to get fired up for whatever challenges were waiting across the ocean. The group stepped onto the massive stone structure as the climb finally began. Yu looked up and felt his breath hitch at the sheer scale of the mountain. Clouds swirled around the jagged peaks high above. Sunlight caught the edges of the stone, making the destination look like a beacon. Every inch of the climb would be a test of their endurance. Alicia marveled at how the summit truly seemed to be glowing. Nearby, other greedy adventurers shouted that the legendary treasure would belong to them alone. Ignoring the noise, Yu kept his eyes fixed on the path ahead. He told the girls they needed to move now to avoid being late to the party. Climbing such a steep slope required more than just courage. Clara noticed her new shoes made walking on the uneven ground surprisingly easy. These hiking boots were a specialized design from Yu's home world. Carrying heavy packs, they used sturdy poles to maintain their balance on the shifting gravel. Other travelers gasped for air as they struggled with the vertical incline. The sun beat down on the exposed rock face. Pushing forward, the girls used their poles to find stable footing. Everyone on the mountain seemed to be hunting for the easiest route up the crags. Yu reassured the group that their steady pace was exactly what they needed. Positioning was vital for survival in such a dangerous environment. Magic users functioned like buckets of water, storing power for a single massive burst. In contrast, the frontline fighters were like a steady stream, always ready for a sudden strike. Most parties lacked a dedicated rear guard, focusing only on moving forward. Their team would be different, with the girls providing overwhelming support from behind. Because the rear guard used less mana to strengthen their bodies, they had to be protected at all costs. A sudden smirk crossed the face of a mysterious traveler nearby. She noted that for beginners, they seemed to be handling the pressure well. Yu watched the woman with the long ponytail as she moved with effortless grace. Her equipment looked professional and well-worn. Nodding in respect, Yu thanked her for the observation. Walking further onto the plateau, they were warned not to let their guard down. Clara admitted she found the oppressive atmosphere of the high peaks unsettling. Suddenly, a series of blood-curdling screams echoed through the thin air. A massive herd of rock goats charged down from the cliffs. Their numbers were overwhelming. These monsters were fast enough to run vertically up the sheer stone walls. Reaching for his hilt, Yu felt a surge of adrenaline. This was the perfect chance to test his new weapon. He stood his ground as the beasts closed the distance. The lead goat glared at him with murderous intent. Alicia lunged forward, her blade trailing a line of dark blood. Activating his taunt skill, Yu drew the attention of every monster in sight. The goats turned instantly, their eyes locking onto him. They charged with terrifying speed. Alicia prepared her ballista skill to provide cover fire. Standing perfectly still, Yu focused on the power he had gained in the White Desert. He unleashed his predator skill. A dark liquid energy erupted from the ground around him. The substance swirled like a hungry maw. Confused, the goats began to stumble and look around wildly. Their heads throbbed with a sudden localized dizziness. Clara didn't waste the opening and channeled her freezing magic. Yu's eyes sharpened as he spotted the perfect opening. Leaping high into the air, he bypassed the chaotic scramble below. He gripped his sword with both hands. Swinging with everything he had, he called out his newest technique, the Blizzard Slash. The blade moved faster than the eye could follow. A star-shaped burst of energy exploded outward. The lead rock goat couldn't even react before the edge reached its neck. With a sickening crunch, the beast was sliced clean in half. Yu landed gracefully as the rest of the herd scattered in terror. Alicia stared in shock at the sheer destructive power Yu now possessed. He had combined the raw strength of an ancient monster with human intelligence. Watching the display, the girls realized his potential was far beyond what they had imagined. His combination of demon weapons and tactical skill was unstoppable. Yu sheathed his blade and let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, his face turned bright red as he realized he had forgotten to drain the blood for the meat. Alicia couldn't help but smile at his sudden change in attitude. Despite his terrifying power, Yu was still the same person they knew. He decided it was time to take a break and prepare a meal. Starting the journey with such a great catch felt like a lucky omen. Looking out over the vast horizon, they prepared to taste demon meat for the first time in ages. Yu announced his plan to make a legendary yakiniku feast for the group. The girls cheered with pure excitement at the thought of a hot meal. Because rock goat meat had a notoriously pungent smell, he needed to process it carefully. He began mixing garlic, nuts, and fruit into a rich base of fish sauce and sake. Once the sauce was perfect, he dropped the meat in to marinate. He quickly moved to prepare the braca vegetables. Dipping the greens into the leftover sauce was the final touch before cooking. He threw them into the pan and began to stir-fry. Savory scents soon drifted through the camp and caught everyone's attention. He grilled the meat with intense focus to ensure it stayed hot. The pan sizzled as the fat began to render out. Watching the slices curl, the girls whispered that the meat looked like it was dancing. Their neighbors looked on with stomachs growling in loud protest. Yu flipped the meat perfectly just as it reached the ideal texture. Steam rose from the pan and carried a heavenly aroma. He carefully plated the meat over the bed of vegetables. The rock goat Genghis Khan style was finally ready to be eaten. They sat down to eat while the other adventurers suffered from the smell alone. Everyone took a massive bite at the same time. Their eyes snapped open in complete shock. Yu explained how the sauce kept the meat from being too gamey. He told them the dish was only as good as the vegetables they ate with it. Katia tried a piece and felt a surge of flavor. She smiled and admitted the combination was beautiful. The way these ingredients came together felt like a complete unit. She believed it was a very well-calculated dish. Nearby adventurers realized they desperately needed to learn how to cook like him. Yu was just glad they were satisfied with the results. Era asked if he would teach her to cook properly in the future. They stood together on the cliffside and watched the sunset. A whole week passed in the blink of an eye. Yu woke up and stretched toward the morning sun. He noticed the number of tents at the base camp was shrinking. He peeked into the girls' tent and told them it was time to leave. They lined up while still half asleep and ready for the day. The climb had taken them high up the plateau. Not many other parties had already thinned out or turned back. Looking out at the vast landscape, they realized they were halfway to the goal. Other adventurers were panting and leaning on their gear. Katia noted that their group still had plenty of energy. Yu felt powerful as he adjusted his heavy pack. He laughed and wondered if he was getting too carried away. Katia smiled back at his humble attitude. They passed more travelers who were completely fatigued and demoralized. It seemed like they were the only ones still able to chat and walk. Era wondered if it was all thanks to Yu's food. He confirmed that high morale came from good nutrition. While normal food had a minor effect on mana, his cooking went much further. His skills had reached a point that felt like actual magic. The girls didn't care about the details because everything he made was delicious. Suddenly a blood-curdling scream came from the path behind them. A massive spike leopard leaped into view and bared its teeth. Yu realized it was a high-level rank 2 monster. Katia glared at the beast and prepared to fight. She told the others to retreat while she cast a defensive barrier. Yu drew his sword and stood his ground. The leopard growled and tensed its powerful muscles. It launched a volley of needles with terrifying speed. Yu used a hardening skill to block the incoming attack. The needles were sharp and managed to graze his skin. Not clenching its body, the leopard prepared to pounce. That began to spin like a deadly top. The monster launched itself forward as a spinning saw of death. Yu and Katia leaped away as the ground exploded behind them. The beast landed and glared at its prey. Katia watched the creature and saw a potential weakness. They realized the needles had a limited range. Waiting any longer would only let the monster recover. Yu decided they needed to charge before it could attack again. The leopard tried to scramble up a steep cliff to escape. Chasing after it, Yu refused to let it get away. He leaped up, he swung his blade, one slash ended it. The struggle finished in an instant. Everyone stared in total disbelief because taking down such a beast was a legendary feat. Just then, the group that had been so hostile began to change their tune. They realized that not all knights were arrogant or annoying. Watching him charge forward to protect a stranger had changed their perspective entirely. The leader stepped forward with a serious expression. He wanted to know why they were helped after being so incredibly rude. Smiling softly, the young man explained his simple philosophy. Leaving someone to die just because of a petty grudge felt wrong to him. This was exactly what a joint search was supposed to be about. A hand reached out in a sign of newfound respect. They shook firmly as the group prepared to head back down the mountain. Before leaving, the leader asked him to take special care of the child. Only 2 of them would be left to face the heights now. Waving goodbye, the other adventurers disappeared into the rocky terrain. Exhaustion finally hit the girls after using so much magic. Hunger followed quickly, so it was time to prepare a proper meal. Everyone waited with anticipation as the cooking finished. He presented the dish with a proud grin. It was horned leopard prepared in a classic banban style. The presentation was flawless. White meat drenched in a rich beige sauce looked absolutely beautiful. They offered thanks for the food and dug in immediately. One bite was all it took to trigger a reaction. The flavors were incredible. Every mouthful felt like a reward for their survival. Alicia found the texture soft and the umami deep, comparing it to the best breaded chicken. He noted that the lean meat was healthy enough to eat without guilt. Taya reached for more because her magic reserves were completely drained. They sat together on the rocks enjoying a rare moment of peace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye as they pushed higher. The mountain air grew thinner and the path more treacherous. Standing alone on a ledge, he focused his internal energy. He released his magical power and pulled it tight against his skin. Spikes erupted from his body in a terrifying display of defense. He raised his hand and fired a volley of sharp needles. They slammed into a massive rock and shattered it instantly. The offensive power was high, but its actual utility remained a question. It required immense strength just to maintain the form. He mused that some monsters were simply stronger than the abilities they provided. While they talked, he noticed the girls seemed to be struggling. Alicia was unusually quiet. She claimed she was fine, but her eyes told a different story. He called out that it was time to move again. She nodded weakly and leaned against the cold stone. A shadow crossed her face as she tried to hide her pain. Boots crunched against the jagged rocks as the climb resumed. They finally stopped to catch their breath at a higher elevation. Katia collapsed against her staff, gasping for air. He looked back and noticed the knight wasn't even winded. It was impressive that a rear guard like Clara could make it this far. He gave her a warm smile of encouragement. Then he turned to praise Alicia as well. Suddenly the young girl lost her balance. She slid down the rock face as her strength vanished. He rushed over and grabbed her before she could fall further. Panic filled his voice as he demanded to know exactly how she felt. Her head throbbed and the world was spinning. Nausea hit her hard as he lifted her into his arms. They wondered if this was some kind of ancient curse of the plateau. He realized the truth immediately because he knew the symptoms of altitude sickness. The girls looked worried, wondering if she would be okay. He ordered an immediate break and planned their next move. They had to descend to a lower elevation right away. The drop in oxygen was the clear culprit for her sudden collapse. He warned her the ride would be bumpy as he prepared to carry her. He apologized for yelling earlier, his fear having turned into frustration. The wind picked up, making the air bite with a new chill. She clung to him tightly and whispered her thanks. They moved quickly down the slope as a team. Just then, a sharp metallic sound echoed through the air. He froze as the clanging of blades reached his ears. A battle was happening very close to their position. They realized that almost everyone else had already left the mountain. The only person remaining in this dangerous area was Seal. They looked at their leader, waiting for a life or death decision. He knew Alicia needed rest, but leaving a comrade behind felt like a death sentence. A terrible feeling settled in his gut. He decided they had to check the source of the noise. They crept toward a large rock formation. Seal collapsed instantly while the others watched in horror. A massive, muscular demon towered over the fallen warrior. Its braided arms reached down to finish the job. He lunged forward. The monster glared back. Dust kicked up everywhere. Braided muscles flexed hard. Yu told the others to treat the wound immediately. Drawing his blade, he showed grim determination. The creature was a drowsitor, known for its incredible reach. It stood as a wall of pure malice. Yu felt no hunger looking at this beast, only a need to kill. Suddenly, a long arm whipped through the air. Yu leaped high to evade the crushing force. The monster hissed as its prey escaped. Another strike slammed into the earth. Yu dodged again, searching for an opening. He swung his sword, but the blade barely bit into the skin. This fight was becoming a nightmare. Yu unleashed a blast of dragon breath. The monster retracted its limbs to avoid the heat. Flames roared across the battlefield. Yu realized his current weapon was too weak for this hide. The demon grinned as it sensed his hesitation. He needed a skill that could pierce that armor. Preparing his magic, he focused on a freezing strike. He had to stay on guard every second. The monster jumped, making it hard to aim. Glancing back, he saw the girls were still in danger. He had to finish this alone. His sword was reaching its limit. Then he noticed the monster's palms were vulnerable. He released his mana in a sudden burst. The demon lunged. Yu stood his ground. Spikes erupted suddenly. The monster froze. It was trapped by its own momentum. Yu gave the command for the final strike to detonate. A series of blasts tore through the demon's body. The air filled with smoke and debris. Silence returned as the monster's corpse hit the dirt. Yu stood among the remains of the beast. He sighed because the meat looked completely inedible. Sheathing his sword, he ran back to the group. Alicia confirmed the breathing was stable. Seal was alive, but the deep wound would take days to heal. Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He offered to set up camp while the others rested. His body was screaming for a break. Clara looked up with tears in her eyes. She felt guilty for not helping more during the fight. Yu told her not to push herself too hard. She gave a weak, tired smile. Below them, Seal let out a pained gasp. She was finally waking up from the trauma. Confusion filled her gaze as she realized she was still alive. Yu told her to thank Clara for the miracle. Clara smiled gently at her friend. Seal winced as the pain flared up again. She looked at Yu with a heavy heart. Then she asked why he would risk everything for someone like her. Yu looked at the sky and thought for a moment. He explained that they were a team and that was enough. He didn't hate her despite their rough start. Tears began to stream down her face. Yu stood up to go hunt for a real meal. Clara let out a soft laugh at his obsession with food. She looked at Seal and commented on how kind their leader was. Yu walked off into the distance. Seal smiled through her tears for the first time. Even Alicia seemed to be recovering her strength while Yu watched them fondly. Turning his attention to the corner, he noticed Seal sitting alone in the shadows. He offered her a bowl, but she snapped back that just her name was fine. She didn't want his charity or his help. Suddenly, a loud gurgle echoed through the small space. Her face turned bright red. She snatched the bowl away. Hunger finally won the battle. Memories of the polar circle flashed through her mind as she looked at the soup. She remembered the gritty, sandy taste of the demons she had been forced to eat when her old party abandoned her. Taking a sip, she realized this meal was actually delicious and thanked him softly. Yu wondered why she had been acting like such a jerk back at the bar. She explained that she had been betrayed by those she once trusted most. Her harshness was just a shield to keep others from suffering her fate. Seeing the bond between Yu and his companions made her heart ache with envy. She looked at him with genuine gratitude and asked for their names. He introduced himself as Yu Kazusa while Clara beamed beside him. Exhaustion finally took hold and Seal decided it was time to sleep. Leaving the tent, Yu and Clara stood under the vast desert sky. They stretched their aching muscles and reflected on the chaos of the day. Clara insisted that Seal was only alive because of Yu's relentless efforts. They found a quiet spot to sit and look at the horizon. Silence fell between them as they gazed upward. The Milky Way stretched across the darkness in a brilliant display of light. Clara wondered if Yu felt this same peace when they first met. She recalled how she had also begged him to leave her behind to save himself. Even when things looked hopeless, he never gave up on her. He simply laughed and said helping someone in need was the only natural choice. But he admitted he wouldn't be able to help if his own life was truly in danger. Clara reached toward the stars, feeling like she finally understood his heart. She wanted to catch up to him and be someone he could rely on. If she had been in his shoes, she might have just accepted being the last of her kind. Yu chuckled and looked up at the sky with her. He told her that her way of thinking was what made her special. To him, anyone who could express themselves so clearly was amazing. Clara's eyes softened as she whispered her thanks. She looked at him with an expression he had never seen before. Softly, she told him she was truly glad they had met. Her smile was more beautiful than any of the stars above them. Yu's face turned bright red as he struggled to find words. He scrambled away to get water, leaving her alone with a lingering warmth in the cold night air. Magic that could heal a wound like that shouldn't exist. Seal stared at her skin in disbelief while the others watched her progress. Even though the seal was slight, she was warned not to push herself. Alicia seemed to be doing much better as well. Suddenly, the weight of the future shifted onto Seal's shoulders. They couldn't stay in these rocks forever. Yu looked her in the eyes and asked for a final choice. It wasn't just about his journey anymore. They had planned to reach the summit, but they wouldn't go back without her. Working together was the only way to survive. Yu offered to retreat if she was too afraid, but he hoped she would choose to trust them. He stood firmly before her. She was more than just a survivor to them now. They were friends who would stay together until the end. Taking a deep breath, Seal felt the tension in her chest snap. She shouted her desire to reach the top with everyone. Her voice echoed against the stone walls. Bowing low, she apologized for her earlier coldness. She grabbed Yu's hand and asked to be his companion. The others crowded around her with smiles. It was time to finally move out. The next day brought them to level ground at last. Looking upward, Yu saw the peak looming closer. The sky felt vast and empty. Only one layer remained between them and their goal. A sense of relief washed over the group. Then the ground began to shake with heavy thuds. A massive rock golem lumbered into view. Yu stepped forward and asked Katya to help him handle it. Seal explained that magic held the stones together. Katya nodded and prepared to cover his move. The monster stomped forward with crushing force. Katya's blade bounced off the hard surface. Conventional weapons were useless against this spirit of stone. Yu realized he needed a different approach. Focusing his energy, a bright orb formed in his palm. He lunged toward the creature's legs. He unleashed the power directly at its feet. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground. The golem lost its balance and started to tumble. Dust filled the air as it hit the dirt. Katya saw her opening and thanked him. She swung her massive blade with everything she had. The strike was perfect. Rocks shattered and scattered across the path. Yu joked that he couldn't even eat this one. Dotzel watched them with a look of pure shock. She couldn't comprehend what she had just witnessed. These golems were legendary threats that usually required entire armies to escape. Yet two people had dismantled it in seconds. Yu rubbed the back of his head and asked her to keep his strength a secret. She had heard of special abilities, but this was different. Power was beyond any logic or scale. Even Katya was nearing a rank that was considered special. Katya doubted she would ever reach such heights as a temple knight. Then there was Clara, whose healing was also impossible. To heal a mortal wound without a ritual was unheard of. Suddenly, Alicia pointed a finger at Seal. Seal felt her vision begin to blur. Darkness swept over her senses. She blinked and realized she had been standing still. Alicia claimed she was just sharing her own drowsiness. Seal wondered if she was being toyed with. The little girl began to playfully pummel Yu. Seal felt a shiver of fear thinking about being attacked while asleep. She admitted she had underestimated them all. Her hand tightened into a fist. Even though she felt like a liability, she couldn't give up. Yu noticed her inner struggle. She vowed to try her best to keep up. He gave her a confident smile that eased her worries. They finally stood on the edge of the plateau. Sunlight hit the horizon, making the mysterious glow ahead look even more beautiful. Resting for a moment, the group discussed what could be waiting at the summit. One imagined piles of gold and silver fit for a queen. Dotzel hesitated before admitting her own secret dream. She blurted out that a legendary sword must be stuck in a mound at the top. It was the kind of romantic idea a true adventurer would have. Even as a child, she had longed for a blade to slay dragons. Alicia disagreed since treasure was the only thing worth seeking. When asked for his opinion, Yu admitted that only food could truly make him happy. The group laughed at his unique perspective. Then they stood up to finish the journey. Every step took them closer to the light. They pushed through the final stretch. A massive field of shimmering plants stretched before them. It looked like a kingdom from another world. The beauty of the plateau was overwhelming. Moving closer, they saw the seeds reflecting the light. Yu froze as he recognized the plant. His heart hammered against his ribs. He screamed that it was rice. Shock washed over the girls at his sudden outburst. Standing in the middle of the field, they wondered why food sparked such a reaction. To him, this discovery was more important than any treasure. Seeing him so emotional over food made the others burst into laughter. He ignored the teasing because finding rice changed everything. They continued through the tall stalks. Finding a source of water made them wonder if someone lived here. Ciel confirmed they were searching for a specific person. Suddenly, a dark opening appeared in the rock. A cave waited for them. They entered the shadows hoping for a clue. A violent gust of wind nearly knocked them over. A massive shadow descended from the sky. Fear gripped them instantly. They scrambled to find their footing. No one had ever seen a monster this large. The giant bird circled above them like a predator. Yu drew his blade as the creature died. It was coming straight for them. Its speed was incredible. Protective wards shattered like glass under its power. Yu stepped forward to draw its attention. He swung with an ice slash to freeze the beast. The monster was too smart. It evaded and counterattacked at the same time. A blast of wind sent flying into the air. He was stuck mid-air and couldn't move. Horror filled the girls' faces. The giant talons closed in for the kill. Flapping its wings, the predator revealed a small knife already lodged in its feathers. The force of the bird's movement created a localized storm that slammed into the ground. Gotzel rushed forward to catch Yu as he was thrown back. He gasped for air while trying to process the sheer power of the wind pressure. Knowing he owed his life to her quick reflexes, he offered a silent nod of thanks. The monster banked in the air for another pass. Katya drew her blade, her eyes tracking the beast's trajectory. Yu braced himself and activated his defensive skill. Hot rice grains from the surrounding field pelted him like shrapnel. Katya unleashed a wave of frost, but the bird was too fast. Frustration mounted as they realized they could not get a clean shot. Just then, Clara finished her chant and summoned a massive pillar of ice. Yu checked on his companions while the bird circled high above. They needed a new strategy since their standard attacks were failing. Watching the monster, Yu realized they had to change their approach. He turned to the group with a desperate plan forming. Shouting over the wind, he commanded Clara to prepare her ultimate icicle spell once more. Everyone looked at him with shock. Clara hesitated, her hands trembling over her magic book. She felt the weight of their lives on her shoulders. Then she remembered that the previous spell was only a fraction of its true potential. Stealing her resolve, she promised to give it everything she had. Yu and Katya stood side by side to buy her time. The bird dived again, creating a deafening roar of wind. Charging forward, Yu refused to let the monster reach the mage. A flood of ice erupted from his blade to disrupt the bird's flight path. The creature dodged with ease, but the distraction was working. Katya watched him, amazed that he could still use such high-level techniques. Her focus shifted to Clara, wondering how much power the young girl truly possessed. Even the healing spells she used earlier had been extraordinary. Katya asked Jill for a knife to use as a projectile. With a perfect throw, she sent the blade spinning through the air. It pierced the bird's wing, creating the opening they needed. Yu pushed his body to the limit with a final ice flash. He hoped it would end the fight, but the beast remained airborne. Panting heavily, he felt his stamina reaching zero. Suddenly, a massive amount of wind magic began to gather around the demon bird. It was preparing its own ultimate attack. Clara's book glowed with an intense holy light. She poured every drop of her mana into the final incantation. A colossal vortex formed in the sky, threatening to swallow them whole. Yu and Katya watched the clash of elements with bated breath. The ground shook as the magic reached its peak. Clara screamed the name of her spell as the ice mountain launched. It soared through the air like a crystalline spear. The bird shrieked as the massive structure tore through the clouds. To everyone's horror, the giant icicle sailed right past the target. The predator seemed to gloat as it remained unharmed. But the missed shot was exactly what Yu wanted. He and Katya were already sprinting up the side of the ice pillar. Using the massive spike as a ramp, they launched themselves into the sky. The bird looked up too late to realize the trap. Katya smiled as she hovered directly above the monster. Yu shouted that they were even higher than the sky itself. Together, they brought their blades down with crushing force. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. Yu's strike connected with the bird's spine. They drove the beast straight toward the ground. Gravity took over as the heroes and the monster plummeted. A massive thud echoed across the plains. Seal caught the exhausted Clara before she could collapse. Looking at the fallen predator, Yu let out a breath he did not know he was holding. Clara burst into tears of relief, thinking she had failed them. Yu walked over and told her she was the reason they won. Katya turned away to hide her blushing face. Seal tried to act humble, though she had played a vital role. She was just happy that they were all safe on the ground. Yu flexed his arm and suggested they should not let the meat go to waste. He pointed at the giant bird and declared it was time for dinner. Despite their exhaustion, everyone started to feel hungry. They stood together under the clearing sky. Katya looked at her friends and felt a sense of belonging she never expected. She shook her head and smiled to herself. The giant icicle remained as a monument to their victory. Their legend was growing with every monster they defeated. The journey would continue after a very well-deserved meal. The feast was finally ready. 4 pairs of eyes widened at the sight of the steaming meat. It looked simple but smelled incredible. He proudly announced the name of his masterpiece, the Pung Char Siu rice bowl. Since rice was a total mystery to them, he suggested using spoons while he stuck with his familiar chopsticks. They all offered a traditional thanks before digging in. The first bite hit like a wave. Meat melted instantly on the tongue. A rich, sweet and salty sauce coated everything. But the real star was the rice holding the flavors together. Every mouthful revealed a deeper layer of perfection. On its own, the grain was subtle, but paired with meat, the flavor was enriched. The texture was sticky and tender. She had never imagined food could taste this good. Watching her eat, he noticed she had surprisingly good table manners. Lifting a small portion, he felt a sudden pang of nostalgia. Looking at the food against the open sky made him feel like he was back on Earth. He never thought he would taste rice again in this world. After finishing the meal, they gave their thanks to the sky. Rest time was over and it was time to wrap up the trip. Clara stood apart, looking visibly depressed. Nothing had happened despite her efforts. She had fought the bird so hard but found no sign of other survivors. Living in hiding seemed impossible if no one ever even checked on the monster. The group noticed her sadness and stepped closer. They reached out to hold her hands. He promised they would always be there for her. Every one of them shared that same look of support. No matter what happened, she was not alone. A soft smile returned to her face. Glancing at her friends, she felt the weight lift. They pulled her into a warm group hug. Moving toward a nearby cave entrance, they decided to explore the last remaining path. Their footsteps echoed against the damp stone walls. The path remained straight and narrow. Suddenly they hit a dead end. The cave was much shallower than expected. Clara gasped as her light hit the floor. 3 sets of skeletons lay huddled together. It was clearly a family that had fled here. Seeing the small bones of a child made the tragedy sink in. A name was written in the dust nearby. Clara realized that Wilda was the name of the monster bird. The journal explained how 2 mothers and a girl arrived after their husbands died. They had been chased into this hole by the Sky King. Clara began to tremble as she read further. Tears welled up in her eyes. They were surrounded by fertile land but could not reach the food. The writer was consumed by pure hatred for the bird that acted like a king while they starved. Pages were filled with the word hate repeated over and over. Desperation was carved into every line. Clara clutched the book and shook with grief. Her friends tried to comfort her, saying her time was not wasted. Every experience they had shared up to this point was a gift. Eating the bird had actually nourished and empowered them. He gently reminded her that they had avenged this family. She wiped her eyes and tried to stand. Looking at the remains, she whispered that their deaths were finally answered. She promised to carry their story back to her friends. It was time to leave this dark place behind. Clara held the memoir tight, hoping for more clues within its pages. Her friend told her not to strain herself too much. She looked back one last time. Slowly, she placed a small token on the ground for the spirits. She promised to deliver their message to everyone. The group called out for her to join them. Just as she turned, she felt a ghostly hand rest on her shoulder. She spun around in shock. No one was there. Walking out of the cave, she felt a strange sense of peace. The cost of renting such a massive inn is a complete mystery to the group. Relying on the Taoist organization for lodging feels like a dangerous necessity. Yu is a kind person who will likely welcome more friends into the fold. They wonder what kind of powerful figure is waiting to meet them. Seal remains skeptical about the direction of their next move. Her companions share a light-hearted moment at her expense. She stares back with a look of pure confusion. The next day brings them to the massive pillars of a grand temple. A man waits for them while clutching a bundle of plants with insane excitement. He declares their discovery of the edible plants a historic event. This scholar knows the truth behind the forbidden travel of the Holy Knights. He is the top-ranked Demetrius, a man of incredible global standing. Suddenly, he snaps out of his trance to address the newcomer. He admits he was so obsessed with the rice that he ignored her. Kyle introduces herself with a very formal bow. The master laughs and begs her to be much less stiff. Yu agrees that they should all just take it easy for now. Thinking back, the entire ordeal was a memory that will last forever. The master looks out toward the horizon with a serious expression. He suspects that the demons of the Lord are still lurking nearby. Holding the silver rice, he claims it will revolutionize the food supply for all of mankind. He begins to shake with uncontrollable laughter. He grabs Yu and praises him with wide, sparkling eyes. They have turned a legendary myth into a solid reality. Yu tries to play down the achievement as no big deal, but their footprints have marked a path that was once impossible. This is the first step in a new era for humanity. A firm handshake seals a new bond of respect between them. Then the master composes himself to deliver a serious proposal. He acknowledges that their skills are at the absolute peak of all adventurers. He has a specific destination in mind for their next journey. It will be a grueling task, but he believes they can succeed. Yu demands to know exactly where they are being sent. The master raises a single finger and points toward the ceiling. He is talking about the sky. His smile fades as he names the paradise of no return. The group reacts with absolute shock and silence. Seal's eyes narrow as the weight of the name sinks in. She steps forward and flatly refuses to agree to such a plan. Warnings echoed through the quiet room. Skies held many dangerous secrets. Once a traveler crossed that threshold, the world never saw them again. Panic flickered in their eyes. The man before them smiled while explaining that the name was quite literal. Adventure usually promised glory, yet this felt like a suicide mission. Information was a luxury they simply did not have. No one survived to tell the story. Looking up at the clouds, the reality of a floating fortress became clear. It was a massive island drifting through the heavens. This land was never stationary. The girl looked skeptical of the legend. It followed a set path, orbiting like a ghost ship in the sky. Every 6 months, it returned to the shore before vanishing again. Failure was not an option. If they could uncover the source of its black magic, humanity might finally benefit. The boy trembled at the weight of the mission. Mystery warranted interest, but it also demanded a heavy price. Reports of past teams were sketchy and unreliable. They needed to know more before stepping into the unknown. Powerful magic saturated the island to its core. Every step would subject them to raw energy. Monstrous beasts like iguana leopards waited in the shadows. The danger was real. Despite the high risk, they believed survival was possible. 6 months of isolation required massive preparation. Food and basic supplies would be their only lifeline. Something still felt missing from the plan. He was told his unique strength would be the key to overcoming the impossible. No extra teammates were needed for this hunt. Confidence radiated from the stone walls as they committed to the path. He was the only one they could truly rely on. Words failed him in the face of such absolute trust. Running out of food was a terrifying possibility. The natural paradise was filled with flora, but much of it was likely poisonous. Rumors of the missing people were everywhere. Other worries besides starvation clouded his mind. A dark memory surfaced in the man's mind. He hesitated to speak the truth out loud. If he was being honest, there were no verifiable deaths. Not a single body had ever been found on the island. Travelers just vanished into thin air. They left no trace of their whereabouts. A strange rumor suggested the paradise was a complete fabrication. Maybe there was no land at all. It was odd that no remains ever turned up. Perhaps the stories were just products of overactive imaginations. He pondered the island's fixed trajectory. The island might actually be an ancient ship. It would be a brutal expedition regardless of its origin. He had to know the truth for himself. Curiosity burned brighter than his fear. He asked if they were truly ready to gamble their lives. Their smiles gave him the answer he needed. Happiness was a rare sight before a suicide mission. Their next destination was officially the mysterious island. Jealousy flickered in the man watching them leave. He entrusted the future to their small team. 3 weeks remained until the world changed forever. Details needed to be finalized before the final departure. The sky loomed over the stone building. Walking through the city felt different now. Respect seemed to vanish as they approached the priest. They realized the man they met wasn't as scary as he seemed. Getting along had been surprisingly easy. Now they needed to focus on buying supplies. Water was available, but food remained the primary concern. Eating seeds from trees was a desperate last resort. Powerful beings on the island probably didn't even need venom. Hidden poisons scared him more than any giant beast. He wasn't alone in this fight. Elisa would guard them while Clara kept their spirits high. They had killed stronger monsters before. No body remains meant the truth was still hidden. He pointed toward the sky where an ancient ship might drift. An ancient family might still be living up there. Getting answers was more important than safety. Even a small clue would be worth the journey. Courage was the only currency that mattered now. Surprise filled their hearts as they discussed the mysterious island. Reckless decisions had brought them this far. They stood together on the stone path. They were facing unexpected challenges with a smile. The young girl looked up with a curious gaze. They arrive at a sturdy stone smithy tucked away in the woods. Dotzel recognizes the building immediately and leads the way. A rugged man with a thick beard steps out to greet them. He looks at you and grumbles that he looks like nothing but trouble. Dotzel quickly defends her companion and insists she only survived because of him. The man listens to their story with a softened expression. He mentions his long history with her parents and how he has watched over her gear for years. Seeing her finally join a party brings him immense relief. Seal feels a bit embarrassed by the attention but remains truly grateful for the support. The blacksmith demands to see their materials. U displays the loot. A sharp nail shines. Seal recalls the wound. Despite the grim memory, she agrees to let him turn the monster part into a weapon. U is impressed by her mental strength and practical attitude. The man prepares his tools to begin the transformation. He asks where they managed to find such high-quality remains. Learning they came from the Plateau of Brilliance leaves him speechless. These are the bones of a legendary class monster worth a fortune. Selling them would provide enough money to retire forever. U simply smiles and says a good weapon is more useful than gold. Most adventurers are driven by greed, but this group is different. It feels like a waste to turn such treasure into mere tools for some, yet these kids deserve the best. No malice or greed exists within them. The blacksmith vows to do the finest work of his life. He suggests forging a gauntlet to protect you in battle. It will be a magic item of the highest quality. The man beams with a professional pride Seal has never seen before. The girls watch you and wonder what other mysteries he might be hiding. 2 days remain before they head into the unknown. Their supplies have grown until the room is overflowing. Clara complains about the lack of space in the cramped quarters. Everyone agrees it is a small price to pay for being prepared. U disappears into the inn kitchen to prepare a special lunch. He calls them to the dining hall with an energetic shout. The group rushes to the table and waits eagerly. He presents plates of fruit jam pancakes. The girls gasp at the beautiful and sparkly presentation. U explains how he used meringue to add volume without fresh cream. They offer their thanks and prepare to eat. A single bite of the fluffy bread fills them with joy. The texture is incredibly light and sweet. Jam seeps into every cut and creates a perfect balance. U laughs while describing the effort of whipping the ingredients at high speed. He then brings out a savory version topped with bacon and eggs. They enjoy the peaceful moment together. U wonders what new flavors wait for them in the Badlands. Night falls over the quiet town. Final bags are packed and tied tight. Seal questions the cost-effectiveness of bringing raw food. U insists that proper nutrition is vital for a long journey. He finally pulls out the finished equipment to show the group. The metal feels light. Mana pulses inside. He channels his power. Wind begins to howl. A sudden gust sweeps through the room and shocks everyone. This magic item will be perfect for intercepting incoming attacks. Seal then shows off her new knife made from the spider's nail. It can pierce through boulders and meat with ease. The material looks like metal but retains its organic strength. Equipment checks are finally complete. Clara sits on the bed and opens a mysterious journal. She finds a connection between her people and the paradise of no return. Most of the entries are filled with ancient grudges. The text asks what happened to the kin who sought that land. The writer claimed they would rather die in a fantasy than suffer in reality. Such agonizing words paint a dark picture of the past. The group looks out the window at the distant horizon. Clara remains skeptical of the stories but stays curious. This proof shows the Mauru tribe was definitely searching for paradise. The chances of finding the truth are higher than ever. Yu laughs and looks forward to the challenge. No one has ever returned from this place. Clara grips the book and realizes she isn't afraid anymore. Somewhere far away, a pen moves across parchment. A mysterious figure sits in a massive library. He stands up and looks out at the sun. A cold smile plays on his face. Yu shivers as the biting wind cuts through his light clothing. They stand on the edge of a massive drop that overlooks their destination. Their guide warns that the chances of this being a final goodbye are not zero. Despite the grim prediction, he promises they will meet again in the future. He calls them legends for what they have already achieved on their journey. Yu brushes off the flattery with a confident smile. It is finally time to set out for the next stage. A massive canyon looms before them as they prepare to cross. The scale of the drop is terrifying to anyone looking down. A single narrow stone path stretches across the abyss toward the island. One wrong step means a long fall into nothingness. Crossing this bridge takes 40 minutes of pure concentration. Once the island moves away from the cape, the path disappears forever. They must not hesitate if the situation becomes impossible. Yu admits that dying is still a very scary thought for him. Then he grabs the handles of the heavy supply cart. Step by step, they leave the stable ground of the cliff behind. Their friend waves from the safety of the ridge as they depart. They wave back as the distance between them grows. There is no turning back once they enter the mist. Demetrius watches them disappear in the haze with a lingering gaze. He decides it is time to put in his own effort while they are gone. Suddenly, the air changes completely as they reach the other side. Yu stares in awe at the lush greenery of the new land. It looks like a gorgeous dream world. Palm trees line the sandy shores under a brilliant sky, but the heat hits them like a physical wall. The sun beats down without a single cloud for cover. This humidity is unlike anything the girls have ever experienced before. Yu realizes the environment is exactly like summer back in his home world. Spring temperatures are the norm elsewhere on this continent. Here the sun feels close enough to burn their skin. Walking through the white sand feels like a trial of endurance. Memories of fans and cold treats flicker through his mind. He misses those simple comforts dearly in this sweltering heat. They decide to keep moving despite the sweat soaking their clothes. One of the girls explains how to use mana for temperature control. Yu is envious of such a practical magic trick. Finding a watering hole becomes their first priority in the jungle. They push deep into the dense tropical foliage. Strange birds cry out from the thick canopy above. Every footstep on the tangled roots feels heavy. Yu listens to the rhythmic buzzing of the hidden life around them. The thought of giant insects makes the girls shudder with disgust. Something feels wrong about this uninhabited land. Danger likely lurks behind every thick trunk in the shadows. Poisoned water is another constant worry for the survival of the group. Yu mentions his ability to treat water and make it safe. The others are stunned by such a revolutionary skill for an adventurer. He promises to explain the science behind it later. Just then, a glimmer of blue appears through the dense trees. They find a clear pool tucked away in the cool shadows. It seems safe from any obvious toxins or traps. Suddenly, the water surface breaks with a violent splash. A massive alligator lunges toward the shore with its mouth open. Everyone scatters as the beast snaps its jaws at their heels. The monster is unnaturally fast for its massive size. It lunges upward and begins climbing a tree with long arms. Its eyes lock onto the group with pure predatory hunger. The beast spins its massive body in midair toward them. It slams into the trunk with bone-shattering force. They realize this predator is no ordinary animal. Its belly scales are the only weak point visible. This creature is far stronger than any monster they faced recently. The girls prepare to show their true strength in this fight. Sarah steps forward to take the lead in the confrontation. The alligator watches her every move from its high branch. She narrows her eyes and focuses her energy. Daggers fly through the air with lethal precision. The beast hisses as the projectiles whistle past its head. It leaps between trees to avoid a direct hit. Sarah knows she cannot land a clean strike alone. She creates an opening for her companion to move in. Yu rushes in with his blade drawn and ready. He strikes with a flash of freezing energy from his sword. The impact sends the alligator tumbling to the ground. Now the final blow is ready to be delivered. A sharp blade glints in the sunlight for a moment. Alicia leaps forward to finish the hunt with one strike. The beast's head hit the ground with a heavy thud. Success filled the air as the group celebrated their victory. Suddenly, the massive jaws snapped open in a final reflexive surge. Fear gripped the girls as they stared into the rows of sharp teeth. Standing his ground, the youth watched the severed head carefully. He told them it was just residual nerves and they should wait for the movement to stop. The creature's sheer vitality was terrifying even in death. Looking at the dense jungle around them, the danger felt immediate. This place was clearly as dangerous as the rumors suggested. Facing such a threat so early in their journey was a grim realization. Confidence returned as the group realized their combined strength was enough to survive. Pulling on his sleeve, the young girl asked the most important question. She wanted to know if they could turn this monster into a meal. The beast finally went still in the dirt. Preparing for work, the boy reached into his pack for his tools. He brandished a specialized blade that shimmered in the light. This was no ordinary knife, but a tool crafted from a dragon's fang. Using such a legendary item for cooking felt almost like a sin. He sliced through the thick hide with practiced ease. Everyone leaned in as he revealed the beautiful pink meat. He explained that the quality was high enough for several different dishes. Hearing about the upcoming feast made the girls' eyes sparkle with anticipation. Dismembering the carcass was the first step toward their reward. His passion for cooking seemed to change the very mood of the camp. Smiles replaced the previous tension of the battle. Holding up a massive slab, the chef marveled at the perfect texture. His intense focus on the ingredients was almost unsettling to his companions. A strange sweet aroma like bananas wafted from the raw flesh. This unique scent came from the pristine water source the beast had claimed for itself. Watching him work, the red-haired warrior was impressed by his speed. He offered to teach her his techniques on their way back home. Chopping sounds echoed through the trees as the preparation continued. He admitted that while he could survive alone, he wasn't always this meticulous. She noted that his interest had clearly evolved into a true passion. The other girls joined in, eager to be part of the experience. One small companion jokingly volunteered to be the official taste tester. Sunlight filtered through the canopy as the pot began to simmer. Savory steam rose into the air, signaling that the meal was almost ready. He dropped a thick slab of butter into the hot pan. The meat sizzled instantly, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Closing his eyes, he basked in the smell of the grilled protein. He announced that everything was finally done. Clouds drifted lazily above their peaceful clearing. Everyone gathered around the spread as he served the portions. On the menu was a rich alligator stew and perfectly sautéed steaks. One girl could hardly contain her excitement at the sight. He apologized for the simplicity, wishing he had milk for a creamier base. They offered their thanks to the world and dug in. The first bite revealed a surprisingly juicy and tender texture. He savored the flavor as it hit his tongue. It was a complex blend of tropical sweetness and savory richness. Despite the heavy use of butter, the meat tasted light and refreshing. He credited the success to the careful control of the cooking temperature. Next, they turned their attention to the steaming stew. Lifting a spoonful, he noticed how dense and packed with nutrients it was. The broth had turned a beautiful golden color without any special seasonings. Vegetables melted away the moment they touched his mouth. This was a true masterpiece of survival cooking. The little one felt like she was floating in a dream of flavor. Every ingredient worked in perfect harmony with the next. Sitting together, they marveled at how such complex flavors came from simple steps. The plates were soon cleared of every last scrap. A wave of renewed energy washed over the entire group. Fatigue vanished, replaced by a slight comfortable sleepiness. Before resting, they moved to the water to clean their equipment. Two of the girls stayed behind, whispering about a startling realization. They looked at each other with newfound gravity. It wasn't just that they felt better, their very magic and strength had increased. This wasn't just food, but a potent source of permanent growth. Their limits were being pushed higher with every single bite. The realization of what this meant was almost overwhelming. She wondered if their chef even understood the power he held. A finger to the lips signaled that this must remain a secret. If the world knew the truth, his freedom would be over. This food turned a regular person into something far more powerful. Greedy hands would surely try to chain him up for his abilities. They had to find a safe place to camp before the sun went down. The thought of sleeping in the dangerous open air was terrifying. Looking at her new friends, the warrior felt a deep sense of gratitude. She felt she wasn't quite on their level yet. Determination burned in her eyes as she vowed to catch up. She would become a worthy ally to those who had given her so much. Looking back at them, the others cheered from the waves. Kati and Yu exchanged a look of pure relaxation. Just that morning, they had been huddled in their grass huts. Some of them worried they shouldn't be playing around when there was so much research to do. Clara argued that balance was important for their daily lives. Plus, catching seafood was a practical way to gather supplies. Yu reminded them they would be here for half a year. Boredom was a problem they needed to solve just as much as hunger. Blushing deeply, Clara stepped closer to the group. She looked relieved that he finally seemed like a normal human being. He stammered that his red face was just from the sun. The others teased him for having such predictable reactions. Katia told them not to bully him too much. Standing together on the sand, the tension of their journey finally started to fade. Clara thanked him for the compliment, her face turning bright red. Shocked by his directness, the girls reacted with mixed embarrassment and joy. Seal claimed she didn't mind if things stayed this way. Everyone agreed to have as much fun as possible. The waves crashed gently. Yu shivered in the cold. He remembered his last time. Everyone felt truly happy. Clara admitted she was envious of the memories she didn't share with them yet. Smiling, Yu promised they would make many more memories together. Seal decided to go along with his sentimental words for now. Suddenly, she slapped the water and sent a huge spray into his face. She told him he had to entertain them all day as payment. The salt water stung his eyes, but he didn't care. Playing like a child again felt like a dream. He lunged forward to splash her back. One by one, the others joined the chaotic game. They asked how to play or if there were any rules. Laughter echoed across the empty beach. Clara splashed Katia with a mischievous grin. Yu gripped his spear and declared it was time to secure their next meal. The girls gathered around him with high expectations for the feast ahead. They already had a decent stash of supplies and several fresh fish in the net. Thinking about the menu, Yu decided that a mountain-style carpaccio would be the perfect highlight for dinner. Alicia looked confused by the name, but the excitement on the faces of the others told her it was something special. Yu laughed and told them not to expect too much, even though he knew the safety of the dish was guaranteed. Katie looked skeptical because the idea of a shocking dish sounded more like a threat than a promise. Determined to make the meal lavish, Yu explained that more effort would lead to a better result. He warned them to stay alert for venomous sea creatures while they searched the reef. Clara stood ready to provide healing as they prepared to dive into the crystal blue water. Not submerging himself, Yu marveled at the vibrant world beneath the surface. Schools of strange, colorful fish darted between the jagged coral formations. Adi swam deeper to get a better look at the treasures hidden on the ocean floor. Transparent jellyfish floated like ghosts through the underwater tunnels. A large fish darted past him, its scales shimmering in the filtered sunlight. The visibility was incredible, allowing him to see every detail of the reef. Part of him wished they had goggles to truly appreciate the breathtaking view. Looking back, he saw the girls swimming together through the rays of light. Clara and Katie moved with surprising grace through the water. Alicia and Seal followed closely, their eyes wide as they explored the depths. Yu smiled to himself, feeling a sudden surge of competitive energy. Nearby, Seal suddenly kicked toward the surface to catch her breath. She gasped for air, frustrated that she could not stay down longer. Recalling all the times the others provided food, she felt a deep need to contribute this time. She took a deep breath and dove back down toward the schools of fish. Yu spotted a cluster of dark, spiky spheres nestled in the rock. Realizing what they were, he activated his hardened skill and reached out. He grabbed the prickly creature firmly without feeling a single sting. His lungs began to burn as he realized he was finally out of breath. He burst through the surface and gulped down the fresh air. Holding up the black, spiky mass, he shouted that he found a sea urchin. The girls panicked at the sight of the dangerous-looking needles. Yu laughed and explained that his skill kept him safe from the prickles. Seal stared at the creature, wondering if something so ugly could actually be edible. Seeing their interest, Yu swam back out to collect as many as he could find. The girls watched him go, standing in the shallows with mixed emotions. They decided it would be safer to catch their own variety of seafood just in case. Together, they rushed back into the waves to begin their own hunt. As the sun climbed higher, Yu decided it was finally time to start cooking. He sat at the wooden table and began cleaning the fresh fish. Meat was pale and firm, looking incredibly appetizing under his knife. He told them about a high-end bird from his world with black bones and gray meat. Its flavor was legendary for its deep umami profile. Carefully, he sliced the raw fish into thin, delicate, translucent strip. He drizzled a light dressing over the plate and finished the carpaccio. Katie looked horrified and asked if he planned to grill the meat at all. He simply smiled and told her to trust the process while he moved to the next dish. Next, he turned his attention to the pile of sea urchins. He cracked the shells open and carefully extracted the bright orange flesh. The girls leaned in, finding the golden color much more appealing than the exterior. Yu explained that he would serve it 2 ways to show off its versatility. He placed the raw roe on a plate and added a light sprinkle of sea salt. Moving quickly, he tossed the remaining urchin into a hot pan with spicy wild herbs. He then added the meat from some steamed shellfish they had prepared earlier. With a final flourish, he announced that the seafood feast was ready. A massive spread of raw and cooked delicacies covered the table. He admitted the sodi dish was a backup for those afraid of raw food. Everyone sat down, staring at the exotic meal with hesitance. Yu picked up his fork and went straight for the raw urchin. He closed his eyes as the rich, sweet flavor exploded on his tongue. Freshness made all the difference in this world of magic. Watching him, the girls finally worked up the courage to take a bite. They were instantly shocked by the creamy, melt-in-your-mouth texture. Yu then inhaled the aroma of the sautéed dish, feeling the scent of the sea. The herbs amplified the taste until it felt like melted cheese. Seal cheered, noting how the bitterness of the leaves enhanced the sweetness. Alicia admitted she had never tasted anything so unique and delicious. The thin slices of carpaccio were the next target for the group. Seal loved the firm bite and the lack of any fishy aftertaste. It paired perfectly with the delicate aroma of the special sauce. Katie took a piece and her eyes widened in pure disbelief. She could not understand how raw meat could taste this incredible. It shattered their common sense that only powerful monsters tasted good. Yu smiled, happy to prove that cooking was a profound art. He enjoyed the sashimi, loving the way it dissolved on his tongue. The girls began to eat faster, terrified that such a fresh meal would go to waste. The beach remained peaceful as they finished their luxurious lunch. Yu looked at his plate and imagined serving this over a bowl of rice. He described the concept of a donburi to the curious group. Rice was the very soul of his home country, designed for dishes like this. He hoped for a chance to showcase more Japanese cuisine in the future. Alicia watched him, thinking his passion for food was his most charming trait. Walking felt like wading through thick mud. Research mattered little when their bodies were screaming for a break. Yu smiled and promised them a reward if they kept going just a bit longer. He seemed completely unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere. Back in his world, he had spent countless summers training for sports in similar heat. This experience gave him a natural tolerance that the others lacked. Suddenly, a strange glow caught his eye from the canopy above. He moved toward a massive tree to investigate. Scaling the bark took only seconds. He reached for a shimmering branch. Nestled among the leaves sat a perfectly star-shaped fruit. It pulsed with a faint, otherworldly light. Returning to the group, he showed off the unique prize. This was the key ingredient for the surprise he had mentioned. They noticed how the vegetation grew thicker and more vibrant as they moved inward. Something about this environment felt intentional. Magic was clearly warping the natural world around them. It felt as though this part of the island had been artificially separated from the harsh surroundings. Yu stopped dead in his tracks. A massive bundle of thick vines stood out from the brush. Something solid was hidden beneath the tangled mess. Curiosity drove him to step closer. He grabbed the vines and began tearing them away. The group watched in silence as the truth was revealed. A perfectly smooth geometric pillar emerged from the greenery. It stood tall and defiant against the chaos of the jungle. Nature could never have produced something so precise. This was undeniable proof that humans had once been here. Clara sensed a powerful magical resonance vibrating from the stone. Plants had likely been drawn to it like moths to a flame. Excitement filled the air as their theories were finally confirmed. The investigation ended for the day as the sun began to dip. They marched back through the dense foliage. Reaching the river felt like a godsend. Everyone cheered at the sight of the cool flowing water. The girls immediately stripped off their boots to soak their aching feet. Yu focused on the fruit he had gathered throughout the day. He carefully sorted the different colors and shapes into separate pots. Raising his metal gauntlet, a mischievous grin crossed his face. He hadn't expected to use his combat gear for culinary purposes. He began spinning the pots with incredible speed. The ingredients blended into a smooth, thick liquid. He told the girls to wait just a moment longer. Confusion flickered across their faces. Turning to Clara, he asked if she had enough mana left for a small favor. A simple ice spell would be perfect for the final step. He calculated a 50-50 chance of success for his experiment. Clara prepared her staff and took a deep breath. She unleashed her icicle magic directly onto the containers. Frozen pillars erupted from the ground, encasing the pots in a block of ice. The sudden chill provided a much-needed reprieve from the humidity. Within seconds, the liquid inside had completely solidified. Yu gave the signal for her to dispel the spell. He lifted the lid and checked the consistency. A quick scoop with a spoon confirmed his victory. It was exactly what he had envisioned. He began serving the frozen treat into bowls. Using his spoon, he shaped the mixture into perfect spheres. A light dusting of fruit crumbles added the finishing touch. The masterpiece was complete. He presented them with a bowl of fresh tropical sherbet. Their eyes sparkled with pure wonder. The girls hesitated, almost afraid to ruin something so beautiful. Yu urged them to eat before the heat claimed it. He took the first bite and felt the cold sweetness explode. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as the flavors hit his tongue. The balance between the tart star fruit and the creamy white fruit was perfect. Finding such a high-quality dessert in this world felt like a miracle. The others finally dug in before it could melt. Shock registered on their faces instantly. They had never experienced a sensation so cold and refreshing. Every bite was a revelation of texture and taste. Yu explained how the milky fruit acted as a substitute for cream. He even described how they could make portable ice candy in the future. The group was captivated by his knowledge. They realized that while they were stuck in a dangerous paradise, they could still find joy. One of the girls joked that he could make a fortune selling this. Making ice candy would be easy with their combined skills. Yu just smiled and dismissed the idea of starting a business. He was genuinely happy just sharing this adventure with them. As the forest grew dark, they prepared for the long walk home. The journey was far from over. Yu announces that dinner is finally ready. The girls rush over with plates in hand as the savory smell fills the air. Today, the menu features a stir-fried monster bird seasoned with green onion salt. Everyone stares at the meat they harvested during their dangerous hunt earlier. Era remarks how impressive it is that such a terrifying creature can look so delicious. Those unpredictable eyes and strange movements were haunting during the fight, but the results are worth it. Yu takes a bite and smiles as the flavor hits him. He notes that the muscle meat from the legs has a perfect wild texture that makes for a great meal. Little Lilia loves the aromatic sauce and asks for another helping immediately. Era wishes she had some alcohol to pair with the savory dish while the others look on. Looking at the group, Yu realizes they often forget she is actually the eldest among them at 19. Silence falls as he begins to ponder their current situation in the wilderness. These badlands are filled with strange things and primitive fighting styles that do not make sense. Seal admits she does not understand the primitive nature of the monsters but agrees their presence is odd. Yu feels it is a waste that he has only awakened one new ability since they arrived. He was excited to see what else he could absorb from the local wildlife. Closing his eyes, he activates his newest gift known as luminescence. A gentle glow radiates from his body and makes everyone feel strangely sleepy in the cool night air. He thinks about his other strange gifts like running on walls or creating bubbles. Seal asks what possible use he could have for creating bubbles in a fight. Yu takes a deep breath and prepares to show her the true power of the skill. Suddenly he is covered head to toe in thick white foam that hides his entire body. The girls burst into laughter at the ridiculous sight of the bubble man. They quickly remember that those same bubbles once blocked a dragon's fire and saved their lives. The light-hearted chat ends as the night deepens and the fire burns low. Yu brings the conversation back to the stone pillars and their link to the climate. Seal steps forward to lead the summary of their investigation. She reveals a rough map showing the locations of every pillar found so far. Pointing at the marks, she explains how they are all perfectly and evenly spaced. Yu takes a brush to connect the dots on the map. He carefully draws lines between each coordinate to see the pattern. A perfect geometric shape forms with a clear point in the middle. This location is likely the actual center of the entire region. He suggests someone built this place using advanced and mysterious magical technology. The center will surely have the highest concentration of magic and the most danger. Standing before the group, Yu asks if they are still willing to push forward into the unknown. Era smiles and says they are already in this together and there is no turning back. Seal is eager to see an ancient civilization with her own eyes regardless of the risk. That leaves only Sarah to decide her path. She bows her head and thanks them all for their help in reaching this point. Her eyes soften as she expresses her deep gratitude to her companions. Clasping her hands, she commits herself to the journey ahead. The group shares a warm, determined look as their bond strengthens. Yu tells them to get some quality sleep before they set out for the center tomorrow. The meeting is officially over for the night. The girls head into their small thatched huts to rest. Yu stays outside to sit and stare at the vast horizon. Sarah notices him sitting alone and walks out to join him. She asks why he is not sleeping like the others. He explains he just wanted to take in the view for a moment. Sarah looks up and her eyes widen. Above them, the sky is filled with a sea of brilliant stars. She walks closer to the edge of the camp to see better. The Milky Way stretches across the dark void in a stunning display of light. Neither of them has seen anything this beautiful in a long time. Sarah realizes she has been too busy to appreciate the scenery lately. The other girls emerge from the huts to witness the spectacle together. Looking at the sky alone always made Yu feel a bit lonely in the past. He remembers the crushing isolation he felt when he first arrived in this world. Sarah looks at him with concern. Era asks if someone as energetic as him could really feel lonely. She sees him as someone who can survive anywhere because he can cook and build. Yu laughs and says there are many things he cannot do on his own. He admits he is surprisingly vulnerable despite his many skills. Humans are social creatures who need others to function properly. If he gets sick or hurt, he is completely useless without help. Living in total isolation is impossible for any person. Even a simple cavity could end a person's life if they are alone for too long. Finding food becomes impossible with just a bad cold. Anyone can learn to build a house, but they need to be taught by someone else. He believes that is why the feeling of loneliness exists in the first place. Humans are weak as individuals but strong as a civilization. Being together allows them to understand each other and grow powerful. History is full of greed and war that ruins everything. Perhaps Sarah's tribe was forced out of the continent because of that human nature. However, things do not have to be that way for them. He looks at her with a bright smile and tells her she has all of them now. He promises he will never let her feel lonely again. The atmosphere becomes heavy with emotion and Sarah stares at him in silence. Panic suddenly hits Yu as he realizes how preachy he sounds. He shouts that he is going to sleep and runs away as fast as he can. The girls sit together and watch him go with soft smiles. They reflect on the strange but kind man who brought them all together. A massive black pillar towered over the thick canopy. Examining the map, they realized these landmarks were guiding them deeper into the forest. Progress felt steady as they navigated the dense undergrowth toward the center. High humidity made the air thick and difficult to breathe, but sweat beaded on their skin while the temperature climbed higher with every step. Water was still plentiful, but the oppressive heat threatened to drain their stamina. Despite the exhaustion, their magical energy felt stronger than ever thanks to their recent meals. A heavy silence filled the woods around them. Usually, the heart of a forest crawled with powerful beasts, yet they found nothing. Scanning the trees, the group felt eyes watching from the shadows. The lack of movement seemed wrong to everyone. Sunlight pierced through the leaves, illuminating a paradise that felt like a trap. There had to be a terrifying reason why no native creatures lived here. Caution became their priority as they prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. The sky remained clear and indifferent to their growing dread. Moving forward, they kept their weapons ready for an ambush. Suddenly, a strange scent hit them. They shared a look of realization as the smell grew stronger. Something massive stirred in the bushes ahead. Branches snapped under an immense weight. Low growls vibrated through the forest floor. A colossal bear with glowing markings emerged from the foliage. Its presence was overwhelming. Showing its jagged teeth, the beast let out a deafening roar. Massive claws dug into the earth as it prepared to strike. To their horror, the monster rose onto its hind legs to charge. Its speed defied its size. Blocking the first strike required every ounce of their strength. Wood splintered as they barely dodged the follow-up swipe. This predator was faster and more agile than anything they had faced before. Birds scattered from the trees in panic. Locking eyes with the beast, they prepared a counterattack. Sparks flew as blades met iron hard. A powerful kick sent the creature back a few inches. Panting heavily, they realized their normal attacks were barely leaving a scratch. Light flashed as a new plan formed. The beast turned its head, sensing a shift in the air. Acknowledging the danger, they decided to go all out. Clara opened her ancient book to cast a powerful spell. The bear lunged forward with murderous intent. Standing his ground, Yu shouted to draw the monster's focus. He activated his hardening skill just as a claw descended. Impact shook the very ground beneath his feet. The beast's power began to buckle against the magical defense. Shards of energy flew everywhere during the struggle. Holding firm, Yu felt the monster's momentum die out. His plan worked perfectly to neutralize the threat's strength. The bear looked confused by the sudden resistance. Striking back, Yu landed a heavy blow to its midsection. A roar of pain echoed as the monster staggered. It tried to regain its footing but stumbled. Hidden wires tightened around its thick ankles. Setting the trap proved to be the decisive move. Clara unleashed the full power of the oracle. Ancient magic flooded the clearing with blinding light. Swirling winds gathered around Yu's outstretched hand. The transfer of energy felt like a physical weight. He prepared to unleash the ultimate technique. A sphere of concentrated destruction formed in his palm. Chanting the name of the arts, he lunged forward. The bear could only watch as the vortex approached. Direct contact caused a massive explosion of magical force. A swirling hole was carved straight through the monster's chest. Exhaustion hit the group as the beast finally collapsed. They stood in awe of the sheer power they had just witnessed. Everyone agreed that the timing of the intervention was perfect. Clara explained the origins of the tribal magic while catching her breath. They finally allowed themselves a moment to relax near the fallen foe. Suddenly, the shadow of the bear loomed over them again. Confusion turned to terror as they saw it standing back up. A massive spray of blood painted the sky red. Something much larger had grabbed the bear from above. The group froze in shock as their kill was bitten in half. Guts and blood spilled across the grass in an instant. Chewing sounds filled the silence of the forest. A giant reptilian foot crushed the earth nearby. Cold, predatory eyes locked onto the small humans. A massive dinosaur let out a roar that shook the very foundations of the world. Their true nightmare had only just begun. Katia braced herself because running was no longer an option. While it looked like a tyrannosaurus, this monster was far more lethal. Fleeing from an unknown enemy was simply too risky. Suddenly, the beast lunged forward with a terrifying roar. It was coming for Yu with shocking speed. Using his hardening and wind skills, he prepared for the impact. The force of the blow was incredibly heavy. Katia saw her chance and leaped into the air. She soared high above the creature's head. Her blade aimed straight for its vulnerable neck. Blinding white lightning erupted from the monster's skin in a violent flash. Katia was blown backward by the massive electrical discharge. Her companion caught her as she tumbled through the air. Gritting her teeth, Katia whispered that she wasn't dead yet. Yu forced him to stay some despite the chaos. He knew that human wisdom was their only chance against such power. The girls watched from the safety of the bushes. Analyzing the attack, Yu realized the lightning was an automatic defense. This was the crucial information he needed to turn the tide. He gripped his sword and focused his mind. Standing alone against the titan, he prepared to strike. Then he blurred into motion with a sudden burst of speed. He delivered a swift slash to the creature's leg. Before it could counter, he leaped into the trees. Using a wall run, he grabbed several objects from the branches. He perched on a high limb and watched the beast. He threw the first object and watched the lightning strike it. The monster's eyes scanned the forest for its elusive prey. Staying hidden in the leaves, Yu prepared his next move. He tossed another object to trigger the electrical surge. Lightning crackled across the monster's back once more. That was 3 successful tests. Yu finally confirmed exactly how the creature's power worked. The stage was set for his final move. Clara and the others wondered what he could possibly be planning. Suddenly, Yu called out to Clara from the trees. He shouted for her to use the turbulence spell. Clara focused everything on the third ancient magic called turbulence. The massive beast glared with predatory intent. Standing his ground, Yu calculated his next move based on their previous exchange. He knew the monster's lightning range was specific. It only discharged from the parts covered in thick hair. Since his head-on attacks hadn't triggered the sparks, the face was the only safe zone. He wondered if the creature even controlled the defense consciously. It had intercepted his thrown nuts before even spotting him. Poor Katia had been struck without the monster even turning around. This was an automatic defense system triggered by proximity. He needed to find a limit to this power. It seemed to have no cooldown and endless stamina. To win, they had to bypass the defense entirely. Charging forward was the only option. Blind aggression wouldn't work against such thick hide. He gripped his blade while Clara prepared her ultimate spell. They were about to push their limits to a new level. The dinosaur roared and lunged with terrifying speed. Yu braced himself against the massive skull. He swung his blade with all his might. Despite the effort, his shallow cuts barely scratched the surface. Watching from the brush, the girls noticed the monster's growing panic. Usually, its mere presence sent other creatures fleeing in terror. No other monster dared to stay in this territory. Now it faced a threat even more desperate than itself. Both fighters gasped for air in the sudden silence. The beast's eyes narrowed with primal rage. It opened its maw for a deafening scream. Yu yelled back for it to be quiet. He couldn't stand the noise anymore. Leaping into the air, he narrowly avoided a lethal bite. His magical protection was the only thing keeping his eardrums from bursting. The monster refused to back down. Yu saw the desperation in its eyes and realized they were both fighting for survival. If he failed, the girls behind him would be slaughtered. Suddenly, Clara called out that her chant was finally complete. She stood ready to unleash the ancient power. Yu ordered her to fire the spell directly at the beast's face. He stood his ground as the air began to vibrate. Clara unleashed turbulence with a shattering cry. A massive vortex of wind tore through the clearing. Yu knew a simple gust wouldn't be enough to finish it. He channeled his own energy into a freezing ice flash. The two powers collided and fused together. A spiral of freezing death raced toward the target. The onlookers gasped as the wind turned into a blizzard. The monster stared down the barrel of the combined attack. Lightning crackled violently as it tried to defend itself. It forced its power outward to create a shimmering barrier. The icy tornado slammed into the wall of electricity. Yu pushed forward with every ounce of strength he had left. He and Clara stared down the beast together. The sound of the impact was deafening. Light and ice filled the entire forest. Blood sprayed as the magic finally found its mark. The ice shredded through the monster's defenses. It had vanished in a cloud of gore and frozen mist. The massive body slumped heavily into the dirt. Silence returned to the woods as the predator fell. Yu stood frozen in shock for a long moment. He let out a weak laugh because the nightmare was finally over. Everything went quiet as the dust settled. Clara rushed to his side and praised his incredible skill. She smiled while Yu looked at the massive slab of meat they had acquired. Katia clutched her injuries and complained about the pain. Clara scolded her for being reckless while healing her wounded leg. The other girls watched on with a mix of relief and lingering fear. Katia admitted she had been careless and promised to reflect on her actions. Clara reminded her that things could have ended much worse. Yu agreed that the monster's lightning had been a terrifying hurdle. They all stood together in the clearing to catch their breath. It was clear why no other animals lived in this part of the forest. If another one of those beasts appeared, they wouldn't survive. This creature belonged to a higher class of ancient species. Moving closer to the center of the forest meant facing even greater mysteries. They wondered if this was a sign of things to come. Clues about the lost tribe had to be waiting further ahead. Yu lifted a knife and decided that pondering could wait until after dinner. The bear stew and roasted dinosaur meat were finally ready. Wide eyes met the rising steam as the girls realized this was no ordinary meal. Serving out the shares, Yu apologized for the simple spread. Doubts about the raw appearance of the meat vanished when he explained its freshness. Eating raw meat was a shock, but the logic of a carpaccio made it seem almost normal. Next came the stew, flavored with wildflowers to hide any wild scent. Taking a sip, they realized the flowers allowed the fish sauce to truly shine. Hunger took over as everyone scrambled to take their first bite. A chorus of gratitude rang out through the trees. Lifting a spoonful, Yu watched their reactions with a quiet smile. He took a bite himself. The flavors combined perfectly. Wildflowers had done their job by tempering the heavy bear meat. Pure bliss washed over the youngest member of the group. Then they moved to the brown chunks of roasted dinosaur. One girl hesitantly brought a piece to her lips. Her eyes widened instantly. It was tender, it melted away, it was full of flavor. Even the fat tasted sweet and relaxing. Curiosity turned toward the undercooked pieces next. Trusting Yu's word, they didn't hesitate for long. They popped the glossy meat into their mouths. A spark of realization hit them. It was chewy and plump with a clean taste of life. Looking at the sauce, they wondered what made it so rich. These were the juices of the meat itself, packed with concentrated essence. They dipped and ate with renewed vigor. Every bite felt like a rush of energy. Warmth spread through their bodies. Strength seemed to grow within them with every swallow. This was the true power of eating high-quality monster meat. Yu laughed as they teased him about his secret cooking skills. There was plenty more for everyone. They had to hurry before the pots were licked clean. Walking through the brush felt different now. Despite her recent injuries, the girl found she could walk without a cane. Her strength had returned far faster than anyone expected. Healing magic was one thing, but Yu's cooking had provided the fuel for a miracle recovery. He walked ahead with a heavy pack and a confident stride. At this rate, she would be fully healed in just 2 days. Her energy made the rest of the team feel invincible. They pushed deeper into the foliage. Suddenly someone pointed toward a strange clearing. They rushed forward to see what was hidden in the woods. Yu froze as he saw the scale of the structure. The trees gave way to a massive smooth wall. It loomed over them like a silent giant. These were ruins, yet they looked brand new and untouched by vines. Yu stepped closer to the base. His foot struck something hard beneath the grass. It was a paved cobblestone path. This road acted like a guide for anyone trying to find this place. It felt like an invitation to enter. They stood before the featureless wall. It was a solid block of stone. Looking up, they couldn't find a single window. Not even a tiny gap existed between the stones. No way in seemed possible. Clara stepped forward and reached out. As her hand neared the surface, the wall began to glow. A section of the stone slid upward with a mechanical hum. A dark doorway stood open where there had been only rock. She smiled as if she had expected it to work. The others screamed in shock at the impossible technology. With no other choice, they prepared to step inside. They walked into the sterile white hall. Suddenly, the stone slab slammed shut behind them. Fear gripped them. They were trapped. The air was cold. No windows offered escape. Clara ran ahead, calling out for anyone who might be living there. They had to find answers. The interior was clean and angular. They found empty living quarters, including a kitchen and toilets. Only one door remained unexplored. Yu hesitated for a second. It had a different atmosphere than the rest of the facility. Clara placed her hand on the panel. The door vanished into the frame. Behind it lay a dark arched passage. A spiral staircase led deep underground. They exchanged nervous glances. Descending the steps, their heartbeats echoed in the silence. The corridor was pitch black and oppressive. A bright light appeared at the far end. They stepped into the chamber and stopped dead. A massive glowing spire stood in the center of the room. Its size defied all logic. Normally, these stones were tiny. This one was a giant. It held the power to level entire mountains. Not a single shard could buy a kingdom. This crystal was the engine for the entire region. Suddenly, Clara spotted a hidden message on the wall. She rushed toward the ancient text. Everyone followed her with rising curiosity. The writing revealed the truth about their floating home. It was an ark. They couldn't believe it was real. Clara deciphered the crumbling letters. This island was actually a massive vessel. A giant liner designed to cross the sky. Ancestors built it as a sanctuary. They wanted an ideal paradise. Stone pillars managed the weather systems. The temple provided a home for the travelers. Creating this required godlike power. It would be perfect if not for the monsters. A terrifying predator named Alpha had ruined the peace. This ancient beast was the true master here. Then Clara found the final destination. They were heading to Needy. It was the legendary paradise of the Mauru tribe. A sanctuary created for the end of the world. This was the final refuge. Relief washed over the boy. But they were stuck until the ark arrived. The temple had everything they needed to survive. Calculation showed the trip would take months. It was a long wait. At least they weren't trapped outside. The walls would keep the monsters away. So they decided to make the best of it. Work turned into a strange vacation. They spent days playing in the water. Feasts were prepared every single night. Sleep finally came without fear. 2 months passed in a blur. Training became their new daily routine. Steel clashed against steel in the forest. The boy fell to the ground exhausted. His skills had improved significantly. He smiled at the praise. Something felt different today. Looking back, they had been so busy. This rest was well deserved. It was the calm before the storm. Suddenly, a shout echoed through the trees. They ran to the edge of the temple. Their eyes widened at the horizon. A massive landmass appeared in the clouds. Floating islands drifted nearby. They had finally reached Needy. Tears welled up in her eyes. He promised everything would be fine now. She teased him for acting tough. A warm smile touched her face. They would land within 2 days. The air would be much colder there. Luckily, he had prepared warm clothes. She looked at him with pure gratitude. It was time to pack their bags. A strange feeling nagged at his mind. He felt like something was missing. The girls told him he was just nervous. Together, they stood at the threshold. Their journey was reaching its peak. He cheered for their new beginning. Darkness surrounded the exit. They stepped forward into the unknown. The ark continued its silent flight through the stars. But a shadow watched them from the dark with a predatory grin. The landscape looked surprisingly ordinary at first glance. Above them, the sky remained dark and vast. Below their feet, a bright road carved through the tall grass. Everything felt natural yet completely abnormal. Seeing a real road meant humans had been here. Human traces were the last thing they expected to find in this void. It felt like the entire land had been thrown into deep space. Yu wondered how they could even breathe in such a place. Gravity, light, and atmosphere were all present on this tiny island in the stars. This was exactly like the flat world ancient people used to imagine. Clara could feel complex magic flowing through the wind and trees. The energy here felt far too pure to be real. Suddenly, a loud growl echoed from a hungry stomach. Yu smiled and suggested a sweet treat to boost their spirits. He pulled out some food he had frozen back on the ark. The girls were curious about what he had prepared in secret. He opened the pot with a confident grin. Light seemed to bounce off the contents as the lid came off. Inside, a pile of warm sweet potato cake. The group sat together in the grass to enjoy the meal. These girls had never seen potatoes used in a dessert before. Yu explained that these were a special variety of sweet potato. They all dug in with high expectations. Clara took a bite and her eyes widened. Everyone else followed suit and savored the flavor. Yu watched them enjoy his cooking. The taste was an instant hit. It was sweet and delicious beyond their wildest dreams. The natural flavor felt satisfying and not at all boring. Its chewy texture kept the sweetness lingering in their mouths. They remembered how much fun it was mashing the potatoes together. Yu apologized for the shape since he only had a frying pan. The others did not care about the appearance at all. Clara promised they would make more once they reached home. Everyone wanted to help with the next batch. With full bellies, their spirits were finally restored. They decided to head out once more. Their boots crunched against the dry dirt of the path. The endless grassland soon became repetitive and boring. Just then, something massive appeared on the horizon. A giant structure loomed ahead of them. It was a defensive wall with a massive gate. The white barrier stretched across the landscape. Clara began to tremble as they approached. Yu grabbed her hand to offer his support. She feared what they might find behind those walls. With a brave face, she agreed to move forward. They walked toward the looming white surface. The group looked tiny compared to the massive gate. Standing at the base, the scale was truly overwhelming. It was as large as a temple and had no visible seams. Yu wondered what exactly this wall was protecting. He knew they could not just climb over it. Clara stepped forward toward the center. Yu suggested she try touching it like she did at the temple. She reached out with a shaking hand. Suddenly, the heavy gate began to slide open. Dust kicked up as the massive mechanism groaned. Shapes began to appear through the blinding light. A group of people stood waiting on the other side. They were simple villagers dressed in plain clothes. The travelers froze in absolute shock. An old man at the front smiled warmly at them. He praised them for completing such a long journey. The villagers looked on with kind expressions. Clara stared at the man in disbelief. He spoke words she never thought she would hear. He welcomed her home as a fellow Mauru girl. The shock hit Clara like a physical blow. Her eyes began to fill with hot tears. She looked at the faces of her own people. Scanning the area, he noticed a man watching them. The stranger welcomed them with an unsettlingly kind smile. Everyone marveled at the moving sidewalks beneath their feet. Magic powered every single device in the city. Glowing blue cables pulsed with energy in the ground. This felt more like a sci-fi movie than a fantasy quest. Apologizing for his excitement, he tried to regain his composure. The man found his energy charming and rare. Then he dropped a hint that they weren't the first outsiders to arrive. The group followed him into a sterile building. He invited them to take a seat while tea was prepared. Something felt off about the perfect atmosphere. Sitting around the large white table, the tension began to mount. The man introduced himself as Gadam and revealed his true purpose. He was rallying the Mauru tribe right here in this city. That heart skipped a beat as the realization set in. Gadam knew exactly who they were looking for. Looking at Clara, he asked if she was the reason for their long journey. He checked if Clara was ready to handle this meeting. Stepping forward, she admitted she had waited her whole life for this. Gadam watched her with a knowing expression. Memories of her difficult childhood flashed through her mind. The tea arrived and filled the room with a sweet aroma. One sip sent a wave of calm through his body. It was made from local beans and tasted like nothing on the surface. Gadam explained that this city was Needy, a floating sanctuary. Long ago, their ancestors were hunted for their magical secrets. They were forced to flee their homeland in a desperate escape. They found this place and named it Helm. Sipping his tea, Gadam looked perfectly content. He explained the massive walls were built to keep out powerful beasts. No monster had ever managed to breach their defenses. Curiosity flared as he realized they never left the city. Massive indoor farms provided everything the population needed. It was a perfect, self-contained world. This peace was the result of centuries of hard work. A shadow of doubt crossed her eyes. Raising her hand, she asked a question that shifted the mood. Gripping her cup tightly, she sought the truth. She needed to know if every citizen here came from the surface. Yu listened intently to the news about those who had vanished into the Ark. The elder confirmed the rumors with a somber nod. He explained that many had come seeking paradise in the past. Some of those travelers had reached this place alive but never chose to go back. Seal looked up in shock at the straightforward answer. Her eyes softened with the realization that survivors were still living here. However, the elder's expression darkened as he shared the harsher truth. Only a fraction of every group survived the journey to reach them. The villagers spent their time burying the fallen to keep the town's existence a secret. Seal processed the heavy cost of reaching this sanctuary. Feeling a comforting pat on her shoulder, she tried to maintain her composure. She asked why they felt the need to erase all traces of the deceased. Protecting the secret of their home was their only priority. The memory of those lost souls clearly pained the residents. Seal bowed her head in deep gratitude for the respect shown to fellow adventurers. Her companions watched her with silent support. Knowing that the dead were at least buried brought a small sense of peace. The conversation shifted to why no one ever returned to the surface to claim glory. Silence filled the room as they waited for the real reason. Another question was raised about the potential for travel restrictions. They wondered if they were being kept here against their will. The elder shook his head and offered a different perspective. He stated simply that the travelers were physically unable to return. Most had suffered injuries during the transit that would make a second trip fatal. They were free to leave, but doing so would be a death sentence. The village had no desire to manipulate anyone's will. Yu realized that these people truly believed in the inherent goodness of others. Their isolation was a choice made to preserve their way of life. Clara spoke up next with a question of her own. She asked if there were still members of the Mauru tribe on the earth below. The elder closed his eyes for a moment of reflection. He answered with absolute certainty that they still existed. Clara's eyes widened as she heard about the history of her people in this place. She became overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of hearing their stories. Her excitement radiated through the small room. They were told they would need to stay for at least half a year. Accommodations were already being prepared for their long stay. As the elder left, he mentioned that ingredients were available in the next room. Yu caught the man's gaze one last time. He officially welcomed them to the safety of Helm. Silence returned to the table. Suddenly a loud growl echoed through the room. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Hunger had finally caught up to them after their long journey. Yu stood up and decided it was time to cook a proper meal. He marveled at the abundance of fresh supplies in the kitchen. A plan for the perfect dish quickly formed in his mind. He decided to use the local beans that were so famous in this town. Clara stepped in to help him prepare the water and salt. They dropped the beans into the boiling pot to soften them. Yu explained the process of draining and peeling them correctly. Sizzling sounds filled the air as he prepared the pasta and garlic. He carefully combined the ingredients while the girls watched. Both of them shared a look of pure anticipation. The meal was finally ready to be served to the waiting group. He presented a special bean spaghetti and a fresh salad. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of the hot food. Yu suggested they pair the meal with some leftover tea. It was a simple feast, but it felt like a luxury. Everyone cheered as they prepared to dig in. The first bites were met with gasps of delight. Clara's cheeks puffed out as she enjoyed the rich flavors. The dish was far more refreshing than they had expected. Yu explained how the olive oil and salt brought everything together. He noted that they needed the carbohydrates to survive the harsh badlands. One of the girls was so focused on eating she couldn't even speak. The crispness of the salad provided the perfect textural contrast. They finished the meal with long, satisfying sips of tea. The warmth of the drink made them feel ready for a deep sleep. Yu offered to make more if anyone was still hungry. He went back to the stove to boil another batch of water. They sat together, finally feeling safe for the first time in a long while. Looking at the empty table, Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. He admitted that everything still felt like a strange dream. The technology in this place far surpassed anything they had seen. He compared it to the world he originally came from. The level of self-sufficiency in this town was truly incredible. A sudden noise made them tense up for a brief moment. They reflected on the tragic loss of the other adventurers. Finding this paradise felt almost too good to be true. They looked out at the night sky over the hidden city. The futuristic city of Helm stretched upward into a pitch-black sky. Light radiated from the ground instead of the stars. Yu looked around the shopping district with wide eyes. Tall buildings towered over the silent streets. They stood out as the only noisy group in the quiet town. Everything felt strangely calm compared to the surface world. High bridges connected the massive structures above them. Exploring this new world would take months of effort. But first they needed money to experience the local food culture. Selling monster materials was the only way to secure funds. The exchange shopkeeper stared at their haul with shaking hands. He had never seen materials like these before. Most adventurers brought items from other regions. Nobody ever survived the monsters from the outer edge of Ark. These beasts were strong enough to wipe out entire parties. The old man hurried to make preparations for the payout. Waiting nervously, the group wondered if the items were actually valuable. Suddenly, the shopkeeper returned with a massive bag. It was a generous amount of local currency. These heavy coins were enough to live on for quite some time. With money in hand, they rushed back to the streets to find ingredients. Yu focused on finding seasonings to improve their cooking. Navigating the district proved difficult because every building looked identical. There were no street stalls or loud vendors to guide them. They couldn't even read the signs on the doors. Despite the confusion, the locals watched them with warm smiles. The people of Mauru seemed incredibly gentle and welcoming. Clara pointed toward a shop labeled for seasonings. Yu felt a wave of nerves as they stepped inside. The interior was silent and much cooler than the street. Rows of wooden barrels lined the walls. A calm clerk greeted them with a simple welcome. This quiet atmosphere reminded Yu of his home in Japan. A sharp scent suddenly hit his nose. He froze in place as the aroma registered. It was a nostalgic smell of fermentation. Yu rushed toward the barrels and begged to see what was inside. The clerk looked surprised but agreed to show him. She poured a dark liquid onto a small dish. The liquid was a beautiful reddish-brown color. Had a glossy then a rich salty aroma. Yu took a single lick. His eyes widened. He screamed the name of the seasoning at the top of his lungs. It was soy sauce. He had finally found the one thing he missed most. The clerk confirmed his guess with a gentle smile. Soybean cultivation was clearly a staple of their culture. The girls found the smell a bit too strong for their liking. Yu promised them that cooking would transform the flavor into something amazing. The clerk noticed his passion and offered to show him one more thing. She led him to another barrel for a different kind of reunion. Yu watched with bated breath as she lifted the wooden lid. A familiar sight greeted him inside. Silver rice and fresh chaos fish were laid out on the counter. Yu knew this meal would be a revelation. Suddenly, an elder stepped into the kitchen and asked if he was interrupting. The man looked hesitant as he watched Yu work. Yu offered a warm smile and invited him to stay. There was more than enough food for everyone. Clara beamed and promised that Yu's cooking was truly special. A mysterious aroma soon filled the room. The old man noticed the scent of the miso soup was different from anything he knew. Yu explained that the difference came from an ingredient called dashi. Confusion crossed the elder's face because their culture had no such thing. Yu was stunned by the realization. He quickly described how simmering various items creates a rich broth. Finally, the chaos fish seafood bowl was ready to be served. He questioned if the meal was truly safe to eat. Clara defended Yu with passionate intensity. She insisted his cooking was delicious and life-saving. Apologizing for his doubt, the elder decided to try the soup first. Everyone watched him with intense focus. Waves of flavor seemed to crash over him like a literal ocean. A rich, full-bodied sensation surged through his entire body. This profound richness was something he had never experienced. He looked up in awe and declared it delicious. For the girls, this food was the energy that had kept them alive. They trusted Yu with their lives because his cooking had saved them many times. It was fun and powerful. The elder realized this meal represented the joy of their long journey. Every bite carried a strangely compelling power. He bowed his head and offered a sincere apology for his skepticism. Yu felt a wave of embarrassment at the high praise. He urged the elder to try the seafood bowl next. They all clasped their hands together for a late dinner. The first bite of fish was incredible. Its springy texture and lack of fishiness surprised everyone. The soy sauce brought out a refined sweetness in the rice. Yu laughed with pure satisfaction as he ate. This was the perfect reward for their hard work. The elder watched them with a look of deep respect. He admired the fine friendship they all shared. Seeing how they accepted each other from their hearts made him happy. Tears of joy began to form in Clara's eyes. She felt a warmth she had never known before. Once the meal was finished, the old man spoke with gravity. I believed sharing something of this caliber so freely was wonderful. Yu tried to brush it off as a simple hobby. The elder would not let him be so modest. He credited Yu for the group's success in reaching their destination. Clara looked at her friend with a gaze full of unspoken gratitude. Yu insisted that food simply tasted better when shared. The conversation then shifted to their stay in the city. They planned to remain in Helm for a while. The elder began to explain the logistics of their new life. Living expenses would be provided to them. If they wanted more luxury, they could trade surface materials for local currency. Lodging was free as long as they maintained the space. But then the atmosphere grew heavy. A more important matter needed to be addressed. Yu waited for the elder to continue. The old man made a sudden and shocking request. He wanted Yu to teach them his cooking methods. Yu was completely caught off guard. The elder explained that proper knowledge deserved proper compensation. He viewed Yu's skills as a rare and high-value treasure. While they had superior technology, their culture was underdeveloped. They had focused only on peace and survival for centuries. Music and cuisine were immature and stagnant. Yu's soup had made them realize their own deficiency. It was an expression of abundance they desperately needed. To them, this knowledge was as powerful as a philosopher's stone. The elder bowed low and pleaded for Yu's help. Yu looked at his friends and then agreed to share what he knew. He was happy to be valued, even if the responsibility felt heavy. The old man was truly grateful for the acceptance. He reached out a hand to seal their new partnership. They shook hands with mutual respect. But one more matter remained. The elder turned his attention specifically to Clara. He needed to confirm something important with her. Someone was waiting to meet her. Clara stares in disbelief as the village elder delivers a shock. A mysterious person from the surface has traveled all this way just to meet her. This stranger is a woman over 40 years old. Given the age difference, she is likely not a direct sister. Still, the elder asks if she will meet the woman to provide closure for her heart. Yu watches closely while calculating the odds of a true connection. Smiling softly, Clara agrees to the meeting without a moment of hesitation. Reaching this underground city is a feat that carries massive significance. If her presence can offer even a small bit of relief, she is happy to help. Plans are made to meet again at noon the following day. Yu promises to keep everyone on schedule. The door slides shut as they depart for the evening. Questions linger about how many others survived the surface world. Only an elite adventurer or a powerful mage could have survived that trek alone. Clara remains unusually quiet as they walk through the halls. Her friends notice her somber expression immediately. Thoughts of their own brutal journey through the snow begin to resurface. She realizes that the stranger must have faced impossible odds to get here. A deep, desperate reason must have kept her moving. Standing among the high-tech buildings of the city, the atmosphere feels heavy. Suddenly, Yu slams his hand down to break the silence. He vows to search the polar regions for more of her people when they leave. Clara looks at him with wide, shimmering eyes. Rubbing his neck, he admits he wants to keep traveling together with everyone. The rest of the team watches his awkward but honest display. Part of him feared she might choose to stay here with her own kind. Panic flashes across her face at the suggestion. Shouting her refusal, she makes it clear she is never leaving them. Her heart belongs on the road with her true friends. Yu is taken aback by the sheer force of her words. Eating delicious food together is the only future she wants. Relief washes over him as he reaches out his hand. They lock together in a firm, meaningful handshake. Blushing, they share a moment of total trust. The others look on with warm smiles as the bond is sealed. Time passes quickly until the next day arrives. Fidgeting with her dress, Clara waits as tea is poured. Salty roasted beans are set out to calm their nerves. A sudden knock at the door makes her heart skip a beat. The visitor enters and Clara freezes instantly. Tears spill over the moment their eyes meet. Both women begin to sob as a deep instinctual connection takes hold. Watching them, Yu realizes this is no mere coincidence. He serves the bean tea to help them settle down, Teresa sits at the table and identifies herself as likely being Clara's aunt. Seeing the girl is like looking at a younger version of her lost sister. Years ago, they lived a life of fear on the surface. Their mysterious powers meant they could never stay in one place for long. A brief moment of peace allowed her sister to find a kind man. Together, they brought a new life into the world. For a short time, happiness was real. Tragedy struck as soon as the child was born. Hunters arrived without warning and forced them to flee in different directions. A massive army of knights hunted their kind like animals. Teresa assumes her sister and the man were killed in the chaos. Looking at Clara, she confirms that the girl is indeed that baby. The resemblance is too perfect to be anything else. Finding this city was a final gamble to find closure for her grief. Seeing Clara alive is a miracle beyond her wildest dreams. She reaches out and thanks the girl for simply existing. Clara smiles through her tears and asks to hear more about her mother next time. Nightmares will finally stop haunting Teresa after today. The elder bows and thanks the group for saving the soul of their kin. Yu smiles and closes his eyes in satisfaction. Helping her was natural because they are a family of friends. Clara beams, feeling more loved than ever before. Remembering a crucial item, she reaches into her bag. She produces a pendant found during their travels in the frozen wastes. This keepsake belonged to a Mauru person who died far from home. The elder takes it with trembling hands and begins to weep. Saving a fallen soul is an achievement that will be honored forever. He bows low and promises the city will do anything to help them. Yu waves his hands frantically while trying to decline the reward. The elder insists that their tribe must maintain its dignity by repaying the debt. Everyone laughs as the tension of the past hour melts away. Clara looks at her aunt with a new sense of purpose. A quiet, peaceful moment passes between the two relatives. They share a genuine laugh as the weight of the world lifts. Bonds of blood and friendship have never been stronger. Far away, a different group prepares to set out on a new mission. They drag their companion toward a fresh destiny. The students bowed deeply to express their absolute gratitude. They were amazed that simmering simple vegetables could create such a rich sauce. Leaving the classroom felt like escaping a crowd of fans. Sarah noted that bringing back the sacred pendant had truly cemented his reputation. Yu was still shocked to find that this underground world already had rice and advanced agriculture. They just lacked the techniques to turn those raw materials into something special. He had accidentally started a culinary revolution just by being hungry. The local students were so eager to learn that he found himself getting fired up as well. Even simple additions like Worcestershire sauce were treated as divine secrets. Walking through the streets, Yu stretched his arms and admitted he was exhausted. He looked at the hard ingredient in his hand and wondered how it would transform. Just as he mentioned making a simple clear soup for dinner, he suddenly stopped in her tracks. A man with a tired but kind face walked toward them from the shadows. Seal gasped as she recognized Lionel of the famous Eagle Sword Party. He was an adventurer she had heard stories about years ago. Lionel looked up and smiled when he saw the group. He was genuinely happy to see a familiar face in this strange place. Rumors had claimed his entire party was lost in the paradise of no return. Seeing how healthy and capable Yu and the girls looked impressed him deeply. He closed his eyes and explained that his old life was over. Most of his friends were gone, and his wife was too injured to move. Despite the tragedy, he had found a new kind of peace in Helm. Lionel waved goodbye and started to head home to his wife. Yu gave him a thumbs up and promised to cook a special meal for them soon. The group watched him walk away into the distance. Yu shouted his name and sprinted toward the fallen man. Checking his pulse, he realized Lionel was still breathing but completely unconscious. No wounds were visible on his body. Yu looked up and felt his heart drop. People everywhere were dropping like flies in the middle of the street. Screams echoed from the direction of the town center. Panic surged through the group as they realized something terrible was happening. Women and children lay motionless on the cold stone floor. It looked like a graveyard of the living. Every person they passed showed the exact same symptoms. Sarah realized it could not be poison gas because they were still standing. This was the work of a powerful skill. They pushed forward until they reached the heart of the city. This scene was even worse than the outskirts. A massive shadow loomed over the fallen citizens. Gotham lay helpless on the ground. A figure stood tall amidst the chaos. Seal and the others froze in absolute shock. Demetrius stood there with a terrifyingly calm expression. He adjusted his glasses and looked down at them with a devilish smirk. He whispered that it was time for them to join the group. Bodies were being dragged away like trash into the darkness. Yu stared at the man standing amidst the fallen bodies. Demetrius remained calm while everyone else was gripped by tension. Yu demanded a straight answer immediately. Looking down at the victims, the man merely smiled behind his glasses. He asked if Yu truly wanted to know his objective. A finger went up as he prepared to explain the why of it all. Yu shouted in rage. Bodies littered the ground. Demetrius took a slow step. He confirmed his guilt. The weight of his admission hung heavy in the air. Admitting to being the sole cause of this tragedy, he spread his arms wide. Yu could not believe the casual tone of a monster. The girls watched in horror as the villain continued his tale. Everything he did was for a single prize. Seeking the legendary fruit of wisdom was his only goal. Legend said eating it granted all the knowledge in existence. A small girl questioned how he even reached this place. Demetrius credited his success to a unique skill. His power allowed him to manipulate the very foundations of human desire. Surviving without food, sleep, or any carnal urges was easy for him. This allowed him to hide in the shadows for months without being found. He called this terrifying ability karma. Yu was disgusted that someone could live so hollowly. The man looked back with an eerie, peaceful expression. Explaining the current state of the Mauru, he smiled. While he could not erase biological needs perfectly, he had destroyed their will. They still needed food, but the desire to live had been erased. They would simply fade away in silence. Demetrius used them as hostages to ensure his bright future. Yu ordered him to release them right that second. The villain refused because he knew the group would interfere. Claiming his actions were for the sake of a better world, he stood firm. Weapons were drawn as the girls prepared to strike. Demetrius stood his ground without fear. He taunted them by revealing he was the only one who could save the victims. The girls trembled with a mix of fury and helplessness. Knowing that torture would be useless, he kept his lips sealed. Physical strength meant nothing in this mental game. He offered his own life if they chose to sacrifice the village. Stopping him now would prevent future deaths. I struggled to understand such cold logic. Demetrius called this moment a trial for them. Believing a world without desire would be a world without conflict, he clenched his fist. Yu argued that a better world could be made without sacrifice. Demetrius disagreed because he saw desire as the root of all war. Good people always suffered while the bad ones thrived. The Mauru people were his ultimate proof of a peaceful existence. He envisioned an era where everyone lived in perfect, desireless step. Seeing Yu's face, the man realized they would never agree. Claiming to have actually liked them, he turned away. The group stood back as he prepared to depart. Asking for their final answer, he looked over his shoulder. Yu looked at the memories of the people he had grown to care for. His fist clenched until his knuckles turned white. Demanding to know the cure, Yu stood his ground. The girls looked at him with uncertainty. Demetrius explained that he would never release his power voluntarily. However, there was another way to restore them. They had to rekindle a biological purpose for living in the victims. Yu processed the information silently. The villain warned that time was running out. Weapons remained ready as he walked past them. Showing them a twisted form of respect, he let them live. The group watched him vanish into the distance. Frustration and defeat weighed on their shoulders. Yu suddenly snapped them out of their daze. Knowing exactly how to stimulate their will, he smiled. They were going to make it through this. He would save them all with an unbelievably delicious meal. Hope returned to their eyes instantly. Yu shouted orders to gather miso and soy sauce immediately. The girls split up to find tofu and seaweed while Seal hunted for fish. An old man lay motionless on the floor as Yu pondered the power of vitality. He realized the ingredients in this world were nearly identical to those back home. If that was true, the answer was clear. Yu found a stockpile of rice and claimed the kitchen for himself. Despite his doubts about what was best for them, he had to try. Barrels and sacks of food arrived as the girls worked tirelessly. He told them to bring every person who had collapsed to the plaza. Alicia took charge and directed the team to sweep through the shopping district and private homes. Steam rose from the large pots as the cooking began in earnest. He decided to make a simple breakfast because that was what provided true energy. To him, these dishes were more than just food. Memories of his mother preparing meals in the early morning filled his mind. He remembered her smile as she handed him a bowl of freshly made rice. Every dish on the table back then had warmed his heart. He wanted that same feeling to reach these people now. Wiping sweat from his brow, he finally finished the massive task. The smell of grilled fish and miso soup filled the air. He carefully prepared the rolled omelets. Bowls of fluffy white rice were set out for the survivors. He gave himself a small pep talk to stay focused. Then he asked the others to help him serve the feast. The girls stared in awe at the incredible spread. Yu slumped against a wall, feeling more exhausted than after a dinosaur hunt. On the floor, people remained still beside their untouched trays. Everything now depended on whether they chose to wake up. He looked at the lifeless faces and thought about a world where all desire was sealed away. A world like that felt fundamentally wrong to him. Suddenly, the old man's nose twitched at the aroma. Clara encouraged him to take a bite and live. He slowly took a piece of food into his mouth. His eyes remained closed for a moment of silence. A wave of nostalgia washed over him instantly. He felt the deep aroma of the broth and the perfect saltiness. Tears welled up as he whispered how delicious it was. Gatum sat up and asked what this incredible feeling was. Nearby, others began to stir from their deep slumber. Seal looked confused as she woke up and wondered what she was doing. People all over the room were finally coming back to life. Yu sat outside and took a bite of his own cooking. It was good, but he knew his mother's was still better. Gatum approached him to offer a profound debt of gratitude. Yu remained humble and insisted they woke up because of their own inner strength. He noticed some people were still asleep and explained it might just be a matter of taste preference. Not everyone liked the same style of breakfast. He admitted he still didn't know everything about the local food culture. Small gaps in preference were bound to appear. Gatum insisted the tribe must now rely on their own strength to move forward. Yu smiled, knowing they were in good hands. However, the longer people stayed asleep, the harder it would be to regain their will to live. He declared his intention to pursue Demetrius immediately. Gatum looked worried because they could not withstand the power of karma. Yu thought of his friend and clenched his fist. He was the only one who could punch that man in the face. Gotham warned that if Demetrius obtained the fruit of omniscience, the world would be finished. The villain was a powerful spellcaster even if he lacked physical strength. They had to hurry before he reached the tree. You knew the enemy didn't need food or sleep, making the chase nearly impossible. But leaving him alone was not an option. Gotham turned to Clara and reminded her she was one of their kin. He told her this place would always be her homeland. He asked her to return someday, and she agreed with a bright smile. The whole group stood together as Gotham addressed them all. He bowed and asked them to take care of Clara. You promised he would with a confident grin. Laughter filled the air as the tension finally broke. Gotham said the entire clan would welcome them back anytime. Clara blushed at the thought of returning home together. She looked at her friends and felt a deep sense of peace. With a final shout, she announced they were heading off. They stepped out into the tall grass under the night sky. Katia remarked that the grasslands felt like a completely different world. Yu looked up at the stars and wondered where he truly belonged. He felt caught between reality and fantasy. Standing alone in the vast nature, he questioned his own existence again. Clara noticed his distant look and asked if something was wrong. He smiled and told her it was nothing. None of those doubts mattered because he was standing by their side. He vowed to protect his current home with everything he had. With a fist raised high, he led them forward. The girls looked at him with renewed determination. They were ready for whatever came next. The journey into the dark horizon continued. The group stepped into the clearing and saw the legendary jeweled spring. Trees around the water shimmered with hardened sap that looked like precious stones. Their mission was clear, but the clock was ticking. If they failed to stop Demetrius soon, his power would become absolute. This was the very first stop on their urgent journey. They needed to stay fed and hydrated to survive the trek. Just as they relaxed, the water began to churn violently. A massive creature erupted from the depths. Everyone froze at the sight of a giant octopus in the middle of a forest. Looking at the wriggling beast, the girls felt a wave of disgust. Yu only saw a potential feast. He imagined every possible way to prepare the meat. Suddenly, a massive tentacle lashed out toward them. Yu shouted for the others to watch out for the powerful suckers. He drew his blade instantly. The others needed cover. He used his attract skill. The beast was smart. It watched him closely. 8 limbs struck at once. Katia asked for just a little more time. Yu stood his ground. He dodged the heavy strikes with ease. He realized the beast was actually targeting the party members with the highest magic power. To protect them, he activated his spiny skin ability. Sharp needles erupted from his body to punish the octopus for touching him. Katia sprinted through the trees with incredible speed. She signaled for him to release his skill. The octopus lashed out at the defenseless girls. It fell right into a deadly trap of nearly invisible threads. The octopus tried to pull back, but it was already too late. Its own momentum caused the wires to slice through its thick limbs. Clara appeared from the bushes and cast a spell to induce heavy drowsiness. The monster's movements slowed as it fought to stay awake. Alicia finished the job by summoning a massive icicle. One clean slash ended the struggle for good. Looking at the pile of severed meat, the girls still felt a bit sick. Yu ignored their hesitation and got to work on a solution. He found a large stone and used his ice flash skill to shape it. He needed a flat surface first. Using his wind gauntlet, he carved perfect circular holes into the rock. He focused on every detail. He was creating a custom takoyaki pan right there in the woods. Clara watched in confusion as he explained his plan. He dropped the fresh octopus chunks into the batter and began to cook. The delicious aroma quickly filled the air. He presented a plate of golden brown takoyaki to his hungry companions. The girls were amazed by the adorable transformation of the monster. Alicia smelled the steam and felt her hunger peak. She took a cautious bite and immediately widened her eyes. It was incredibly hot, but the flavor was perfect. The crispy outside gave way to a melty interior and tender meat. Yu smiled as he watched them enjoy the meal. This taste brought back fond memories of summer festivals from his old life. Soon, the girls were fighting over the very last piece on the plate. Yu laughed at their sudden change of heart. Seeing their determination, he offered to make another batch for everyone. They all smiled and agreed that more giant takoyaki was exactly what they needed. The group finished their meal under the starry sky. Monsters graze peacefully as the group passes through the tall grass. Instead of attacking, these powerful creatures show no aggression at all. It feels strange to walk past beasts that should be hunting them. Huge lions with horns simply watch the travelers move along the path. Even the fastest predators seem content to just run nearby without bearing a single fang. Rabbits and wolves keep their distance as if they are watching a parade. Maybe these beasts can sense the massive magic power radiating from the team. Being the ones the monsters are actually afraid of is a bizarre realization. That makes the journey feel almost too easy. Looking back, the creatures they once feared now look like harmless livestock. In the past, a single wolf would have been a death sentence for her. Now they move like kings through a wild kingdom. Their silhouettes cast long shadows over the submissive landscape as they discuss their newfound strength. Avoiding pointless fights saves time, even if the lack of action is surprising. Staying focused on the mission is more important than hunting for sport. At this pace, reaching the city of Demetrius will happen much sooner than planned. A peaceful resolution through discussion might actually be possible if things keep going this well. Spirits are high as they celebrate their rapid progress. Laughter fills the air while the sun begins to set over the horizon. Setting up camp on a high hill provides a clear view of the surrounding plains. Usually, this position would be a dangerous target, but their reputation keeps the predators away. The only real problem left to solve is what to eat for dinner. They still have octopus left, but the desire for fresh meat is growing among the group. Even the creepy monster from earlier seems to have vanished into the night. Exhaustion finally starts to set in after a long day of walking. Slicing the remaining ingredients is the only plan for the evening meal. Suddenly, every instinct screams a warning to the pair. A dark shape stands perfectly still on the edge of the hill. The group freezes as they realize they are being watched from the shadows. Above them, a creature with twisted horns looms against the dark sky. It is a bicorn, and it looks nothing like the docile beasts they saw earlier. Shock washes over him as the monster prepares to strike. This creature is not afraid of their power at all. It stares them down with intense, unwavering hostility. Its eyes are locked onto its prey with murderous intent. Perhaps they have accidentally stepped into the center of its private territory. Taking a slow step back does nothing to ease the growing tension. The bicorn matches their movements, refusing to give an inch of ground. Every hoofbeat echoes like a drum in the silent night. It has no intention of letting them leave this hill alive. There is no choice left but to fight for their lives. If it wants to be dinner, he will gladly oblige the beast. Drawing the blade happens in a blur of practiced motion. He lunges forward with a roar, screaming that he will turn the beast into sashimi. The air whistles as the cold steel cuts through the dark. An icy flash erupts as the first magical strike is unleashed. The bicorn leaps into the air with impossible grace. It descends like a falling star, crashing into the earth. The speed of its descent is unnatural and terrifying. It might be using a hidden ability to move that fast. They need to change tactics and use a wide-area attack to pin it down. The beast launches itself high into the black sky once again. It comes down with the force of a collapsing mountain. He barely manages to roll away from the crushing impact. The others need to get back before they get caught in the crossfire. It charges again, moving with a heavy, unstoppable momentum. Another stomp shakes the very foundation of the hill. Suddenly, the air itself feels like lead. He is slammed into the dirt by an invisible weight. Moving a single limb feels like lifting a ton of stone. The bicorn prepares to trample its pinned victims into the grass. Using a defensive skill is the only way to survive the next hit. The truth becomes clear: the monster controls gravity itself. It can only focus this power on one specific area at a time. A desperate plan is whispered under the crushing pressure. Trust is the only thing they have left to rely on now. He jumps high into the air, acting as the perfect bait. The bicorn takes the bait and looks up. Gravity slams into him, pulling him toward the ground at terminal velocity. Just as he is about to be crushed, a cushion of wind catches him. He hits the ground hard, but the trap is successfully set. A shadow moves quickly behind the distracted beast. A confident smile breaks through the pain on his face. She is already on its back, blade ready to strike at the neck. If it uses its power now, it will only crush itself. He is released from the weight the moment the monster hesitates. This is the end of the line for the king of the hill. The bicorn thrashes wildly, but it is too late to escape her grip. She tells the beast to accept its defeat with honor. Not a final decisive blow cuts through the air. One girl wonders if horse meat can actually be delicious. Her friend reassures her that if you says it is good, then it must be true. Doubt still lingers as they look at the creatures they usually ride. Yu explains that horse meat is safe to eat raw and his poison sensor will keep them protected. He gives the signal to begin the meal. The table is filled with a platter of bicorn sashimi and a steaming sakura hot pot. The girls look on in awe at the sheer amount of food provided. Yu encourages them to eat as much as they want because this meat is packed with nutrients. Together, they shout their thanks and start the feast. A piece of white fat is lifted carefully by chopsticks. Yu explains that the main cut is beautiful and pairs perfectly with the red meat. After dipping it in sauce, the first bite is taken. Eyes go wide as the flavor explodes. The texture is incredible because it melts instantly on the tongue. It is a perfect balance of sweetness and savory depth. Next, they try the dark tenderloin. Despite the lean look, it is amazingly soft and flavorful. Then comes the marbled cut, which is wrapped in so much fat that sauce barely sticks to the surface. They feel like they could keep eating this forever. Yu reminds them not to forget the hot pot bubbling nearby. Steam rises from the pot as they prepare the next course. A girl blows on a hot piece of meat before taking a cautious bite. The miso base changes the flavor entirely compared to their previous fish soups. Warmth spreads through Yu as he watches his friends enjoy themselves. He wishes they had a raw egg to make it perfect, but the meal is already a triumph. Night settles over the tall grass as the fire dies down. Every plate is licked clean. Full bellies lead to heavy eyelids as one girl lets out a massive yawn. Yu stretches out on the grass, admitting it is bad to sleep right after eating. Soon the girls join him, collapsing into the soft greenery. Yu stares up at the void above. The stars shine brightly over their quiet camp. He wonders what kind of world his enemy Demetrius sees when he looks at these same stars. He thinks about how some things cannot be wiped away even by a delicious meal. Demetrius has convictions he refuses to abandon even if they are born from anger. Yu stands up with a new fire in his eye. He decides he still wants to understand the man he must face. Turning back to his friends, he tells them it is finally time for real sleep. He will not hesitate anymore because the path forward is clear. The massive trunk stretched toward the stars. It was the center of this entire world. Somewhere up there, the ancient branches held the answers he needed. He realized the final confrontation with Demetrius was inevitable. The darkness of the night seemed to press in on him. Clara approached him quietly and noticed his heavy mood. They wondered together how many thousands of years this ancient giant had survived. She offered him a warm drink to settle his nerves. Their hands touched briefly as he took the cup. Sitting together on the grass, he admitted his heart was full of hesitation. He still thought of Demetrius as a friend he could get along with. Memories of their past interactions flashed through his mind. Even so, he could not let his friend destroy the entire world. It felt worse because the person doing this was not purely evil. Words would not be enough to settle this conflict anymore. Something inside him clicked into place as he looked at Clara. People were not smooth or simple, and sometimes they had to trade blows to understand each other. He gripped his hand into a tight fist. He wanted a fair fight, not a bloody war that cost everything. Clara stood up and looked at the sky, thinking about the loneliness of the ancient creators. Maybe they planted this tree just to feel like some great existence was watching over them. She turned to him with a gentle smile and said she was never lonely because she had him. Yu felt his heart skip a beat. He looked up at her in shock. She remembered all the times he had saved others and stood by her side. Then she finally said the words and told him she loved him. Yu turned bright red and stammered over his response. He thought about how she was the first person to acknowledge him in this strange world. He dropped to his knees and confessed that he liked her too. Panic set in as they realized saying such things before a battle might be a bad omen. They decided they could not wait for a next time that might never come. Their eyes met with a new level of determination. Shadows merged under the glowing lights of the forest. They shared a deep, meaningful kiss to seal their promise. The world around them seemed to disappear for a moment. Everything felt right as they pulled away. A soft smile crossed both their faces. Just then, they realized the other girls were watching from the bushes. They were not angry, but their expressions were complicated. One of them joked that Mauru brides were not limited to just one husband anyway. Despite the teasing, they were all ready to follow Yu to the depths of hell. Yu and Clara laughed off the embarrassment together. The sun rose on the day of the final trial. Everyone gathered their gear and prepared for the climb. Yu knew this was a fight where both sides had things they needed to say. He stepped forward onto the hallowed ground. Somewhere above, the fruit of omniscience was waiting. The scale of the tree was even more intimidating in the daylight. Yu looked up and felt a sudden chill. The path was clear now. They finally reached the clearing where Demetrius was waiting. He sat calmly at the base of the massive trunk. A knowing smile played on his lips as he welcomed them. Yu noticed that his friend looked exactly the same despite eating the fruit. The group approached him with their guard up. Demetrius explained that his appearance might change once the power fully settled in. He claimed to already possess more than enough power to achieve his goals. One of the girls begged him to reconsider his path. She argued that he could guide the world to peace without violence. Demetrius shook his head and insisted that an ideal world required sacrifice. He was willing to stand as a villain to end the suffering of the innocent. It was clear that their ideals could never coexist. Yu watched as his companions prepared for battle. They could not forgive the experiments he had performed. Demetrius looked down with a peaceful expression. He refused to stop because he would not let previous sacrifices be for nothing. Yu shouted that it was time to get started. Demetrius stood up and accepted the challenge. Yu dropped his heavy pack to the ground. Everyone drew their weapons at once. Demetrius admitted that his heart was pained by this. Seeing a close friend raise a blade against him was a sad thing, but he was determined to overcome any obstacle on his chosen path. Yu gripped the hilt of his sword with white knuckles. He stared his old friend in the eye. He gave the signal to attack. The world would tremble under the weight of this final clash. She lunged forward with everything she had. The group charged at the smiling man who did not even move. He simply swiped his hand and deflected the blade like it was a toy. Yu unleashed a freezing lightning strike that tore through the air. A massive shockwave erupted as the enemy casually blocked the assault. They could not believe his speed because he should have no combat experience. Demetrius laughed at their pathetic struggle. He looked at them with a chilling and superior smile. Suddenly, a massive wall of dark energy erupted from the ground. He shouted for an ice pendant to counter the heat. A blinding light filled the forest as the powers collided. The impact cleared the entire area in an instant. Smoke and debris flew everywhere. Both heroes braced themselves against the force of the blast. The woman watched in awe at the sheer magical pressure being released. Demetrius explained that the fruit gave him more than just knowledge. He described how the fruit absorbed the souls of the dead to pass on their power. It was a cycle of human wisdom growing like a snowball. He claimed he would be the one to contain the karma of humanity. Without this control, he believed the species had no future. Yu stood his ground and called him out. Humans were not as foolish as he thought. They reached this point by seeking the unknown. People always search for the next taste or a better life. This desire was not a sin. It was the very definition of advancement. Taking steps forward despite fear was the essence of being human. Without desire, the world would just rot and end. Demetrius bit his lip in annoyance. He felt it was a shame they could not understand his vision. The battle resumed with even more intensity. He reached out with a hand and cursed their interference. Dark fire and light clashed once again. Both sides were pushed to their absolute limits. He told them to get back as the air began to vibrate. A massive vortex of wind tore through the battlefield. Demetrius smiled through the turbulence. He gripped the air as if holding their lives in his palms. Wind blades sliced through the ground all around them. Yu realized something was terribly wrong. He shouted that the monster was just stalling for time. An ethereal fruit appeared right inside the man's chest. Demetrius threw his head back and laughed like a maniac. The hidden knowledge of the sages was finally revealing itself to him. He claimed this was the true power to chain all karma. He looked like a completely different person now. Usually this much information would make a human mind collapse. But he was different. He was deleting his own unnecessary memories to make room for the power. His dream was finally becoming a reality. A pillar of light erupted from his body. The heroes shielded their eyes from the blinding glare. His hair flowed wildly as the energy surged. A massive shockwave flattened the grass for miles. Something inhuman was beginning to take shape. They stared in horror at the creature standing before them. He declared his intent to become an absolute existence. Claws sprouted from his fingertips. He cast aside his humanity to end all conflict. His eyes turned dark and predatory. A sinister grin spread across his face. Seal trembled as she realized he was not human anymore. He had abandoned his shell to become something superior. He moved with a speed they could not track. A casual glance from him felt like a death sentence. Seal froze as the monster appeared right in front of her. Yu screamed her name in desperation. A massive claw swiped through the air where she stood a second ago. She tumbled across the ground and barely escaped with her life. Her heart hammered against her ribs because she almost died. Yu rushed to her side to check for injuries. The creature loomed in the distance like a nightmare. She whispered that he was nothing but a monster. He laughed and asked if she had a better title for him. He stood tall with his wings spread wide. He wondered if they should call him a god or perhaps a demon. Demetrius throws his head back and laughs while claiming he has finally become a god. Yu stares back with cold eyes and questions if that is really the case. Standing his ground, he asks if the real person is still hidden somewhere deep inside that monster. Yu realizes that this creature is no longer a man but the physical manifestation of the skill itself. The evolution has completely consumed his personality and conscience to create something beyond human. Enraged by the truth, Demetrius screams for him to shut up and lunges forward. Yu avoids the strike and explains that the karma skill appeared because of the way the man lived. It was never about saving others, but a desperate wish to make human desires disappear entirely. Blocking a heavy blow, Yu exposes the dark truth about his hidden desire to control everyone. A memory of a lonely office flickers where a man once sat wondering why humans never stop fighting. Behind those glasses was a soul who believed the only solution was to dominate the fools around him. Yu points out that the power of karma was born directly from that arrogance. Even when he first arrived in the city, the human part of him was already being hollowed out. Now that his conscience is gone, the final piece of the skill has finally clicked into place. Smiling sadly, Yu tells him that despite everything, he is still just a human being. The words trigger an agonizing internal conflict as Demetrius clutches his head in pain. Yu notes that he was always too rigid to accept any flaws in himself or others. Old thoughts resurface about whether managing people was ever truly different from dominating them. Screaming that this version of himself is a lie, his face begins to crack under the pressure. The outer shell shatters as he wails in total desperation. Realizing his supreme existence was actually incredibly fragile, he stumbles backward. Even as his powers fade, he refuses to accept a quiet defeat. Magic power surges violently around him as he prepares to self-destruct and take everyone with him. Yu watches in horror as the energy reaches a critical point. Seal screams for an immediate attack before the entire area is erased. Their blades bounce off a frantic barrier while the monster continues to laugh. Yu calls out for Clara to activate the oracle skill immediately. Swapping his gear, he begins to funnel a massive amount of energy into his spear. Clara focuses her gaze as the countdown to the explosion begins. A blinding aura surrounds Yu as he prepares the ultimate strike. Demetrius can only stare in shock at the sudden increase in speed. Yu lunges forward with everything he has left. The spear cuts through the air like a bolt of lightning. Impact sounds echo across the snowy plain. Yu shouts for the weapon to pierce the curse while Demetrius screams in agony. A massive explosion of white light swallows the entire battlefield. The monster's face shatters like glass under the weight of the blow. Fragments of his body begin to dissolve into the wind. One final pulse of energy finishes the job. Demetrius falls to the ground as a hollow and broken shell. Standing amidst the falling snow, Yu watches the remains of his enemy. He breathes a heavy sigh of relief because the nightmare is finally over. Suddenly, a pair of arms wraps around him in a joyful hug. The rest of the group approaches and praises his incredible effort. From the ground, the dying man watches them and mocks how they can still be so innocent. Looking out at the world he failed to conquer, he admits that it has been saved. He apologizes for cutting the celebratory mood with his presence. Bowing his head, he confesses that there were probably many better ways to help the world. A single tear falls as he finally accepts his failure. Memories of his original goals and his friends pass through his mind one last time. He realizes that he was manipulated by his own selfish desires more than any magic. Turning to Yu, he admits he was just a flawed and imperfect human after all. Yu looks back with a complicated expression of pity. Demetrius notes that his powers have completely vanished and there is nothing left to do. He accepts that he is finally reaping the consequences of what he planted. Yu looks toward the massive tree and suggests there might still be a way to fix things. Demetrius looks up in shock as Yu reveals a hidden plan. Walking toward the center of the clearing, Yu stands before the group. He holds out the glowing fruit of omniscience for everyone to see. Panicking, Demetrius begs him to throw the dangerous thing away immediately. Yu argues that there must be a way to use this knowledge to help everyone survive. Demetrius screams that a hero should never sacrifice himself for a common criminal. Not ignoring the pleas, Yu prepares to do the unthinkable. Seal and the others watch in silence as he makes his final choice. Yu presses the fruit against his lips without a single moment of hesitation. Looking at his friends, he smiles and says that it is just food after all. He takes a massive bite of the glowing orb. Light flares as he swallows the concentrated essence of the fruit. Everything turns pitch black as his consciousness begins to fade. A single eye opens within the vast darkness. He finds himself in a place where nothing exists, yet he feels no fear at all. Floating in the endless void, he waits for a sign of what comes next. A mysterious presence speaks and tells him that he has incredible courage. The void whispered that this place was deep within his own heart. Glowing orbs revealed themselves as the accumulated wisdom of ancient sages. They marveled at how easily he accepted this spiritual world because he was the very first to do so. He relaxed instantly and asked what they wanted from him. They presented a floating apple and prepared to ask 3 vital questions. Sincerity was all they required since individual personalities no longer mattered to them. Then they dropped a bombshell by stating he was not their junior. He came from a world so different that his genetic information was alien. From their perspective, he was nothing less than a monster. Instead of panic, he simply admitted it was a bit shocking but felt right. His mind turned toward Clara and the others who made him feel human. He asked how to save Demetrius and if the fruit could be returned to the tree. Saving a friend was natural even if that friend had made mistakes. Giving Demetrius a chance to redeem himself felt like the right path for everyone. The sages explained that his unique power could even absorb their existence if he chose. He looked at his hand and realized total knowledge would make life boring. The thrill of tasting a new unknown ingredient was what kept him going. Knowing the taste without eating was a future he wanted to avoid. Satisfied, the sages agreed to grant him the minimum knowledge needed to fulfill his wish. He celebrated the news with a bright smile. Just then they had one final request before he departed. They wanted him to prepare a meal for them. A snap of fingers summoned a mountain of ingredients from his home world. He recognized supermarket items from Earth and eagerly agreed to start. Cooking began with practiced ease. Soon a steaming bowl of rice was ready. He presented a hearty plate of meat and potato stew. Sharing a meal always made the food taste better. The sage took a bite and praised the soft texture of the potatoes. Yu explained how the meat in this world provided an incredible umami flavor. Eating the noodles and rice together was an irresistible combination. They sat together in the void and enjoyed the feast. It had been a long time since he enjoyed this specific dish. Even though it was a simulation, the taste was perfect. He asked if there was a way to return to his original world. They confirmed it was possible but warned that his appearance would never change. He realized he had a real reason to stay in this world now. Time was running out for Demetrius back in the physical realm. They pointed him toward a door that would lead him back. One last question lingered about why he refused the ultimate power. He looked back with a thoughtful gaze. He asked if they knew how the stew would taste before he made it. They admitted they chose not to simulate the flavor in advance. The surprise of a delicious discovery was the best part of living. He wanted to keep valuing those small unexpected moments with his friends. Trading that for total power didn't feel right. The sages corrected their earlier statement about him being a monster. He was to the very end fundamentally human. They shared a final farewell. He stepped through the threshold. Light swallowed him as he moved forward. Suddenly his boots hit solid ground and the sound of heavy breathing returned. They were in a dark cave nearing the exit. He squinted as the bright light of the outside world hit his eyes. A massive underwater city stretched out before them. Ancient ruins stood tall beneath a shimmering dome. Fish swam in massive schools above the protected streets. The group marveled at the beauty of the submarine city of Mauru. Just seeing this view made the long journey worth it. They pulled out a map to begin searching for survivors. Lush vegetation filled the area thanks to some hidden magical knowledge. He gripped his sword as a sudden realization hit him. A giant multi-eyed squid monster loomed over the city buildings. It glared down at the intruders. Yu smiled and wondered if they should eat lunch first. He thought about bringing some fresh seafood back for Demetrius. A gift might encourage his friend to work harder. A determined smile spread across his face. He started listing all the delicious ways he could cook the monster. Deciding between sashimi or stew was a tough choice.